Chapter 50. As soon as the opponent launched their assault, they concentrated their forces on a single point, causing the originally golden protective barrier of the mountain array to dim considerably. This unexpected turn of events startled Niele, prompting him to investigate Yang Tingting's connections in Kyoto. Following the trail, he uncovered her ties to his so-called father, Nia Weiguo. I possess a demon fighting suit that can withstand bullets. That is truly impressive, as it is a genuine physical defense against gunfire. Thus, one must understand that chakra is not the sole source of power. Nagasawa began to ramble. Juju was unaware of the current state of the diamond market, but she was certain that this set was worth a considerable fortune. Conscience would not allow him to engage in such unscrupulous activities. Yet reality had imparted a glaring lesson. If he could not satisfy his father-in-law, what future could he possibly have? Despite engaging in numerous side ventures, he was uncertain if his level had increased at all. There's no need to elaborate further on this matter. The two unlit candle wicks suddenly flickered with a faint light, only to extinguish shortly after, repeating this cycle 3 or 4 times. Had that elbow strike connected with an ordinary person, it would have resulted in shattered bones and torn tendons. Shinji had previously employed this move to eliminate his captors. In the next moment, as if to offer its final value, a massive cocoon woven from the cold, sorrowful strands of hair began to emit a brilliant lightning glow. Wu Ming, while speaking, casually gestured, conjuring a golden handprint that swiftly appeared behind Lu Qixin, lifting her and bringing her to Wu Ming's side. The onlookers attempted to intervene, but they were utterly powerless against Wu Ming's extraordinary prowess. It was astonishing that they had resided in such an easily accessible location for so long without realizing it. If it could speak, it would surely flap its wings in protest. Could she be frightened? The one truly terrified was it, after all. The opponent was a disruptor sent by Seal, likely to throw our plans into disarray, thus I acted first. Shinji had contemplated this for a long time and ultimately decided against revealing the truth to Misato. 5 seconds later, the target completely lost all signs of life, motionless, as the flesh and blood continued to dissolve, transforming into a viscous sauce. So burning one's vitality can indeed enhance bloodline purity. Sumubai murmured. If this information were to be disclosed, the mere sum of 400,000 yuan would be trivial. Adding 7 zeros would amount to 4 trillion. And there would undoubtedly be those eager to seize it. What does this imply? The Luai's clan perished 4 years ago, and their last descendant, Ingfeng, met a tragic end recently. Does the heavenly sovereign intend to refuse? Thus, Xiaqing wept for an indeterminate duration, until she was too exhausted to continue, eventually pulling away from Su Wen's shoulder, sniffling. Previously, she had consumed all the ore obtained from the ancestor of Yade and the auction house. Yet her cultivation had not progressed in the slightest. However, they did not anticipate encountering obstacles upon entering the forest. This peculiar woodland seemed to be under some form of manipulation, as fierce winds arose within, preventing all demonic beings from advancing. The ignition ceremony was fraught with uncontrollable variables, making it difficult to ascertain the repercussions of a remote ignition. Song Ning remained silent for an extended period, seemingly contemplating Lu Wan's words. Then she leaned on Lu Wan's shoulder and wept loudly. After being tracked by Carl and the 3 police dogs, they arrived at the banks of the Mei River behind the 4th group of Jijinpo village, where the police dogs lingered by the river's edge, hesitant to proceed. Chun-Yi glanced at him. This newcomer appeared to be naturally taller than the average person, rather than suffering adverse effects from consuming dragon's blood. That night, the entire Jinj city became even more lively. News of the Serpent Gang's headquarters being burned down and the demise of their wives and children spread like wildfire. Rest assured, after joining the military, our instructors will train them, and they will only be called upon for special missions, not for every task. However, if the Yi family's gate, or those monitoring him, did not see his travel records, numerous troubles would ensue. Thus, he reluctantly drove his car out slowly, deliberately brushing past the surveillance officers. How impressive. 2 streamers appeared in one game. Lu Jianing and Appos, mid-lane Syndra, equally astonished, typed in disbelief. She was quite eager to visit the pool, but the thought of a crowded space filled her with trepidation. Now that Jinji mentioned a private pool, she felt a sense of relief. Song He was assaulted from all directions, with swords fiercely striking in front of him, yet all remained outside his protective barrier, momentarily posing no threat. Very well. We trust you. We hope you can save him. Otherwise, our company will suffer immensely. The director, seeking to save on props, traveled a great distance to shoot here. If something were to go awry, he would bear the consequences. Chapter 51. Wei Tsun increasingly felt the weight of his misfortune. Convinced that no other man in the world could be quite like him. It was somewhat perplexing. The other party wanted to help avenge him, yet he was unwilling. Huffing in response, Sai Lu settled beside He Tong. Only the still infant Song Ling Yu was forcibly sent away through a spatial rift opened by her father, ultimately landing in the Holy Martial Continent, where she was discovered by the Grand Elder, Gu Shifeng. Today marked the launch of the first intelligent robot. And to secure exclusive coverage, the newspaper's interview vehicle had already arrived at the specialty store's entrance the previous night. You wish to grow stronger? To protect those around you? As Naruto scrutinized Tazumi, he also assessed Tazumi, the destined child of this world. When these individuals met Li Xiaoyao's gaze, their expression shifted, an illusion gripped their hearts. It felt as though confronting an unparalleled powerhouse when their eyes met Li Xiaoyao's, causing them to tremble and feel profound fear within. At this moment, the half-closed eyes of Xianhai suddenly opened wide, radiating brilliance like two silver bolts of lightning, striking towards the direction of Xuesher San and his companions, instilling profound fear. The celestial demon, nearly indestructible, possessed an unparalleled physical strength that had been validated through days of battle. Thus he felt no trepidation. There was little delay on their path, and minimal exchange between the two. Although Li Xiaoyao's heart brimmed with myriad thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing my nod of agreement, her expression dimmed slightly as she remarked, I was thinking, if my sister has not yet emerged from seclusion, then she abruptly fell silent. Biting her lip and gazing at me, her thoughts unspoken. Who would idly engage in conflict with another deity? This led to their dismissive outlook. Believing that reaching the divine transformation stage was remarkable, thus neglecting the pursuit of cultivation. A surge of wrath ignited within Long Wenfei. He found his mother's constant scheming and calculating demeanor utterly intolerable. It seemed that, for some time now, even the ordinary interactions between mother and son were tinged with insincerity and coldness. This was akin to an ugly son-in-law meeting his uncle, an inevitability. Cheng Chuyan chuckled, her laughter sweet and enchanting, rendering her even more alluring. Lu Xiaojing was an instructor at the Chenin Hall, possessing a mature and sincere visage that concealed an undeniable beauty. She was a prodigy of her generation, youthful in age, but as a cultivator, her longevity made it unwise to judge her age solely by appearances. The dean felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. He had only one head, and it surely would not suffice to be severed, thus he could not entertain such thoughts. Chen Wei let out a cold laugh, forcefully lifting Zhou Shiguang's arm, causing Zhou to nearly choke from the pain. Outside the academy walls, a man with a sharp face and monkey-like features was fawning over a young man dressed in luxurious attire. This left Wang Yuan feeling utterly drained. He was not adept at managing such affairs and regretted not bringing along Kai Ming. Hu Lei was jolted awake by this commotion and hurriedly pulled Su Mo away, appearing before Su Mo and his companion, who were fleeing in the opposite direction. The team, 3 groups formed a unit, with each unit comprised of 30 individuals. The commander was the team leader, and those above the rank of team leader were considered officers. He flicked his fingers, shaking off the blood that had stained them, igniting furious dragon flames that descended upon a fallen body, silently reducing it to ashes. Following protocol, they had by now activated the signal receiver at the designated locations. This traditional pirate receiver would emit a specific signal, sure to attract the attention of the specters. In an instant, the Hedong army suffered countless casualties. Deputy Generals Wei Gang and Wei Chang fell victim to a rain of arrows, plunging the Hedong forces into chaos. Utterly incapable of mounting an effective offense or defense, an outright massacre. Ultimately, the Hedong army was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Tianlong army, many surrendering in despair. Like the esteemed Xiaoyao, he too kept the knowledge of the heavenly punishment, dispatched by Li Ming, a secret, along with the fact that Li Ming held dominion over the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The esteemed members of the Magician Brigade, led by Moxius, were present in their entirety, save for the disinterested Fontas, who opted to abstain from the gathering out of boredom. The remaining attendees sat solemnly in their chairs, each lost in contemplation. Fortunately, Moxius possessed a remarkable light brain, arguably the most formidable personal device of the era. With minimal tools, he adeptly utilized a laser disc and a thermal instrument to gather and prepare a fresh blood sample from the successful Hua. Gently cracking his whip, the carriage glided smoothly toward the northern gate of Danmei under the warm sunlight. Since the elderly gentleman bore no malice towards him, nor towards the graceful He Yuner and the fierce crocodile Inger in the room, Li Ming felt no need to express further resistance. After all, Those of greater strength often placed greater value on his words. "Oh dear, what shall we do?" exclaimed Ing Luo, bursting into Fuxing's chamber. Without needing to glance up, Fuxing recognized this peculiar and whimsical Ing Luo as the revered ancestor. Although the true secrets eluded him, Ling Yu remained a significant asset, capable of securing further benefits from the Rong family. However, the ensuing events left Qiao Yin feeling as though he were in a dream. In the pitch-black sky, 10 helicopters circled ominously above. At that moment, the gathering of treasures was nearing its conclusion, with the final competition for the exquisite spirit sword heating up. Bids soaring over 5,000 sunstones. The reason for the tall red candles in the hall was that the entire chamber had been carved from the stone cave. And upon exiting, it became clear that the headquarters of the Big Dipper army was concealed within a stone forest, rendering it nearly impossible to detect any signs of life from afar. In Chapter 52, Mike D'Antoni replaced Yao Ming to allow him a respite, while Gary Vitti cautioned against the folly of premature advancement. Initially, Li Wanru's proactive approach aimed to unite the actors for greater gain, but unexpectedly, she encountered the protagonist. The hemostatic and tissue-regenerating properties of the medication were astonishing, yielding immediate results upon application. Chen Xiaoxiao walked alongside Qin Xian, and after a brief while, her curiosity prompted her to inquire. Knowing full well that the elderly Chun Hua was reluctant to divulge certain matters, rendering her attempts futile. Yu Huan had just crossed the halfway mark when he took a step forward, only to abruptly retreat, as if intending to dash back behind the center line. He certainly could not afford to engage in any foolish actions. His calculated move was fraught with peril and excitement. An indescribable aura of nobility and authority emanated from a jade pendant intricately carved with the image of a majestic eagle. This was one of the earliest docks established in the port city, notorious as a haven for smugglers and the impoverished, long known for its squalor and disarray. While the crowd displayed a facade of warmth towards Uncle Qin, upon learning of his genuine difficulties, their expression shifted to one of concern, each seeking to distance themselves with various excuses. Currently, within the iron forging system, the recognition value for O'Neill has reached an impressive 9 per million. With the delightful and romantic National Day holiday approaching the day after tomorrow, Li Xueji has decided to immerse herself in knowledge today, making an unexpected visit to a university once again within the span of a week. What chaotic thoughts could be occupying her mind? How could it be possible? Situju's feelings towards Bo Sihu, how could that even be? Although Rui Xiang has granted ample respect and management authority to the previous administration, the reins of financial power must still be firmly held. Following Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United has suffered a significant decline in performance, with its market value plummeting by a staggering 1.2 billion within a year. With a curious heart, Li Xueji ventured into the comments, only to be met with an overwhelming tide of vitriol. The game PUBG has been released for nearly a month, and aside from its initial advantage, it has also benefited from a plethora of short videos and live streaming promotions spearheaded by the Zhanghe Group. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingyun is contemplating how to leverage this situation to further incite chaos within the court of the Xiaogung clan. Yet, patience is crucial. One must await the peak of their discord before sending someone to pierce through the veil, thereby profiting amidst the turmoil. He, whether out of guilt or some other reason, instinctively desires to flee. Sun Zhua, however, does not leave immediately. Instead, he sits by the edge of the bed, watching her as she sleeps on her side. Kairui turns towards Sun Zhua, her hand weakly grasping his. As he gazes upon her delicate profile, he feels a stirring in his heart. After all this time, it is the first time he has felt this way towards Kairui. You are still so polite. I've told you to just call me sisterly. Li Lingjun is quite affectionate towards Lu Qing, with whom she has spent half a year. The city god temple in Shanghai is also one of the tourist attractions in SH City, bustling with visitors, a continuous stream of people jostling for space. Her waterfall-like black tresses cascade down her back, gently tied with a pink silk ribbon. Her eyes are as clear as lake water, her lips a shade of vermilion, and her skin as smooth as cream. Clad in a white garment with a light pink overlay, she appears as vibrant as a peach in spring and as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. The Master-Apprentice banquet is scheduled for mid-next month, coinciding with the day after Zhang Yu's graduation, when both families will invite friends and relatives to witness the occasion. Both families hail from the combat profession, and Zhao Gaoshi is a well-known shield bearer in the city, so it is anticipated that combat professionals from across the city will attend. She gazes at the empty ceiling, shaking her head, then glances at the clock, noting that there are just 2 minutes until 10 o'clock. The color truly suits her perfectly. Song Jinli has scoured the nearby hair salons and finally found one that is quite suitable. It is said that lovers who have shared such experiences tend to achieve perfect love in the end. Though these phrases may be mere gimmicks concocted by television directors or tourism advertisers, at this moment, Lin Shi is still willing to believe in this beautiful lie. In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolds as 7 young men wielding long knives suddenly burst into the private room, surrounding Yi Tian and his family. Chu Yin understands this principle, thus he feels no attachment to calm behind him. Relying on his abundant internal energy, he swiftly executes a series of 18 rolls, evoking the power of the Azure Dragon. Though none of them advanced to become soldiers, each had long since shed their previous emaciated states. Their physiques now robust and their spirits considerably more vibrant. Yet, it remained uncertain whether her vengeance was solely directed at Stefan, the one responsible for Marlene's demise, or encompassed the entirety of the Undul royal family and the kingdom itself. Change tactics. From now on, abandon the second strategy and fully implement the first. Upon witnessing the circumstances, Sunny finally reached a decision. It must be noted that mermaids could only activate their full-scaled armor in the ocean, producing effects akin to receiving buffs for defense and attack in a game, rendering them significantly more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. In an effort to quell the public's outrage, the mayor had no choice but to order the arrest of the deputy mayor and hand him over to the appropriate judicial authorities. An accident is merely a conceptual notion. There is no need to personify it, remarked a half-grown boy. A sorrowful voice, accompanied by stifled sobs, emanated intermittently from the slightly ajar door, tugging at the heartstrings. First of all, by your standards, you are also a red-clad rogue, Wine Sky stated with utmost seriousness, emphasizing its critical importance. In Chapter 53, the intricacies of the Qinquan lock, employed on the 7 apertures box, were attributed to the Gongsu family of the Warring States period, renowned for its 99 and 81 solutions. His observant nature, coupled with various personal connections, had earned him the title of a consummate expert in the martial world. Just a few days prior, he had been the one to announce news from the martial realm at the Gourmet Pavilion, clad in blue garments. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ten finally felt at ease. Closing his eyes and subtly loosening his grip on Jiang Huai and Appo's hand, which had lost its warmth. Unfamiliar with the art of evasion, he had entered without a clear direction, not heading straight for Sun Tzu's location, but rather towards the human formation within the 3 talents array. Hey, Wu Ge, have you arrived? I'm at the bar, Huang Xiao exclaimed with delight, rising from the ground and striding confidently towards Zhou Yang. The Gourmet Pavilion was not only filled with patrons, but also had a multitude of standing guests. Were it not for Lu Ning's establishment, Xuezi felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. Had this been her own domain in the underworld, no one would have dared to sit upon her arrival. Douglas and Ammon silently observed the proceedings, aware that the battle had concluded. For not only Qin Qingwei but also Asano Akiheim and even Elizabeth were his friends. Enough. I do not wish to see you, Gothland exclaimed as he rushed out to the entrance of the circus. However, Han Yong did not invite them into the main tent, which left Hong Qigong somewhat displeased, though he refrained from expressing his discontent, his expression slightly darkening. The invisibility talisman had a duration of approximately a quarter of an hour. Should the chief steward wish to reveal himself, he merely needed to infuse the talisman with spiritual energy again, though this invisibility talisman could only be utilized once. As Fan Jin added, Li Yi's previously astute demeanor had garnered exceptional trust from his teammates, making him the primary choice for communication among them. Yet, at that moment, trouble arose. He had been detained, leaving him with no time to seek clues, let alone search for the other team members. The ephemeral light that streaks through the void is not merely a myriad, but countless, densely illuminating the sky. The first sentence reveals the lecherous old charlatan, who, surprisingly astonished, gazes upon the previously indifferent Zhang Tian, now displaying such an expression. His heart feels at ease, yet the subsequent words from that day leave him utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi wishes to inquire whether Fan Jin knows Fu Shuran, but fails to extract any words from her, ultimately deciding to refrain. Ignoring the individual, Yun Shu turns her back, exuding an air of reluctance to converse. In that moment, it dawns on her. Perhaps Shin Shoshin refrained from disclosing this matter to her because he deemed her too naive at the time, fearing she could not keep the secret. It is once again the balmy month of March, and he approaches in flowing white robes, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, leaving Nianxi still entranced. In truth, Lu Zhais feels equally helpless. No one could have anticipated that from the moment of birth, one was ensnared in a trap. Inferior extraterrestrial beings swarmed toward them. Those closest already encircling the MP-6 explosive device, growling incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Wujia hastily rises from the ground, clutching the jade slip, glancing at Lin Yang's back. A smirk forming as he turns and swiftly dashes toward a distant peak, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the group finally reaches the innermost part of the Grand Formation. Dead. Huh. Huang Mao. Your bravado is excessive. You actually wish for our leader's demise? You must be unaware of the peril you invite. Your boasting has gone too far. Yan Xiao and Xiaoho both cannot help but clutch their bellies in laughter. Gui Wuchang lightly descends to the ground, followed by the 25 demons, exuding no hint of their presence, appearing both affable yet menacing. As the final strand of sword energy merges with Li Yixing's body, a colossal wave surges within his spiritual sea. Reflecting on their talents and the origins of their emergence, it is easy for them to draw other connections. In this world, how many elders wish to see their descendants gazing upon them with the eyes of an enemy? This is somewhat disheartening for old Master Lu. Upon hearing Lu Han's orders, the two bioengineered beings show no hesitation and directly approached the Poison Queen. In the face of the relentless and unstoppable Hebei army charging forth, he maintains a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on the figure in shining silver armor at the forefront, tightly gripping 3 meticulously crafted triangular armor-piercing arrows. As they move, the main forces of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army, led by Chun Peng, also arrive at Longjigu in Fengdu County, awaiting orders. He wishes to question Bu Jingyan about whether they are human or ghost, yet, upon catching a glimpse of the pleading tears in the eyes of over 1,000 ghosts, he feels he should not ask such a question, as it seemingly undermines their dignity. For 2 months, they have traversed the night and day, pursuing the trail of the criminal across a substantial part of China, from Xi'an to Lanzhou, Xining, and all the way to Urumqi. Nearly catching sight of the criminal and Appo's silhouette several times, as if reaching out would allow them to seize him. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my brothers for their enthusiastic support through monthly votes. Yesterday, there were 118 votes, and today, thus far, there have been 30. Every ounce of encouragement bestowed upon me is deeply cherished and etched in my memory. In stark contrast, how carefree and untroubled is Yang Shaoqi, and what a sense of ease accompanies his presence. If Su Yingchao were to emulate him, humbling himself and pleading for a smile from his beloved, could he truly bring himself to such depths? With various enhancements, the current offensive prowess of Jianni has escalated to a level where he can effortlessly defeat relatively weaker spirit beasts in the spirit phase, even against more formidable spirit beasts. Jianni handles the encounters with remarkable ease, a far cry from his capabilities just a fortnight ago. As Lu Dingtian pondered, tears welled up anew. This was his first time away from his parents, without Mr. Hu, sleeping alone in an unfamiliar place. Though the surroundings were safe, his heart was restless, filled with longing for his parents and Mr. Hu. Upon concluding his words, the 4th Demon King closed his eyes, returning to a meditative state. For only in this manner could he ensure the slowest possible loss of bodily essence, thereby maximizing the extension of his lifespan. Chi Hao's gaze became fixated, and in a sudden burst of strength, he unleashed a punch that sent the demon child reeling, blood streaming from her nose as she collapsed. The ocean is not only a paradise for fish, but also a sanctuary for the 8 colossal serpents. Once they enter the waters, they possess unwavering confidence in their ability to escape. The 4 companions exchanged light-hearted banter as they ascended the mountain. The journey from the base to the halfway point stretched over 2 miles, during which they encountered numerous individuals panting and resting against the rocks. At the mid-mountain, a flat area had been established, featuring a pavilion inscribed with the name Ishiang Pavilion, where many gathered to rest and admire the scenery. However, even the herself remained unchanged, merely staring vacantly at the ruins of the village. The perfume shop in the capital had become the property of the Wang family, and naturally, the Empress Dowager allocated funds to Shi Zhongwei. Over the years, the annual dividends exceeded 200,000 taels. Without this income, Shi Zhongwei felt bereft of the means to bestow gifts upon the concubines. Su Xinping found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Qin Ming's blatant disregard for his dignity, prompting him to abandon any pretense of politeness. The 3 robots paid no heed to the self-proclaimed Celia, for their understanding was confined solely to the tasks received by their system. The colossal dragon's head descended slowly, and the collective terror among the onlookers reached a crescendo until the dragon's chin touched the ground, plunging them into darkness. As they looked up, They beheld the overwhelming mass that obscured the sky, merely the dragon's chin. The previously anxious cold bear could not help but smirk at this sight. Convinced that Su Tian and his companion had succumbed to the onslaught of those fierce, demonic souls, rendering even their formidable powers futile in escape. He recalled the scene during the battle against the negative entity, where over 10,000 semi-saint level experts stood, among them several thousand of the most sacred. Additionally, there were 8 Dao ancestor level experts. It was these 8 negative entities that had driven Zhao Hao into a corner of despair. Destiny, Cui Zuofei exclaimed in astonishment. He often spoke of fate disdainfully, frequently cursing it as a mere farce, yet upon witnessing this so-called destiny embodied in a driver, his worldview began to shift dramatically. Even the slightest rustle could rouse her, how much more so when a living butterfly arose from the bed to engage with him intimately. Truly, the cross-dimensional teleportation array was intricately constructed, etched with an array of diverse patterns. Gazing at these intricate designs for too long could lead one into a trance. Had it not been for Gao Fei's timely awakening, he might have succumbed to its allure, never to return. At this moment, Su Tian's divine power was nearly comparable to that of a sacred dragon of the same realm, yet astonishingly, he could not even break a single branch of the green bamboo. This was indeed an incredible revelation, yet the truth remained undeniable, leaving Su Tian in a state of sheer astonishment. This was a manifestation of the materialization of mental energy. Although he was merely at the Lord level now, he had once been an emperor. In terms of techniques and methods for harnessing mental energy, he surpassed the capabilities of ordinary Lord-level practitioners. After many days without an outlet for his passions, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind preoccupied with the alluring images of Su Fei and Yaqing. Just moments earlier, when Yu Xinzhu inquired, Yin Yin had indeed detected the scent of other plants mingled within the sweet soup. He quickly opened his eyes and turned his head, his black pupils meeting a pair of eyes that were black with a hint of blue. Chun Dongqing understood that this was an opportunity, a chance for the underground atmosphere of Nian City to propagate his name. At present, Ao's heart had not entirely hardened. Yet under such circumstances, it was likely she would soon grow indifferent. If connections were established, their firefighting efforts would be feasible. As the perimeter of the factory was lined with water pipes. In the forest, Linley sat upon a rock, unable to suppress a fit of violent coughing. His face swollen to the point of resembling a bun. Long Ning had been closely observing her brother's movements, upon witnessing the struggle in his eyes. She tightened her grip on her wine glass. That night, I suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning, my mind consumed by thoughts of the forthcoming meeting. Would Lucy come? How much had Lucy changed after half a year? Was she still the same Lucy? Did Lucy have feelings for me? Lucy, Lucy. Her name echoed incessantly in my mind. Sacrificing a month of my life for my brother's 17 years, I could not discern whether this was my fortune or my brother's misfortune, but at this moment, such considerations were trivial. The mourners began to sing their lament in a voice thick with sorrow, each note heavy with grief, resonating deeply within the heart. The crown prince pondered for a long while with closed eyes, finally opening them to say, "Very well, grandfather, I shall heed your counsel. But under what pretext shall we rise? Do you not already know? With your astrological prowess, you must have foreseen it long ago." Lu Chen's exquisitely handsome face, nearly ethereal, revealed a cold glint of murderous intent. The Japanese forces have positioned heavy mortars merely 2,000 meters from the defensive positions, preparing for an assault led by an infantry battalion of the 6th Regiment, shielded by armored vehicles. Major General Tang Jinsua of the 5th Brigade intends to launch a charge before nightfall to seize the fortifications before him. With this thought, Juanan hailed a taxi to visit Du Fan Hao, uncertain of how his QQ matters had unfolded recently, and considering that Qin Shanshan's illness required his intervention as well. As night gradually descended, the flow of people began to dwindle, and soon the majority of trains would cease operations, with the lights in the duty room flickering to life. While Huey fretted over whether the talisman of the Frog Prince was ineffective, Bai Mion's body had completely mended, and he rose from her form. The sound of cracking bones echoing around him. During his time in Shijing, Cheng Yu had witnessed Ling Nani's tenacity and the significance of Princess Yuan, of which he was undoubtedly mindful. Although the experiment was still somewhat unstable, it indeed bore considerable reference value. However, this confidential research could hardly be entrusted to my family. Could it? This remains a secret between the two of us, Bondarev remarked. Awakened, the Vileplume glared angrily at the Gungue, who merely chuckled and vanished into thin air, only to reappear peculiarly before Vileplume, dramatically covering his mouth and making a grotesque face. In the past, Shang would not easily take a life. Yet now he could do so without a flicker of emotion. illustrating the terrifying circumstances that had rendered him more formidable. A rich and unfamiliar scent assailed her senses, yet it bore an uncanny familiarity. However, glancing at her master, whose demeanor remained calm and leisurely, one might mistake the occasion for a leisurely outing. Nevertheless, no matter how precious, it was still but a dagger. He would not provoke Xiao Jin over such a trifle. The great ape had attained sentience, boldly intruding into territories of lesser beasts, skillfully avoiding those of superior strength. Even so, within 4 hours, the trio had arrived at the edge of the Black Mist Sea. Su Shu's mother had been summoned to Xuchang by Qin Fang, and Su Shu himself was also there, reunited with his mother, supported by the court. The Chujluyan sword technique, though merely at level 2, could not afford the reckless abandon of Zhao Beifeng. He could only seize moments to practice against the minions of the fierce Tiger Villa, yielding modest spoils, yet enhancing his martial experience in the process. However, his advanced age rendered him incapable of overseeing the broader picture as he once could in his youth. Mr. Li, this constitutes sexual harassment. I could report you for harassing a law enforcement officer, Jining said, her cheeks flushed with indignation. The staggering sum of 50 billion was beyond comprehension, eclipsing the worth of most individuals in Nanjing. Even amidst the affluent gathering at Zijing Hadong, 50 billion remained an amount that evoked a sense of awe and aspiration. Behind her followed Lin Kuei, and closely trailing her was Xinyu. Gao Cheng had anticipated this moment, unleashing 2 waves of palm energy upon the riverbanks, which erupted with a thunderous roar, sending twin columns of water soaring skyward. These columns soon shattered, transforming into a myriad of droplets, each imbued with powerful innate water energy, colliding with countless arrows that rained down from above. Furthermore, her meticulous efforts to rid herself of the betrothed fool were solely for the sake of Qinyu. At that moment, he felt a pair of warm, calloused hands gently cover his own. Xiao Chun had been pursuing this individual moments ago. The spiritual energy instantly recognized the formidable rhinoceros before him, though he found himself puzzled by the absence of Xiao Chun. To him, this troublesome situation was exceedingly vexing, and he preferred to avoid any unpleasantness. No matter how his uncle stirred, as long as they did not rebel, he had no intention of intervening. Left Luo could not be bothered to inquire how Su Qing knew he was headed to the technical department. It was simply a matter of logical deduction. Moreover, even if he were not going to the technical department and Su Qing's assumption was incorrect, it mattered little to him. Su Qing merely speculated based on the most probable scenarios, never claiming absolute certainty. Regardless, it was evident that Su Qing would not be leading the charge. With sparkling eyes, she gazed adoringly at her husband, offering a look of admiration that greatly pleased Tian Xinhua, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards. Recently, Ali's days had been quite dismal, and the sight of it made one feel a pang of sympathy. Indeed, it was a jest gone wrong if one lacked wealth. It was better not to feign affluence. Upon learning that the rebellion in Ningxia town had been resolved locally, he felt reluctant to relent. In his view, as long as Shinshi led troops to Ningxia, his authoritative presence would undoubtedly quell any dissent, and the credit for success would be inescapable. The impromptu declaration, which initially seemed fervent, lost its fervor when uttered by the utterly unremarkable Bawa Shiyin. In truth, Chang Ning had not intended to halt, but was thwarted by the sheer number of people blocking the path. "Do not speak. Let me hold you," Tianjing murmured, burying her face in Xiaoming's embrace. The deep chasm had formed after the giant man is struck thrice, its width just sufficient for the cube's passage. Upon reaching the cavern's mouth, the cube aimed its cannon skyward and shut down its engine, followed by the cessation of the modified engine of the destroyer. The cockpit was suddenly enveloped in a brief silence, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. 3 carriages were stationed at the entrance of the Yuan residence, where Yuan Jinxiu, clad in a blue robe, appeared pale, her eyes puffy, and her hair disheveled. With a hoarse voice, she directed the servants to load the boxes onto the carriages one by one. "What? Is Lord Su not participating?" Ouyang Mingyue inquired urgently, her surprise palpable. Before Chang Ning could ponder further, a flash of red sword light darted towards him. As he prepared to leap, he beheld the red sword energy blossoming into countless flowers, assailing him from various directions. The crowd was entranced, with Qin Yuan frowning slightly as he attentively listened to the sounds of fists and feet colliding, while only Elder Bai continued to stroke his beard, lost in thought. "What? Are you telling me that the third leader of the Jialong gang brought over 100 men to provoke a country bumpkin, only to have them all brought down?" In a resplendent living room, a middle-aged man listened in shock to his subordinate's report. Can a devoted fiancée truly be so terrified of her fiancé after losing her memory? After parking his vehicle in the school lot, Yufan prepared to head to the first administrative building for the shareholders' meeting. Long Yujiao was awake. The commotion in the village had reached her ears, though the sounds were faint and unclear, amplifying her sense of unease. At this moment, outside the gathering hall, Imo Yi was also employing the Eye of the Wind God magic. He hastily brandished his Huantian canopy in the air, causing the wind elements in the courtyard to converge towards his Eye of the Wind God. Tower and Li Ma could take care of themselves. As for others, he felt uncertain. If it weren't for the fear of embarrassing the girl by directly refusing, Zhuqin would have truly wanted to turn and leave. In the midst of the blood rain, 2 points of light suddenly flashed, rapidly approaching Xie Bingui. Only when the lights drew near did Xie Bingui realize they were the eyes of a demon lizard. He immediately raised his treasured blade, cleaving downwards with a sound that tore through the wind. Understood. As always, he remained taciturn, yet from that single word, Dongzhuo discerned Gao Shun's seriousness and resolve. Very well, it is settled. I shall assist you in submitting your application form, Yu Ziqian said cheerfully before turning to leave. Within the realm of cultivation, the myriad of methodologies is countless, yet the Ice Soul Path and the Radiant Light Path are among the most renowned among sword cultivators. Understood. Gao Shun rose, responding with a serious demeanor. Despite Dongzhuo's stern orders, Gao Shun felt no dissatisfaction, for there was no time limit imposed upon him in Dongzhuo's military commands. If the existing model of the Pang family can be altered, we may collaborate. However, financial matters are somewhat challenging. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's concerns, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that this path would be difficult for both the Chen family and the Zhu family. Thank you, Mrs. L, for your life-saving grace. Mrs. Zhang expressed her gratitude, her face betraying not only appreciation but also embarrassment and discomfort, particularly evident in her awkward gestures. Yi Zongshan and Hua Mei were taken aback. Yi Qiao, surprised, felt her cheeks flush, torn between laughter and shyness. After discussing how to conceal their identities, they exited the inn, making their way to a task distribution center of a certain sect. At that moment, an elderly woman with white hair, frail and aged, approached the temple gate and inquired of the monk guarding it, "Master, is there a monk named Elder Duomi here?" Although he was well aware that the hidden wealth within Yuling could make him exceedingly rich, Feng Wuan understood that evading the cold truth was impossible. After several deep discussions, he casually brought up the rumor. In the mirror, one could see a multitude of uniquely shaped ghostly cultivators at the entrance to the blood lake of the demon abyss. In this moment of grave seriousness, Qing Zhu, you too shall join the fray. Huang Putuo once again uttered something astonishing, amid such a dire situation. He instructs his guards to partake in the revelry. Is this truly an appropriate time for merriment? You and I shall venture forth to the chaotic battlefield. Hao Tian's gaze briefly swept over the foreign deity before he soared beyond the 9 heavens, transcending the confines of the realm. In early spring, the month of March graces the Qinchuan lands with warmth and flourishing blossoms, enveloped in an invigorating atmosphere devoid of industrial pollution. Ho Qing, refrain from speaking carelessly. Nanyang and I are merely friends, Lu Bui interjected, bemused by their increasingly absurd claims. Master Uncle, I trust one did not bring disgrace to our Tianwu temple today? Li Yang remarked with a hint of joy illuminating his face. Furthermore, the ancient cultivation techniques passed down through the ages have been meticulously duplicated and archived by the Cultivators Association, ensuring centralized control to prevent any malevolent practices from endangering the common folk. CC makes a valid point. Moreover, this matter concerns you. Why should I interject? Were you not once eloquent in your speech? Why falter now? Naika retorted with an eye roll, expressing her disdain. Look at you. It serves you right. With a space of 60 zhang, the array for refinement should suffice. The arrival of the demonic weapon is indeed timely, delivering precisely what is needed. The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, eyes half closed, shaking his head gently, as if conversing with him or perhaps indulging in self-reflection. Naturally, there were a few astute individuals, though they were few in number, some of whom were turned away by the principal. According to his thoughts, once he delved deeper into cultivation, in this perilous world, if he encountered an insurmountable foe, fleeing would suffice. A sword embodies the courage of a weapon. If you are fierce yet indecisive, lacking in ruthlessness and darkness of heart, what use is a great blade? To wield a broadsword in such a manner is a grave insult to its essence. In a mere few breaths, Long Feng and Xu Xiaofeng arrived beside Longjing Mountain, one after the other. After all, the protagonist naturally exudes an air of dominance. Does one need to concern oneself with the insignificant when trampling ants? However, rather than launching a direct assault, he traced the air with his left fingers, and suddenly, The entire cavern, even the energies of the world beyond, converged upon them. The man, far from showing any compassion, instead forcefully pushed Kiki aside, sending her crashing into a flower pot behind her. The burly man appeared momentarily dazed, and more ludicrously, a banana peel remained perched atop his head, his body littered with refuse. A most disgusting sight. Throughout their journey, Wang Yuan and his companions never faltered in their quest for experience. Upon triggering a task, they completed it seamlessly and even embarked on a dungeon. Sun Jing was not particularly surprised upon hearing this, having later investigated and discovered that their parents' relationship was far from harmonious. "Do not throw yourself at him," she advised, though inwardly, she hesitated to see her depart. Ultimately, it was Mo Qiantao who gave him a gentle push. With no other choice, he sealed her acupoints, instructing her to remain there for a while. Chapter 57. Though he deemed it beneath him to quarrel with mere ants, should an ant become overly presumptuous, it would no longer be so easily dismissed. In an instant, the remaining 20 or so officials encircled the elderly and the young, forming a tight formation around them. Meanwhile, the 3 prisoners being escorted found themselves momentarily liberated, swiftly gathering together to retreat to one side. The picturesque pastoral scenery exuded a serene and untroubled ambience. At this moment, Xiao Huan and the masked man shared a mirthful drink, utterly oblivious to the arrival of Mo Langwei and his companions, their condescending arrogance and disdain unmistakably evident. Not far from each other, Shirlan seized the opportunity as Xiaoyu leapt away. Shirlan's agility surpassed that of Xiaoyu, making it a trivial matter for her to leap onto the flying mechanical beast piloted by Tian Ming. You despicable, shameless creatures, worse than pigs and dogs." Du Ruoqiu cursed vehemently while struggling in his embrace. When Pin, with a cold expression, questioned from a position of superiority, emanating an aura of power akin to a deity interrogating mere ants. Sensing potential, Ingjun intensified the flow of life force. After all, the blue whale was indeed massive, and he entertained the audacious thought of having this giant pull a cruiser to Yinjing. It must be said, Ingjun dared to dream, and he acted upon those dreams without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Gue Guzi gained yet another formidable ally. Inevitably, they would all be drawn into the conflict of the ghost realm. Gue Guzi had never harbored such grand ambitions, yet circumstances dictated otherwise, leaving him with no choice but to act. For him, once action was taken, it must be executed to perfection. That was the essence of Gue Guzi. The eyes of the venerable ancestor Shuxian had grown dim, and the figure of Qi Jingzi before him appeared as 3. "If you desire it, I shall ascend the stage and seize the position of the leader, allowing you to continue as the leader's consort," Feiyu declared, preparing to rise. "What are you waiting for? Jiang Yi has already fallen into darkness. Master has commanded that this child must be slain. Do you dare to disobey?" The law enforcement elder and Appo's furious shout erupted, unleashing a formidable presence. Faintly, the sound of a harmonica wafted into her dreams. Mu Jihan awoke to find a full moon perched atop the treetops, the melancholic melody drifting in from the window, reminiscent of a poignant love song. She attempted to turn away, yet her feet seemed rooted to the ground, utterly immobile, perhaps due to the shock of the moment. On the outskirts of Moscow, there lay a mysterious abandoned chemical factory, a place that appeared almost devoid of life. However, should any spirit dare to venture here, it would likely be captured before it even reached the boundary. It had been a long time since June had held her while she slept. Ever since that time she had touched his doll, and he had claimed her with such fervor, though her knee had throbbed painfully for days and her heart had ached. She had once loathed his coldness, yet now she felt no resentment towards him at all. "Look at me?" Shang Shi's face displayed a hint of confusion, though regrettably, she could not see it present. Although she sensed the presence of another, she could not discern who it was. The man's touch was exceedingly gentle and under his care. Her silky hair gleamed even more brilliantly, reflecting a soft glow in the moonlight. Bai Luo she pursued, and after taking a few steps, she encountered Kong Lingyu approaching with a furious expression, hurling insults. At that moment, Bai Luo she wished to avoid a confrontation, so she lowered her head, pretending not to see her, and walked past. The Great King had a close relationship with Yi Shui Tian from the North District, while Wang Yi was Yi Shui Tian's sworn enemy, thus maintaining a cold demeanor towards the Great King. Now that someone sought to step on the Great King to ascend, Yi Shui Tian would undoubtedly not remain idle, and it would be remiss for Wang Yu to miss out on this drama. Casting a reluctant glance at the giant wolf, Yen Kai stepped forward to pat the trembling wolf's head, then eagerly scrutinized the wall. As the saying goes, killing and arson lead to golden belts. Repairing bridges and roads leave no corpses. Today, saving your life bears little consequence. but I fear that one day you may turn and bring about my demise." The old beggar muttered to himself, shaking his head. Instinctively, Yin Kai retrieved 3 items from his storage bag to replace the offerings on the altar. Of course, this time Zhang Yi did not forget the gold and silver treasures. Upon revealing such valuable items, he was indeed overjoyed. This was a windfall. As night fell, Wang Shijiwen had successfully negotiated with several families, yet they deemed the sum of 10,000 taels excessive, so they agreed to accept only 5,000. The indestructible skill, known as the divine skill of King Kong, was passed down through generations. Although it was ostensibly a concealed inheritance, Zhang Suishan, In Su Su, and Xie Sun were all aware of it. The jade-faced fire monkey had also provided some explanation, though it was rather vague, merely allowing Xie Sun and others to marvel at Zhang Wuji's profound fortunes. Unlike Martina, who had employed her most formidable move from the outset, regrettably with little effect, it was inconceivable that she harbored no remorse. Old Mao did not possess any extraordinary techniques. His ability to manipulate dust relied solely on this orb. In Chapter 58, for the favor spoken of by Mu Liyan, Xu Xiaoxiao could only console Xu Ning. As for Xu Ning's eventual discovery that she would be working as Mu Liyan's assistant and her subsequent outburst, that was a matter for the future. Wan Anqing observed her pitiable demeanor, and his heart softened. He beckoned a waiter to bring her a little more rice. Thousand-faced deity, this is not the time for games. The Dark Mist Emperor could strike at any moment. You cannot focus solely on amusement. Do you understand? Han Ling spoke, her tone exceedingly formal and grave. Naturally, these activities sparked backlash in certain areas, resulting in conflicts between workers, farmers, soldiers, and the Red Guards. After running for about 5 minutes, a voice called out from that direction, "Lan An, what's wrong?" It was the voice of Wang Zhangwo, the eldest brother, whose voice had taken on an awkward tone during his adolescent transition, akin to a duck's quack. Chao Yimo's eyes brightened, then a hint of hesitation crossed her cheeks, culminating in a resolute sigh as she gestured for Dr. Xing to lower his head. Wan Anqing's heart trembled violently. He stepped forward, wishing to embrace her, only to be forcefully pushed away. Mu Liyan arrived only in the afternoon, and Shunning was unaware of the events that had transpired. Mu Liyan had suddenly transformed. Although she had previously witnessed his austere demeanor, this time it was tinged with an undercurrent of animosity. They were powerless to prevent the slaughter and sacrifice of the people of the Nine Yin, unable to thwart the theft of the 5 spirit pearls, and even less capable of halting the emergence of the Yin god. At that moment, however, a mischievous glint flickered in Long Jianfei's eyes, indicating that trouble was afoot. Shui Yuan and Hui Yuan stepped forward to support Ruofilia, whose face was ashen. Ruofilia glanced at the two, offering a bitter smile, her mouth filled with desolation. Li Zichen smiled faintly, tenderly stroking her hair before pulling Shui Qingyan closer and reclining. The flickering campfire illuminated the surroundings, casting a warm glow over the gently rippling lake. Before long, a carriage from the Liu family arrived, driven by their own coachman, who, after delivering them, led the horses aside to wait. With a clattering sound, the ghost-headed knife fell to the ground, and Yang Qing's right hand was suddenly marred by a deep gash. At that moment, Yang Qing realized the abundance of skilled individuals in the martial world. He felt a mix of shock and fury but dared not unleash it. His face flushed crimson as he glared at the one-eyed figure, clutching his injured hand in stunned silence. "What is your relationship with Jin Yang? Why have you been scheming to kill Shui Qinglan?" Di Renjia inquired further. Seeing that Ming Leirong was reluctant to elaborate, Xiongde refrained from casting another glance at him, deeming it irrelevant to his own matters. Xiao Weiqian, feeling humiliated, brandished his sword and bellowed, "If you do not step aside, I shall ensure you meet a grim fate." The onlookers, sensing his ferocity, dared not linger and hastily retreated into the city, cursing under their breath. Long Jianfei smiled faintly, and Afan perceived an aura of power emanating from his gaze. With a decisive motion, Long Jianfei brought his hand down, causing Afan's head to collide with the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. Lu Su's biological clock was unwaveringly precise, and upon awakening, he felt as if his bones were on the verge of disintegration. At that moment, Zhao Yao, seated within the carriage, seemed to sense something amiss and turned to observe the middle-aged man. At that time, although Lord Feng Wei appeared to be merely a human youth, his presence exuded a gentle yet formidable aura, seemingly capable of embracing all. Buin surveyed his surroundings and noted the thin layer of dust accumulating before the neighboring houses, except for this particular residence, which was evidently well kept. Though Li Feng instantly recognized the business mogul later dubbed the man behind the horse's dizziness, it was clear he had amassed a fortune in the billions. if not hundreds of billions, through the shares of the 40 thieves, living a life of ease abroad. They had initially presumed that Mu Qinxing had grown old. Believing this rival was finally on the brink of exiting the stage, the earth shattered beneath the tremendous impact of the dragon's colossal form, splitting open a chasm of 100 feet. Xie Jin's left hand, gripping the dragon's horn, went numb, and he instantly lost sensation, his head reeling as he collapsed to the ground. This cavern had been secretly orchestrated by Liu Bian, instructing Wang Kai and a few subordinates to utilize the skills of the raccoon armor to excavate for several days, all in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting upon the grand tent of Yel and Lua, it could almost be described as desolate, save for the daily roll call and the summons for military meetings. Each time I stepped through the threshold of my home, Li Shishir would rush to my side, scrutinizing me with utmost care. Every morning, she arose early, devising ways to prepare breakfast for me. Suddenly, Xie Jin faintly perceived a dissonant hum, akin to a turbulent flood breaking its banks. An unstoppable force unleashed by the formidable energy surrounding Su Huan Mountain, creating a tempest as sharp as a blade, shattering the void itself. The Demon Lord, witnessing Mo Tian carrying Zhao Huan into the distance, clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with envy and rage. Ling Xingchen, unfazed, wielded his sword with several swift motions, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that struck their chests, causing their blood to surge violently, leaving them weak and sputtering blood. Naturally, with Hu Jinghua's status, he could not afford to curry favor with Jingbua, and those aligned with Jingbua would not walk the same path as Hu Zhehua if they were at odds with the Yi family. Mo Xiang firmly believed in Zhou Jingjing's words. Firstly, she wished to repay a debt of gratitude, and secondly, she felt an inexplicable affinity towards Zhou Zhengzheng that she could not refuse. What are you two quarreling about? Come inside. The low yet authoritative voice of Sheng Nanping resonated. Despite exhausting his utmost efforts, divine physician Hua could only concoct a single elixir, and now, in his old age, he lacked the strength to brew another. However, as the deputy director of the presidential office, Vladimir did not incorporate the matter into the scope of the Bright Spear initiative due to a lack of understanding of his background. Thus, the pursuit of Bright Spear's participation in the operation was orchestrated by a general in the name of the military. In Chapter 59, Su Chaqing paused momentarily. Recognizing the voice as that of the elder who had previously inquired about his report, how could such a scene unfold? Upon waking, Yun Wei felt a heaviness in her eyelids and dryness in her throat, taking a moment to fully open her eyes. The nearly complete page, devoid of any typographical errors, indicated a diligent effort in its writing. Pei Shi was taken aback, her eyes widening, struggling to maintain composure upon hearing of a deep, tormented love. Luo Qianyu, though reluctant, complied with her sister's wishes upon observing her expression. Shortly thereafter, a bloodied, lifeless figure draped in white was dragged forth by the elder in black, as if it were mere refuse tossed to the ground. She donned a cream-colored woolen coat, her long curls cascading freely, devoid of makeup, presenting a naturally graceful appearance. He Shuefeng, having just completed her skincare routine, emerged to find Yu Zheng crouched by the door, peering through the crack. Su Haobai and Appos, S. Adam and Appos, S. Apple bobbed as he swallowed. Perhaps parched from running, his throat dry. Upon seeing such an alluring throat, Nangong Qianyu couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly averting her gaze from Su Haobai. A vast wave of energy surged forth, igniting a searing heat, sparks flying in all directions, igniting the zombies and setting them ablaze. As Bei Meng was about to utter the illustrious name of their sleepless abode, he was abruptly seized by the shoulder by Luo Qianhan. Turning around, Li Nan ascended to the side of the elderly man who had previously played the Suona and sung in the chain opera. Yet, the old man seemed somewhat hard of hearing and remained unresponsive despite Li Nan's repeated calls. The interplay of power and economy creates an immediate distinction among those surrounding it, a profound realization that Tong Li Kai had come to understand in recent days. However, it was rumored that the revered Yun Mengzhenren had taken only one disciple, the orphaned heir of the former Marquis of Qizhou, who was bestowed the title of Jiuhuang Princess by the Empress Dowager. Thus, if the individual before them claimed to be a disciple of Yun Mengzhenren, who then was she? Li Nan gestured with an upward thumb to the pained expressions of Kugua and Lin Hai, urging them to hasten upstairs. Yuqing, are you pondering over your father's matters? Ningxia quietly approached, noticing Ling Yuqing lost in thought while holding a pendant. Arrogant, is it? So, are you saying that this old coot has no intention of following my instructions? Yunlong Jian aimed his fiery spear at Qingxiu. Perhaps the effects of the medicine were taking hold, as Cheng Wuyo's wound began to tremble slightly, and with each quiver, a viscous liquid oozed forth, dripping onto the ground. Should the Taffa prepare to expose itself, a wiser choice would be to first utilize the power of Tianda aiming to rescue Danshan, thus preserving Danhao's life as well. I have yet to reach the realm of establishing a principality. How can I speak of advancing to the true martial realm? Although Danshan had already harnessed the power of shattering, achieving heights unattainable by many in the principality realm, he remained a pinnacle practitioner of the Xuanwu realm until he established his own dominion. Very well, the regiment commander shall arrive at approximately 9:30 tomorrow. I will call for you then, Chu Xue responded with a nod. Han Wanchuan, having received the baozi, understood that Zhang Luyang was preoccupied and thus refrained from intrusion, opting to share the dumplings with Jiutian and Liuzi. However, the arrows fell, piercing the wooden planks like nails yet failing to penetrate the sturdy boards or harm the players below. Senior, since I did not venture into the white time realm, may I reclaim my 100,000 coins? I inquired with a smile. Fragments of a pale white hue tumbled from the gaping maw of the otherworldly demonate. Those were the remnants of Li Li's skull. Chunks of indistinct flesh battered the ground blanketed with decaying leaves, and from the vibrations of the earth beneath Muhan's feet, a rustling sound intermittently echoed, resembling a certain call. The two continued their conversation on other matters, while Xiao Qianquan drove steadily, eschewing the rapid pace he had exhibited upon their arrival, thus allowing the two in the back seat to savor the scenery. The 5 discarded children, 3 of whom were dull-witted and 2 physically impaired, had led many to say that Butcher Li had taken too many lives, and heaven was now exacting its retribution upon him. Zhao Baiming's voice carried a hint of fatigue as he mentioned being busy, then abruptly ended the call after sending Mu Xian an unfamiliar address. Tao Zijuan was momentarily taken aback. After all, she had occupied the position of cousin for quite some time. Was she to sit in the side hall? How much longer must she wait? He was not perpetually cheerful, nor was he always optimistic and sunny. There lingered within him a trace of melancholy. Amiel's right eyelid twitched incessantly, and for reasons unknown. An ominous premonition settled within her heart, an inexplicable feeling that something was destined to transpire. In response to his heartfelt words, Ashu remained unimpressed, lying motionless against his chest, not uttering a single word. He had turned over a new leaf and embarked on a path of redemption. Though the road ahead was long, hope had begun to glimmer. She was the manager of the Qianlong Tower, hailing from a noble lineage, yet now she found herself in a most undignified situation. Having her garments removed by Yi Kuang and being compelled to serve drinks, all in full view of the public. Bring them up. A voice of formidable authority resonated throughout the land, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens. It was none other than the conqueror himself. His primordial sacred body had grown even more formidable, having unlocked an additional meridian. With 2 meridians now activated, his divine physique surged in power. At that moment, a handsome man clad in white, wielding a paper fan, materialized silently in the grand hall of the heavenly court. He was the avatar of Yi Kuang. Ding Dan sat contemplatively in her office chair, seemingly unfazed by the earlier jesting. My father has given me 3 days to negotiate with you. Should the talks falter, he may pursue further collaboration with the Chen family, which would pose even greater risks, Ding stated earnestly. This young man stood 8 feet tall, adorned in a blue robe, upon which 2 skulls were emblazoned, perhaps a symbol of some sect. The urban dwellers of this era were far more unfortunate than before. Once, even city life allowed for travel, but now, excursions were confined to local parks. For those fortunate enough, there existed mountains and rivers. For others, merely the botanical gardens sufficed. It was difficult to ascertain whether he truly embodied the pinnacle of a 9th-level Star King, and even less so as a Star Emperor, throughout this entire ordeal. There had been no sense of any stellar energy emanating from him. At this moment, Chushin's inner fury ignited completely. Damn it. Not only did this fellow strike me, but he also broadcast it on social media, making it known to all. Entering the Imperial Palace posed no challenge, for today, my designs were intended for its use. I trust that Elder Chu will surely employ your blueprints, Yin Zhao affirmed confidently, believing this task to be easily achievable. His entire being was shrouded in darkness. His hair singed slightly, particularly his head and face, which were enveloped in a thick layer of soot. It suddenly dawned on him that the first batch of medicine had been incinerated, causing the explosion that left all the concoction splattered upon him. Yesterday, during Zhao Mu's recounting, the turmoil within Zhao Palace stemmed from Chang'an Jun's infatuation with the comforts of court life, his reluctance to serve as a hostage in Qi, resulting in a series of dramatic displays that compelled Empress Zhao to intervene. Yet, once Wei Si Jun departed, the elder statesman Yin Shun, whom he had chosen, passed away, and the dire consequences of the political balance he had once orchestrated became apparent. A mere child of 7 or 8 years was entirely unfit for battle. Lu Feiyong instructed the knight beside him to escort the child away. However, at that moment, he found no inclination to lament, for upon lifting his gaze, he beheld his sports car veering off course due to the morning breeze and Oppo's collision. His vehicle hurtled straight towards a great tree. In a frantic response, he slammed down on the brakes. Lu Li's delayed realization dawned upon him. They must be acquainted, and indeed, they seemed to be a couple. Su Zhixia was momentarily taken aback by the gentle voice, her intuition whispering that today's wedding harbored additional unforeseen events. Their towering stature, even clad in suits, made their prominent musculature apparent, exuding an aura of danger that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Should this scheme succeed, Xiaohe would undoubtedly find herself irrevocably blacklisted by Mu Basin. The Xiao family, having dominated the diamond industry for generations, had amassed numerous adversaries globally due to their monopolistic practices. Gu Qingyu sipped water, his heart a maelstrom of emotions, fully aware that it was all an illusion. In Xiaohe's heart, there was no place for him. He perceived that Wang Hui was truly adept at navigating the intricacies of politics, showcasing remarkable leadership prowess. Upon hearing those words, Shintang sighed and lifted her gaze to meet Bo Ye's, only to find herself caught in another pair of eyes. He understood that as long as the chief was in good spirits, matters could not veer too far astray. If the chief was reprimanding him, that merely signified a release of frustration, indicating he was still regarded as one of their own. Clearly, while Shaoqin single-handedly dismantled the dynamics beyond the Divine Crossing forest, rendering it his own private sanctuary, Han Yong regarded the world outside as merely a trivial squabble. Yang Xiao could effortlessly have the guardian beast emperor safeguard Su Lian and her companions. Tang Zhetian could not dare to cause chaos. The 6th prince of Suimo Star, Xianyuan Kongling, along with the 3rd prince Xianyuan Huangxi and the 9th prince Xianyuan Jiahong, were unwilling to accept their impending disappearance from the power structure of Suimo Star, prompting them to instigate a coup. The first wave unleashed 10 colossal crossbows, each armed with massive flaming arrows that illuminated the sky upon release. The face of the cowering Cui Dao turned pale, as the formidable might of the crossbows rendered the ordinary minions utterly defenseless. At that moment, a gigantic cloud-leaping leopard approached in search of food, an ancient divine beast from the Bloodstar. A single cub of this breed could effortlessly vanquish 10 blood lions and 30 blood leopards, while an adult could contend with 1 or 2 blood dragons. Luo Chuxue had no desire to accompany the dark empire of the setting sun into oblivion. He was willing to remain steadfast. Yet under the existence of the Blood Dragon City Lord Sui Hongye, he dared not publicly incite rebellion. They were unable to offer any assistance to the Spirit Clan Prince Ling Rouge, instead continuously hindering his efforts. Apologies for my oversight. Lu Zhixuan slightly nodded. Instructing the waiter to refill Shu He's cup with cappuccino, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Hua Shishir appeared excessively agitated, her cheeks flushed, and her large eyes glimmering with unshed tears. He had yet to voice one more thought. Even should the universe housing the sacred realm suffer calamity, at the very least, humanity retained its final safeguard, for the heroic spirit of the ancient overlord was protecting the northern Xinyuan domain. Contemplating this, Captain Locke suddenly recalled the suspicious troops he had just encountered, and upon quickly discerning their numbers and the discrepancies in height, he abruptly stood up. The visage of the deceased had been ravaged beyond recognition by wolves, yet it was still evident that he was a foreigner, while the individual in the photograph possessed distinctly Eastern features. Yes, Mr. Fong, I shall. What do you mean by that, Mr. Fong? The gaunt security guard's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with trepidation as he glanced at him. Otherwise, in the current strength of the Divine Emperor's Hall, aside from Xue Shisan and Yuling Dianzun, and the monkey who was on the verge of transcending to the great sovereign, there were no other forces of such caliber. I am leaving. Li Jiamin, her eyes ablaze with emotion, stormed out, while Xing Yuan hastily picked up the bag of chocolates she had discarded and rushed after her. Lu Zhixuan smiled faintly and turned towards the car's trunk, retrieving a carefully prepared gift. The subordinates of Air, tasked with safeguarding Qing Afeng, had no choice but to yield, allowing her to swiftly drive away in her battered vehicle. Observing Qin Weiwei, who appeared rather unwell, Ling Zhodian felt a surge of frustration but decided to prioritize the immediate matters at hand. Meanwhile, Zhou Jian, who had been waiting outside for a while, harbored some resentment but, recognizing the necessity of Liang's assistance, suppressed his discontent and forced a few smiles. At the very least, the true master of the 9 great wonders concealed in the shadows, must be the most formidable entity within the alliance. The individuals at the rendezvous made no objections, each clasping their fists in respect to the esteemed elder before proceeding towards their respective destinations. The two prominent figures, Lu Ji and Su Song, were both capable of reaching the rank of prime minister. Neither could be considered a mere candle in the wind. Moreover, Su Song neither belonged to the new faction nor aligned with the old. "Dad, what's the matter?" Yi Junjia, unaware of the conversation on the phone, inquired with curiosity. Thus, when the master and disciple were together, the most common sight was one basking in the sun, one wide-eyed and dazed, while the other rested with eyes closed in tranquil repose. The truth cannot remain concealed forever, should Qing Yin resolutely decide to abandon Anqing. Even her awareness of the situation would alter nothing. The more Lu Xing pondered, the angrier he became. "That scoundrel, I shall teach him a lesson." Lu Sheng seethed with rage. Yet, it was too late. Zhang Donghai now envisioned a broader horizon and harbored grander aspirations. The vast expanse of stars and seas beckoned him to explore. Xiao Shura appeared to possess a refined palate. Her spirits high as she regaled Li Tianqi with an endless stream of culinary delights, each dish distinct and unrepeatable. Gu Fingling's expression shifted slightly. "It is the Qinglong protector." With a leap, he unsheathed his sword and lunged at the ferocious beast. Shangguan Feiyan and the other four, all disciples of the heavenly martial sect, observed the Qinglong protector's weakening state and swiftly charged, swords drawn, towards the menacing creature. An object was hurled from the shadows, descending towards Li Tianqi, who, uncertain of its intent, whether foe or friend, hesitated to catch it, and the object appeared poised to crash to the ground. In a moment of urgency, Li Tianqi dashed from the cover of the trees, just as a silver needle shot towards him from behind. However, forewarned, he swiftly executed a maneuver to narrowly evade it. The man's strides were deliberate and powerful, each step seemingly imbued with a marvelous rhythm that created an extraordinary illusion, as if he were gracefully dancing on a bed of lotus blossoms. The snow atop several peaks had now completely settled into the valley below. While the fate of Jin Wanqing and his companions remained uncertain, those fleeing towards the gorge must have met a grim end. From behind the tree trunk, one could observe dozens encircling three masked figures, undoubtedly the brothers of Qiu Wanjian. It struck Kuchingqing as odd that, in broad daylight and before such a gathering, they would choose to conceal their faces, yet her fear of discovery kept her silent. She then proceeded to the kitchen with the bowl previously used by Old Master Lei. When the chef returned, he had brought another bowl for Old Master Lei, this time in a new vessel. The aroma wafting through the air was familiar to the flat-headed brother. It was the delightful scent of honey, judging by the intensity of the fragrance. This honey was likely not ordinary, but rather of a monstrous caliber, presenting an irresistible temptation for him. Jin Sanyang waved her hand, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then invited Tao Zhuohua into her chamber, where she solemnly presented a box made of golden silk namma. "What is that?" a voice suddenly called out, revealing that several square iron boxes had appeared around them, slowly advancing. Such immense primordial power seemed to impose considerable restrictions on any potential combat within, and facing the consuming beast would only compound their uncertainties. Shui Hao's expression grew grave, a hint of worry creasing his face. "Let us first visit Barris," he suggested. After conferring with Yao Lin and Yuan Zhan, Dongfang Xiao made his way towards headquarters, which was merely a few minutes from his laboratory, intending to see what matters Barris wished to discuss. Though she had obtained the sole manuscript she desired and was adorned in a gown more exquisite than usual, her countenance bore an unsettling dimness, as if she had suffered a profound blow, leaving her distraught and dazed. In the 62nd chapter, Imo Wanong sat on the carpet before a floor-to-ceiling window, leaning against a pile of cushions and fabric dolls, engrossed in music while conversing with Yu Shanshan, who resided far to the north in Tibet. "Is that so?" Qin Wufu scrutinized Yan Shuyu with a gaze sharp as a knife, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of her soul. The remaining adversaries, upon witnessing this, hastily donned their clothing and armed themselves, their disarray eliciting a chuckle. Once they were equipped, the assailants began to shoot at Wang Bao incessantly. "When the third brother falls, it will be the day of reckoning for these curs," the fourth prince remarked. At that moment, Tang Shiming, diligently reviewing the company's developments from his office atop the Tang Corporation building, let out a sneeze, startling those nearby who were typing away at their computers. Zhang Xiaoyang was left speechless. The events that followed were rather straightforward. He had simply subdued the thin man with a couple of punches. Yet how could he articulate such a tale? It was only natural not to believe. But what if they did believe? Would that not render him a freak? Ha ha, how foolish of me to forget in my moment of joy. Lin Shuxia quickly explained to the nurse. The man, resembling a sunlit figure, stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura akin to that of a king surveying his realm, instilling a sense of inadequacy among the skilled individuals present. "We pay homage to your excellency." The Marquis of the Underworld was the first to react, pulling Mingzhan into the void and kneeling, performing a profound gesture of respect. Breathing became rapid and labored. Despite the overwhelming feelings of shame and anger within her, Yuan maintained a facade of composure, fully aware of the man's intentions. She understood that displaying her indignation would only serve to inflate his pride further. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had become entangled with Xiahou Su, their emotions deepening to an inseparable bond, leading to a state of love and hatred. Initially, she had fiercely resisted, mockingly deriding this young man, but unexpectedly, fate had drawn them closer, resulting in unexpected connections. Calmly, the Royal City Supervisory Office, an institution owned by the monarchy tasked with overseeing officials and gathering intelligence, had been notably discreet in recent years. What prompted their sudden resurgence? On one hand, there was the promise of further advancement. On the other, it took immense effort to ascend to a higher level, with an uncertain number of reward points required for the next elevation. After a day and night of travel, the group drew closer to the sealed city. However, as the distance diminished, they could palpably sense the oppressive tension in the air. Observing Qing Feng and Ruan Yu fall silent, their expressions suddenly shifting, Jin Liuyan, though not entirely understanding, could discern the implications. He ceased to regard them and instead crouched down, his ears subtly twitching as he attentively listened to the sounds emanating from the forest. This statement set a tone, suggesting that if there were no news within 10 minutes, Wang Xie would take his leave. Upon hearing this, Jin Hui inwardly regretted her earlier overreaction. Maintaining a calm demeanor at such a critical juncture of life and death was no trivial task. Gently, she inserted a hairpin adorned with lotus seeds into Li Wuxing's tresses, stepping back to scrutinize her work. It could be said that since the tsunami, this incident had resulted in perhaps the highest number of casualties to date. Before long, the sounds of battle approached, and Lin Xiangfen called out, "The commander is here." His voice resonated, echoing for miles. With a moment's distraction, several hidden weapons struck him. But fortunately, they were from a distance, their force diminished and not penetrating deeply. He swiftly rose from the bed and approached the window, pushing it open to gaze into the air. There, a dark swarm of crows circled ominously over the entire Shaoqing, while on the streets to the west, numerous inheritors stood ready for battle. Upon hearing this, the two immediately exited the command tent atop the platform. Looking down to see within the encirclement of the Tian Society members, a man in yellow was scanning the area, seemingly dismissive of everyone around him. "Please speak candidly. No need for pleasantries. I, Wu, am all ears," Wu Weiye responded earnestly, showing no sign of retreat. "What has become of the missing princess of the lake?" Ye Haim, seated behind ladies with Santiao, inquired with concern. "Please, Lord He Yuan, enlighten us." Lord Chong Yuan's expression instantly transformed with surprise, and the remaining commanders turned their gazes towards He Yuan Xin. The reason she refrained from seeking Jun Mo Shi in the prison was that she understood Xiao Qinghan merely intended to use Jun Mo Shi as bait to harm Jun Mo Chun or Jun Mo Xian, aiming to ensnare them when they attempted a rescue, thus facilitating their capture. In the 6th round, the naval participants required no speculation, as only one formidable figure capable of commanding general-level strength remained among them, that being the Grand Admiral Sengoku himself. "You must be young Master Jun," the physician exclaimed with palpable excitement, inwardly reflecting that he had finally accomplished a task for the 7th prince, feeling an immense sense of relief. Around the hour of Qin Shuang finally awakened. At that moment, Zhao Air had already brought water for washing, quietly waiting by the bedside. The black bear monster displayed utmost respect towards him. Although it could not speak, its eyes conveyed its sentiments. This led to a group of individuals, each able to rise the next day, including Li Ping'an, who struggled to get up with a pale face, groggy and incessantly murmuring. The aircraft had stabilized in flight, and an increasing number of passengers began to rise and gather around, causing the attendants to momentarily lose control of the situation. Lu Xian was a savior, and now Ji Zhaoyao harbored no resentment towards Lu Xian. Instead, she found him enigmatic yet honorable, worthy of profound friendship. However, Ji Zhaoyao searched the venue in vain for Lu Xian, anxiety creeping in. Before long, Zhong Yaohuan sighed softly and turned to Zhao Jian. The breathtakingly still scene dissolving into fragments, merging into darkness. Disappointment flickered in Zhao Jian's eyes. How long have you been following Jiang Zhihua? Lu Jiajun turned to observe the reflection of faces in the rearview mirror. Instantly, all nearby immortals were astonished by the sight. How audacious to act against someone in the Xiansong continent. Zhao Hongyun first took a step back, acknowledging that he and his companions had indeed erred. Then cleverly redirected the blame onto Sun Lanlan while subtly hinting at Dr. Lu for support. Such maneuvering was remarkably astute. Were it not for the usual aid, one might have easily believed this narrative. How could this be? Where are my ghost soldiers? Cui Hui lamented, utterly tormented and screaming in anguish. The wilderness lay quiet, two bodies entwined in slumber. What an ambiguous moment, how exquisite, a rare opportunity. Yet, as the Dream Master Yuan stated, Huang Shaotian was not of this starry realm. If he had departed, this calamity should have subsided. Since that moment in Kara, the mist in the verdant swamp had thickened, and the corrosive force began to require deliberate counteraction. Many were compelled to utilize divine weaponry and barriers to safeguard themselves, expending even more energy to confront the encircling green fog. Renfan and Zhouyu intertwined, with Zhouyu's mouth numb from biting down, barely avoiding dislocation. Lacking the strength to extricate himself, Lu Yun, accustomed to wielding a spear, may find it challenging to adapt to the use of an axe, particularly as he is not a strength-based warrior. Thus, the effectiveness of the axe may not surpass that of the spear. Duke Yanis exclaimed loudly, "No. The Count is the most loyal." The young Duke held Indrita tightly, who embraced him as if he were her own son. This area was the most crowded, while Lin Yu found himself in a sparsely populated place, with only a handful of individuals present. It was a typical tale of multiple protagonists, transforming elements, brimming with love and friendship, where righteousness triumphs over evil. Qin Han nodded in agreement. As one who embarked on a self-driven journey, he ought to refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Listening to the faintly discernible words, it seemed to involve some illicit dealings, existing in a gray area where even Song Gaiyan's revelation of his police identity could not impose sanctions upon these two. However, next year, the agency would formally intensify its efforts, promoting Aragaki Yui to enhance her visibility, necessitating utmost caution. The war erupted unexpectedly and ended just as abruptly, leaving humanity feeling as though they had taken a roller coaster ride, while ordinary people remained oblivious to the myriad hidden dark motives behind the conflict. Regardless, Kawahara Yoji, in his pursuit of advantage, had refrained from signing a work contract, opting instead to pay based on hourly wages. Thus, when Qin Han recruited individuals, he encountered no difficulties. He could only express gratitude for Kawahara Yoji's penchant for profit, which inadvertently aided his cause. From the very beginning, everyone lacked experience, but after several days of practical engagement, their skills became increasingly sophisticated and coordinated. He was confident that his acupoint striking technique could subdue Duan Yue, who posed no threat to him without her martial prowess. The three princesses, along with the gentlemen and ladies, including Master Yang and I, bowed in a most courteous manner, maintaining a gentle demeanor even after boarding the car. However, upon learning that the military had arranged for them to stay in a grand hotel, they expressed dissatisfaction. Madame Wu smiled and remarked that there was no need to stay in a hotel. The elder appeared to be around 70 years of age, at least in outward appearance. However, the true age of martial cultivators, aside from the young, is often indiscernible. Particularly, the profound light emanating from the elder's eyes hinted at a wealth of deep experiences. The two women, one living under another's roof and the other a humble concubine, found themselves in an unfavorable situation, and after the incident, they dared not mention it again. They increasingly felt the grand mansion was utterly filthy and refused to stroll in the garden any longer. Surrounding the Five Elements building were the disciples of the five schools, arranged in a sequence where the fire school was adjacent to the water school beside the gold school next to the earth school, and the earth and fire schools flanking the wood school. This seemingly random arrangement was, in fact, a premeditated strategy by Qing Hong, designed to facilitate their complete annihilation. Bai Shaozi willingly accepted the unilateral thoughts that normal individuals like Tang Tang could not fathom. "I must say no," she declared. Qing Hong's ruby lips curled into a smile, radiating an enchanting glow. Although she appeared to smile, the chill within her expression surpassed the frost of a winter's day. However, despite employing every conceivable form of torture, extracting the names of other spies from his lips proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Wang Kai, with a sense of pride, had his large tail swaying back and forth, exuding an air of contentment. Upon recognizing the call from his father, Yuban offered a faint smile and effortlessly answered the phone with a swipe of his finger. The facade of a rogue belied a deeper complexity. Gu Junlin felt a tinge of embarrassment at the flattery he received. With a sudden roar, a gust of bloody wind swept past his nose, and an enormous beast leapt forth from the forest. It abandoned its 28 stone statues, vanishing entirely from Li Mu Yang's gaze. Standing at the edge of the Ark of the World, he faced a swirling tempest of dark sand, within which lurked colossal phantoms and the haunting echoes of anguished wails. Note 1. Conditions of use. The target individual may only ingest this pill when they are on the brink of death or, upon assessment by this system, when it is determined that they cannot survive beyond 1 month, given the current medical conditions of the world. In the afternoon, rain began to pour once more. Ji Changru soaked his legs in a steaming medicinal barrel, numerous silver needles inserted at various acupoints. Much like conducting business, one cannot expect every venture to yield profit. Thus, if fortune does not favor, investing in stocks may lead to losses, she remarked. Xia Xiaoyu smiled as she took a garment into the bathroom to change out of her nightgown. Indeed, once the proud areas were concealed by the shirt, my focus waned. I assisted Lin Aoxue in retrieving the breakfast from the plastic bag. As soon as I opened the lid, the enticing aroma instantly awakened Nan Gonglu. He Santlang suppressed a surge of frustration that he could not release, which only intensified the expressions on his face. The luminous spheres we have prepared contain phosphorescent powder and emit a blue flame. If feasible, it could serve as a solution. As she spoke, Xian produced 2 black spherical objects with 2 holes plugged with stoppers. Upon clarifying his thoughts, Sunan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Yet fatigue began to settle in, mainly due to the restless night before. He withdrew his mental energy and succumbed to a deep slumber. Go, go, go. What range? You must ensure you think of a solution immediately. I felt a surge of urgency. It was the first time I had ever reacted this way. Suddenly, he felt that fate had been exceedingly unjust to him, perceiving himself as the most wretched and pitiable individual in the world. On her way back to school, Tian struggled to conceal her inner joy. As she walked, she imagined the expressions of her classmates when they beheld her new appearance. Zhu Gaoya's arrangement had ample justification for Jin Chanzi's acceptance. Firstly, among the remaining 3, Jin Chanzi possessed the highest cultivation level, which translated to the strongest combat capability, making him the most reassuring choice to protect Princess Mata. Wang Zihao glanced at the backpack beside him, using his foot to nudge it aside, revealing half a bag of money. At that moment, those around them seemed to notice, and murmurs of discussion began to circulate. Instruct everyone to prepare for a journey to the ancestral land of the ancient divine race. Perhaps we may encounter the gourd. The world-destroying demon dragon ordered one of his subordinates. General Wei, I humbly bow before you on behalf of my descendants, Li Su. Upon uttering these words, Li Su performed a respectful gesture. With the awakening of the true eye of the world, Li Ming silently contemplated that this might be the final occasion he would employ this extraordinary vision. Lu Feng exhaled in relief. The Huang Bo, transformed from the evil soul fire, represented merely another form of life. Lu Feng further mused that the evil soul fire might very well be a fusion of a celestial grievance spirit within this realm, thus gaining consciousness. Otherwise, it would not be entirely restrained by his own Taoist rhythm. I do not seek to unravel such mysteries. My sole desire is to comprehend why the Hulu Taoist failed in his previous life. The world-destroying demon dragon remarked nonchalantly. In a state of panic, Chun hastily shifted his gaze toward Huang Yan, hoping for his master's swift intercession on his behalf. I understand now. I shall attend to it immediately. Observing the sinister smile upon Ennis's face, Cordis felt a shiver run down his spine, wishing fervently to terminate the conversation, as though prolonging their exchange for even a second would lead to nightmares. Once the white mist dissipated entirely, the emerald green gown adorning Hui Yin transformed into a resplendent white dress, accentuating her perfectly sculpted figure, pure and immaculate, akin to a white lotus unfurling in bloom. I speak not of another, but of our dear my swayer. What do you think? The towering elder stated directly. His body thrashed violently, his tail striking one of the orc members of the Expeditionary Alliance, sending him crashing into the river. Primarily, Elder Bai felt immense pity for the child, having lost their mother at birth, thus showering them with affection. As time passed and their bond deepened, the thought of sending the child away faded. The people of Shenzhen City recognized the necessity of education for their children, yet their financial constraints rendered them unable, necessitating a wait of a decade or more, sacrificing an entire generation in the process. From the perspective of the reward terms, the contract offered by Yang Jinzu was relatively favorable, even slightly exceeding Wang Nua's expectations. Fang Go smiled confidently, preparing to boast, when suddenly his expression changed. feeling an overwhelming force surging within him. A popular analyst could select their investment team, while a formidable analyst could compel the collaborating investment team to reduce the cost of purchasing sell-side research services. Ming Han's words exuded a sense of yearning. Chapter 65. The issue of level advancement. Having completed 1/5 of the task, Li Tian felt more formidable than ever. Not only was there an abundance of lamb and mare's milk wine, but they also distributed the furs and miscellaneous items seized from the Mongol invaders, ensuring that everything chaotic was initially allocated to them. Brother Wan, might I be granted the privilege to behold the severed heads of the invaders and the captives? Ma Xianglin, skeptical, directly inquired. With Yu Hu leading the way and Li Lianyun following. Upon exiting the Qianqing palace, Yu Hu gazed skyward, feeling as though he had just endured a life-and-death ordeal. He exhaled deeply. The autumn night was cool yet refreshing. Only the individual responsible for the teleportation felt a mix of despair and relief as they silently activated the teleportation array, knowing that Li Tian had been transported away. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaodian appeared somewhat perplexed. He picked up a spiritual weapon and, with a slight exertion, a crisp crack resonated through the air. Yin Su nodded, offering a respectful gesture to the three elders before striding out of the ancestral hall's secret chamber. Behind Yin Su, the massive door of the chamber slowly closed. Previously, it would require the combined effort of over 10 disciples to even budge this iron gate. Yet now it closed on its own accord. Jiu Yao, recalling his words, could not help but think of that coffin. Judging by this, it was indeed highly probable that the merchants had been sealed within it, suffocated to death. After a moment of surprise, Li Tian quickly reacted, pulling up his attributes panel to examine the teacher category within the profession classifications. Upon hearing that it was the younger generation of Zhongzhou, who possessed considerable knowledge about the Dark Emperor, Jiang Yitian readily agreed. All secrets contained within would be revealed to the world, yet simultaneously, the most formidable weapons and powerful beings would also emerge. He Wei was anxious about any potential mishaps and repeatedly cautioned Yi Lingtian against withdrawing from the engagement, while also advising Chen Xiaoran to swiftly secure Yunboi. Du Jiqing extended his fist, a flicker of indignation gleaming in his eyes, seemingly on the verge of a fierce altercation. Although Dugubo had stated that he could freely experiment with the herbs, he would not take this lightly. It was courteous and respectful to consult the owner beforehand. Ludi perceptively sensed something amiss. When he turned, Liang Dong had already shifted his gaze elsewhere, leaving Zhou Xia completely oblivious to the situation. However, the inheritance of the martial soul had significant flaws. The Jiutian Ni Huang sect vanished from the Spirit Master realm nearly a century ago due to these deficiencies, and for almost 100 years, no Spirit Master with the Phoenix martial soul had appeared in the world. Yet when Yunji noticed that the main quest progress had advanced, he hesitated momentarily before shutting off the projection. Sui Jia was aware of his affluent background. Perhaps acquiring a rudimentary firearm was feasible, but she still found it hard to believe he could procure such high-quality standard weaponry. It was not merely a matter of wealth, and she hesitated to inquire about its source, fearing that such a question would imply her own inadequacy, thus losing her edge in the conversation. Indeed, Yu Shixing had brought her to the bed, not allowing her to resist, leading her to believe that the eventual outcome would be one of intimacy. Merely to consume her milk, Sumubai called for Wu Zhijio to assist and simultaneously retrieved a package from the aircraft, handing it to a subordinate soldier with instructions for the plan. The package undoubtedly contained the ether and anesthetic gun that Su Mubai had requested. At this moment, within the midst of the gambling arena, the intensity of the combat between both parties had reached a fever pitch. My friend, you have been ensnared by the fox spirit. Allow me to capture it. Huang Daxian shouted as he pursued, attempting to strike, though each sword swing merely cut through the air. Endless confusion enveloped Du Mui as she listened. She had never heard of spiritual energy being absorbed first and then gradually integrated. In truth, this arrangement was intentional on the part of the sect, designed to instill a higher ambition within the outer disciples, thereby motivating them to strive even harder. I shall assign my subordinates to commence a search throughout the city for those void creatures. Naturally, I implore you to refrain from intervening. I wish to hunt them and augment my strength, Estes beseeched. Geshalin, bewildered by Lu Yan's usual candor, speculated that he had suddenly lost his wits. How could he speak the truth? If he were to inform the Grand Alliance Master that their physical forms had not arrived here, it would spell disaster. Thus, he hurriedly shook his head. I beg you, release me. Once freed, I shall enter into a pact with you. Noticing their indifference, Tao Tai lowered his voice and beseeched Hellion City. Elder Ji, accompanied by Tianqing, glided gracefully towards a verdant peak, controlling the mist beneath them to descend gently, ultimately arriving at a spacious clearing at the very center of the summit. Meanwhile, Danmei, without reservation, unleashed his signature technique, which had not been demonstrated before Mu Yun and the others. As the ancient drew ever closer, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and leapt aside, narrowly evading the Elder and Appo's impending strike. In the cold night, Feng Ling, observing Wang Ling and Appo's formidable palm strike, could only reluctantly sheath her sword to guard her chest, swiftly retreating. When Wang Ling's powerful palm struck her, she deftly shifted to minimize the damage. Chapter 66, and Xin utilized her spiritual energy to gently push the door, which opened silently. She soared into the courtyard, cautiously circling before halting in front of the practice chamber in the front yard. Zhou Huan deliberately articulated his intentions clearly. He did not wish to claim the credit for this accomplishment, lest King Ying misunderstand and perceive ulterior motives. Just moments ago, during his breakthrough in cultivation, the principles of the universe and the profound nuances of the Tao vividly unfolded before him. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in comprehension, so engrossed that he was entirely unaware of how captivated he had become. Fortunately, Nan Chaqing, considering the cultivation level of Bai Lu, intentionally slowed his pace, allowing Bai Lu to exert every effort to keep up with him. Tu Ruan observed the increasingly brilliant golden light overhead, his expression growing more somber. He could surmise the intentions of these deities. Nan Duo felt a tumult in her heart. If possible, she yearned to chastise that venerable Long Sunday alas. She pondered what Brother Zhai might be doing now. If he were aware of her insatiable greed that had led her into such a predicament, he might very well be driven to madness. In truth, when Nan Duo refrained from smiling, it was one thing, but if she were to genuinely smile, it would undoubtedly be a sight that could captivate nations. Once he completed this task, the iron shovel was finally entrusted to Mo Qing, who then began to replicate the previous actions. After him came Mo Lu, followed by Mo Ling, as the process continued to be passed down. Before Mo he laid 2 jade coins, 1 blue and 1 silver. The blue coin distinctly contained an understanding of the water path and a remarkable reservoir of magical energy, while the silver coin emanated a potent force of thunder. Wu Nana let out a helpless smile, saying, "How could they possibly refrain from wrongdoing towards us?" The moment we entered, it was as if we had willingly delivered ourselves into their hands, allowing them to treat us as they wish. Flander, restrain that shape-shifting soul beast, Tang Hao declared, brandishing the Haotian hammer as he advanced. Although salvation from late-stage cancer is nearly impossible, should there be any assistance to offer, one would certainly not turn a blind eye. Completely dazzled by the melodramatic plot and the illusion of a white moonlight filter, Feng Si, devoid of normal reasoning, gazed earnestly at Qingzhou. Suddenly, Li Qianqian sprang from her seat and dashed to the entrance, positioning herself as a physical barrier against the door. The Chuannan army found itself beset by both internal strife and external threats. Jingzhou, a significant granary, would provide immense financial benefit to the Chuannan forces if they could vanquish the Xuanwu army before early summer. Behind the sword Doluo loomed a colossal blue figure, wielding the immense 7-killing sword, instantly enveloping the vicinity in a terrifying aura of sword intent, with countless deep sword marks appearing on the ground and tree trunks alike. Rong Wang reminisced about his brother's reluctance. He believed that if they were in the bathroom, he would undoubtedly succeed, as it was certainly not a matter of hesitance in touching her. "Mom, you can rest assured," Zhang Sun replied, followed by his indignant assertion. "I truly cannot comprehend what sort of medication Grandpa has taken. Others have severely injured me, yet he forbids me from seeking retribution." With a tongue as sharp as a rapier and a face thicker than city walls, a live broadcast could easily yield a sales figure of 30 to 50,000. In front of the main military camp lay an expansive training ground, with the camp's entrance a mere 100 paces away. The camp's front was densely packed with pitfalls and barricades, leaving only a wide thoroughfare of over 10 zhang for ingress and egress. Well, has it begun? It is said that those eccentric individuals from the family's dark faction will also participate in various competitions under pseudonyms. Behold, here is the evidence. More and more gazes converged. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and swallowed a chi-replenishing pill, sitting cross-legged to channel his energy. Yi Yun remained vigilantly by his side. Yi Zheng, observing the detestable and lewd demeanor of Niu Taizhu, felt an overwhelming desire to mar that annoying visage. After scolding him in a fit of anger and embarrassment, he strode towards the carriage. This very scene was captured on camera, leading the audience to chuckle at the apparent camaraderie between the captains of the two teams. who exchanged subtle glances before the competition commenced. Long out, Yin. I, Yiyun, respect you, and today I shall demonstrate my power. Yiyun proclaimed with fervor. Last night could be deemed the most comfortable sleep Lu Yu had enjoyed in recent days. Different individuals harbored varying intentions, each with ulterior motives, including Li Yuan, who had his own calculations. The various academies fell into silence. While youthful vigor is commendable, it becomes problematic if that vigor stems from the best instructors painstakingly nurtured by each department. Chapter 67, Indeed. When Maximilian Bang shattered all his garments and stood majestically outside the cold iron cage, Princess Itai and Princess Ilan were immediately frightened by his imposing presence. Shrieking in alarm as they turned away. Have you participated in the league? Itachi inquired, as it was their inaugural league. And the schedule clashed somewhat with the original competitions, such as the Martial Deity Arena and the Sword Association. Consequently, many teams aiming to challenge the Martial Deity Arena chose not to participate in the league. If I don't come, how will you take to the field? Are you planning to bear the expenses yourself? Itachi remarked. This competition was an offline event, requiring both sides to compete at the venue designated by the organizers. The competition site in Puching was quite distant from Hongda, necessitating accommodation for the participants. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed as 81 bolts of heavenly thunder, each as thick as a barrel, descended upon Wangan, altering the very fabric of the heavens and shattering the void, scattering countless fragments of space. At the same moment, Gong Yangfeng finally took action, thrusting his sword directly at the water thunder dragon, seemingly intent on confronting a formidable attack with sheer physical strength. Had his mindset truly become so reckless? Following this, he brandished a golden staff, its brilliance illuminating the air, and unleashed a powerful strike towards Shui Yekong. Meanwhile, Shenxian rode the clouds alongside Wu Wenqi, leisurely soaring and remaining vigilant for any auspicious occurrences. By nightfall, the two arrived at Haiyan Mountain, casually conjuring a dwelling to spend the night, which proved to be quite effortless. The elder of the hidden sword flashed a pained expression, raising his hand to unleash a mysterious talisman that surged with thunderous light. As they emerged from the cosmic barrier, they found themselves standing in the celestial realm, oblivious to whether this was the same location as before. The alluring red fox had enticed many, yet in the end, it was she who, in her haste, pounced upon Mei Qingli, repeatedly allowing Mei Qingli to gain the upper hand. Despite countless futile attempts at resistance, Mei Qingli merely smiled knowingly. Indeed, Song Qingqing felt perplexed. She never expected Mei Firen would advocate for her, yet his words suggested that the heart-nurturing palace was far from a benevolent place. Xiao Kuang's domain could aptly be described as a vast estate, stretching beyond the horizon. His residence, a grand villa, was immense, although equipped with an elevator. He seldom utilized it, as the structure boasted 9 stories in total. Upon exiting, Luo Nan ventured downstairs to purchase 2 fermented buns and a serving of soy milk. Making his way on foot to the consultation room. As he traveled, Chen Cheng grew increasingly convinced that these individuals were merely puppets under mental control. You heard me right. I will teach you swordsmanship that will enable you to claim the heads of enemy generals amidst a sea of troops. Jian Quan held unwavering confidence in his martial prowess, particularly in the recently mastered extraordinary techniques, the Heart Sword and the Xianyuan Divine Art, both considered unparalleled in this world. Within the dense forest, aside from the cypress trees, there was only earth and sky, and the cypress trees were not particularly thick. Could they truly conceal 30 or so individuals? Yet both remained silent, with Yun Mo's eyes glistening with tears. As time slipped away, the usually composed Wan Jiwei became unnervingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In contrast, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss, convinced that something was not quite right. It seemed that without his fiery eyes, deciphering the situation would be a challenge. The rules of engagement stipulate that combat within the spatial corridors is prohibited, as it would lead to their destruction. Consequently, the vicinity of the entrances and exits to these corridors has devolved into a brutal battlefield, with every gateway leading to the meteor sea awash in blood and littered with remnants of conflict. In contrast to the second Madame's understanding of old Master Kai, Kai Jioling possesses a deeper insight into his grandfather, having been nurtured by him. How could he fail to comprehend the old man's heart? Qixing felt an odd sensation at this moment, as he observed Big Meow excitedly clutching a glow stick, suddenly recalling that Big Meow was, after all, a cat. Just because other seniors could not achieve something does not imply that you, Senior Qi, are incapable. Lin Qing timely paid a compliment. Big Meow turned around and noticed several individuals still gathered around the night blooming Sirius, snapping photos with their phones. Ultimately, Big Meow refrained from wreaking havoc in the medicinal garden. The commander, witnessing the flank being attacked, became flustered. Viscount Zek was the designated successor of Count Seville, and should anything happen to him, the commander could not absolve himself of responsibility. Better to obediently wait for your true essence to be drained and then be extinguished by me than to engage in futile resistance. A chilling voice emanated from outside the formation. Moreover, Shao was indeed correct. The Dark Hunt clan has a regulation that if a task is failed, all blame falls upon the leader of that mission. Naturally, during the execution of a task, the leader possesses absolute authority over the lives and deaths of their subordinates. I'm sorry, Nua. Lin Zishu stepped forward to inspect her cheek, but his outstretched hand was forcefully slapped away by Injun Nua. Chapter 68. The Royal Phoenix Nest. Bei Mingxue shouted in fury, her anger unabashedly displayed, accompanied by a faint aura of murderous intent. However, it is precisely because everyone understands the monumental challenges underlying these events that they are even more in awe of Zhao Mu's astonishing marksmanship. The Dragon Clan's juvenile stage is classified as Mystic, the growth stage is Earth, and upon reaching adulthood, they attain the heavenly level, further advancing to the sacred level with continued cultivation. Hence, the older they grow, the more formidable their power becomes. It remains a mystery why this young dragon appeared on the outskirts of the endless forest. Captain, a fellow wearing sunglasses shouted frantically toward the sky from the ground. The words of the ancient path demon sovereign instantly enlightened the fire virtuoso. He realized that the young powerhouses before him were acquainted with these demon sovereigns. As the words fell, a crimson light suddenly erupted from Shi Xiulua, who was enveloped in a blood-red armor formed instantaneously. Even the flowing cloud-long sword in his grasp was shrouded in a thick crimson glow. Despite being an unequivocal defector now, she retained the dignity of a defector. Not because of any wrongdoing, but simply due to each having their own points of brilliance. Stop. In the next moment, before this fellow could finish speaking, I hastily interjected, for I truly found it difficult to listen any longer. At that time, the one seated behind Parangsha was utterly bewildered. As a demon who had vehemently confronted Parangsha, she could undoubtedly recognize that the figure before her was indeed Parangsha. The four formidable masters joined forces. Yet none could withstand the onslaught of the malevolent energy manipulator, Feynman, for even a mere minute. Astonishingly, Yushin effortlessly dominated him in combat. However, Long Outyin had never heard of a technique known as infinite freedom. When the Grand Eunuch presented the news of Zissou, along with a portrait, to the Emperor, the latter was filled with delight upon reviewing it. The announcement of Qi Feng's intention for Tsin Mo to marry caused quite a stir. And as he contemplated an opportunity to depart, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable chill behind him. Zissou nodded, acknowledging that the Medicine King Valley was indeed a place of extraordinary beauty, a veritable paradise on Earth, owing to its unique topography and climate. It was a realm where spring reigned eternal, with flowers blooming in vibrant colors, butterflies fluttering gracefully, and various birds and beasts roaming freely, creating an atmosphere that made one reluctant to leave. This Han Lan not only wished to withdraw from school but also sought to publicly apologize, leaving Yun Qianqin as the victim. The classmates lowered their heads, driven more by jealousy than genuine concern. The notion of tormenting others in such a manner, as if dismemberment were merely akin to chopping vegetables, was chilling. Cheng Zili felt the hairs on her back stand on end. She frantically waved her hands, utterly ignorant of these matters, fearing that a misstep could lead to the company's downfall and the wrath of her colleagues. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, the entrance was abuzz with a lottery event, teeming with a throng of people. Have you forgotten? Negong Xiaojing inquired, raising an eyebrow at Murong Shishao, who wore a cluelessly adorable expression. Cheng Zili had initially been too low-key, never experiencing the treatment of being the center of attention. However, she held no desire for such superficial relationships. True friends were those who offered support in times of need, much like Qin Dongdong and her roommates. Xiaoyu seemed to avoid answering Xian Wanqing's calls, perhaps to spare her worry. Yet today, as he departed, he forgot to secure the door of the ward, allowing fragments of his conversations with others to slip through. Oh dear, why has it suddenly started to rain? I looked up at the sky, realizing that the sun, which had yet to fully reveal itself, was obscured by layers of dark clouds. A once-in-a-century divine peak had descended, yet ultimately proved fruitless. Echoing the sentiments expressed over 1,000 years ago. Please forgive me. I shall not accompany you further, it declared before vanishing into thin air. One could only remark that the power of your toy was woefully inadequate. Ning Hao chuckled, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took one, placing it at the corner of his mouth, then summoned his internal energy to gather at his fingertip, forming a flicker of flame to ignite the cigarette. Choosing Vane was indeed a thoughtful decision. After all, in the later stages, one could hardly contend with Pig's sister using a standard ADC. However, when it came to tanking, no one surpassed Vane. The Ice Spirit Slash unleashed a wave of icy energy, inflicting a slowing effect on foes, serving as a crowd control skill. As noon approached and the sun climbed higher in the sky, the preparation area had amassed thousands, all of whom had undergone rigorous questioning and identity verification by the black-armored Celestial, securing their eligibility for the qualification test. Indeed, the water appears to flow from a lower elevation to a higher one, as there are no outlets surrounding it. Here, it forms a stagnant pool, and the continuous rise of the water surface results in the illusion of it flowing upwards. This marks the first battle of celestial proportions between two great dynasties in nearly a century. It is said that Feng Qingyu's unleashed power is incredibly formidable, and what is most astonishing is the presence of a dark blood Qilin, which has seemingly been tamed by Feng Qingyu, standing beside her. Nolor, already striking in appearance with her delicate figure, now manifests in a demonic form, clad in fragments of black armor that barely conceal her most intimate areas, leaving the rest of her beauty unabashedly exposed before Ning Hao. Jiangxia feels parched, having engaged in a fierce exchange of insults with the local spirits for a full hour. His lady has confidently prepared for the evening meal, certain that the emperor would not linger at Chun Fei's side. Previously, he had been present when Liu Bei fled from Xinya, setting traps. Thus he is well aware that this place is devoid of civilians. Even without divorce, you will gain nothing aside from Madame Shin's identity, Xin Yan remarked with derision. Yet, aware of the inappropriate nature of the situation, he merely nodded, attempting to make himself less conspicuous so that Xia could see less of him. Shinjuni dialed the driver's number, only to discover that the individuals had fled after completing their tasks. Jing Ran had long since exited the vehicle, waiting for the two of them by the roadside, maintaining a respectful distance along the path leading to the temple. Fu Ma Yuan kept his eyes tightly shut, his thick eyelashes casting a dense shadow over his eyelids, enhancing the mysterious allure of his gaze. In the quiet chamber of the teaching facility at this base, Liu encountered the so-called Holy Master. To provide some context about this faction, this is the secret stronghold of the Equal Sect, and Liu is the holy son of this sect. At the very least, those among them, the most powerful on Earth, could never hope to damage level 5 alloys. Such reckless individuals are not to be trifled with, especially when they possess innate treasures. In less than half an hour, over 10 robust men had successfully hauled up a grayish-white object that appeared to be neither stone nor stone-like. Shuelian quietly made her way outside the city, stealthily entering and using her keen senses to locate the strongest individual within the Golden King city. A timid and introverted summoner may inadvertently call forth a bold, extroverted, and socially adept hero to undertake the communication tasks that the summoner struggles with. Who is Kongxian, the Buddha Mother? She is the phoenix offspring of the legendary era, known for having humiliated even the exalted sage, Zhuanti, with her 5-colored divine light. The 9-headed golden eagle is indeed her disciple, showcasing the remarkable depth of her cultivation. Observing her 2 companions beside her, both pale-faced and visibly enduring some discomfort, Ellie furrowed her brow and retrieved 2 colorful crystals from her backpack, handing them to Kester and Igor. At that moment, Yu soared through the air, gazing at the crimson heart, from which he could sense a surge of power and the oppressive weight of bloodline. That is merely your perspective, while Shu Hao is indeed a commendable young man. I believe my boyfriend suits me better, Ji Ran reflected aloud, although Yi Yunlong could not concur with Zhu Yushen's viewpoint, as he deemed it impossible to ascend to the throne without bloodshed and corpses. After all, the saying, a general's success comes at the cost of countless lives, encapsulates this truth. Thus, to some extent, Yi Yunlong found himself more aligned with Kuzi Wan's approach. Indeed, I am more than willing to assist you. However, Brother Long's teasing only heightened the urgency. In the rear courtyard, where no one was present, Yin Yu halted, unwilling to be pulled further along. The newspapers were rife with rumors about the two of them. Yin Ju was uncertain of the truth. Yet he was certain that Yin Yu had not relinquished her feelings for Yi Jane. Qi Yang seemed oblivious to his words, tightly clasping my neck and forcing me backward until I collided with the stone gate. The warm embrace felt different from that of Mu Ziyu. It was comforting, reminiscent of a mother's hold. After the vital blood connected with the innate contract, Chen Wuzhen felt his mind resonate with a deafening roar, as if myriad essences were converging into a vast ocean, surging toward him. However, each time he visited Ji City, Regardless of whether he heard news of Bai Xiao or even if her name was mentioned at all, seeing when Ran would inevitably remind him of her. Nevertheless, Roger, still possessing semi-divine strength, relied on his formidable abilities to ensure that his carving movements were sufficiently stable and precise. Although his unfamiliarity with the actions caused his speed to be somewhat sluggish, he made no mistakes until he completed the carving. Qi Meiling was thrust out of the office by Luo Haofeng, who slammed the door shut. Enraged, Qi Meiling stamped her foot but dared not act overly audaciously in his workplace, leaving with her breakfast in hand. After all, it was merely a guise. Moreover, the emerald-eyed golden tiger had conveniently emerged from behind that stone. Naturally, Chao Hui and his companion were left with no choice but to misunderstand the situation. I was genuinely curious, as my grandmother hadn't required me to say much. She had brought along all the necessary items. The teacher likely only informed her about my neck issue, without mentioning anything else. Yet, my grandmother seemed fully prepared for the encounter. The weather was extremely cold, and it felt as though my body had lost all sensation, rendering me numb, as if it were not even my own. Nonetheless, he paid no heed. Yet, instinctively, he sensed that Moz's tongue-twisting words must carry some deeper meaning. In the moonlight, Xuanqiui stood, his pure white garments rendering him almost indistinguishable from the luminescent glow. He beheld Sima Yuus standing before him, no longer a figment of his dreams or a fragmented scene that haunted his thoughts. The solitude within him dissipated considerably. "Grandfather, are you suggesting that our family may come here?" Sima Yuming inquired, furrowing his brow, as they had never contemplated such a lineage. Observing the impeccably smooth edges of Shui Moche's attire, he couldn't help but question whether this youth had truly resolved the matter with Jiang Yu. "Qin Su, the downfall of the Wang family should be a blessing, yet I find myself increasingly restless. Do you think they might act out of desperation?" Muji expressed with a troubled countenance. "Let us observe first. If their status is not significant, we can devise a plan later." Thus, they chose to remain silent, awaiting the arrival of others. "Is it true? Can you absorb it? Have you noticed any changes? Do you understand why you were sealed?" Shui Moche probed with a soul-searching inquiry. Rong Chung disdainfully snatched several strands from Zhao Huan's hand, then set ablaze the remaining strands in Zhao Huan's palm. The cold demeanor of Lang Hang did not escape the notice of the others, inciting their ire. How audacious for a crude peasant to look down upon them. A most egregious affront. With a long sigh, Shui Moche muttered, "What a tiresome affair," and slumped beside the frozen figure of Zhao Hong. Chapter 70. Yue Yin. "I shall slay you." Zhurich wielded his divine artifact, his gaze sharp and fierce as he charged once more at Yue Yin. Xiaochen forced himself to remain composed, though his complexion paled, and his hand trembled violently within his sleeve. Lan Tianyun recalled the words of the clan leader as he descended, gritting his teeth and striking fiercely at Jingyi. The mist within the inner valley not only hindered human exploration but also barred the magical beasts from venturing out. Apart from the day the mist dissipated every 3 years, the beasts within posed no threat to the outside world. And I must also contend with the persistent suitors. Yi Binghan frowned at the all-too-familiar scenario. Feeling a void above her head, Yi Binghan rubbed her hair, which had become somewhat disheveled, her discomfort evident. A moment of ridicule struck her heart, igniting a blend of irritation and embarrassment. Knowing this, how could you utter such blasphemous words? Lan Qingqing retorted. A derisive chuckle echoed, reminiscent of a large beast's labored breath. Drawing nearer to Yue Yin, the provocation from Lu Bing was particularly glaring, and as she observed the now quiet students, Mona's heart brimmed with resentment. When the conversation turned to the ominous and oppressive aura that hovered around, a flicker of trepidation crossed her features. "I have a small favor to ask of you. You must not refuse." Qing Xian unveiled a hint of mischief. "Qing Ge, what a coincidence to see you here." Chen Hao called from a distance, a shy smile adorning his face. "Rest assured, Chief, I shall ensure the path is cleared for you," Feni vowed earnestly. "Immediately seal the city gates. The entire city is under martial law, and dispatch scouts to investigate the military situation." Kublai Khan decisively issued the order without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the fact that it was broad daylight and the capital was still bustling with activity. On November 1st, 1994, the Chicago Bulls held a ceremony to retire Michael Jordan's number 23 jersey, and a statue of Jordan was erected in front of the United Center. The image depicts Jordan during the jersey retirement ceremony that year. As his words fell, he stepped out of the training cave and headed towards Zixiao Peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's brows deeply furrowed. Were they demanding all the spiritual stones he possessed? This was undoubtedly fatal for Chen Hao, who was in desperate need of funds. It seems you are truly prepared to give up. Do you wish to flee? Sorry, you shall find no such opportunity before me. The green tiger remarked with a sneer as it sheathed its sword. In truth, it was startled by Xuanzang's words, which carried a power surpassing divine tribulation, necessitating a careful consideration. The combination of grain and soil symbolizes the state. In the rituals of humanity, grain and earth represent the grain deity and the earth deity. In fact, many shared this sentiment, as this individual appeared far from penitent, exuding an unsettling calmness. Despite the passage of decades in cultivation, Pan Qi, though aging, still possessed a nimbleness far surpassing Yang Yi's, reaching Yang Yi's feet in mere breaths. This caused him to feel a pang of anxiety. For his weapon was a divine artifact. Although it lacked its former peak strength, who could withstand it barehanded? Now, upon this encounter, he understood that Bai Rixing's claims were merely the tip of the iceberg. To boast so shamelessly was a rarity in a millennium. Strangely, though the presence was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying, it seemed to be in a slumber, as even his spiritual awareness elicited no reaction. Who does not know that Zhou Kongming is a fox spirit with a millennium of cultivation, that he shares a bond of life and death with Bai, and that the relationship between Bai and Yu is as elusive as a mirage? Oh dear, my lord, do try this pancake from Shandong, Huang Chunxing said, indulging in the pancake beside him. Kai Linyu, of the same age as Shang Wanwaner, embodied the arrogance of the Kai family at the height of their power. Yet she found herself isolated. The Qi family had long harbored resentment towards Yin Rui, and with Lin Finchuan's significant personnel adjustments overlooking the Qi family. It was only through the intervention of Qi Jelly's cousin, Qi Jiahui, that he regained a position as the unfortunate executive vice mayor. It is evident that deep within, Qi Jelly harbored a profound hatred for Lin Fengquan. Lan Yuchen clapped his hands, for the atmosphere here was exceedingly bizarre, and he yearned to uncover how they had plummeted off the cliff and the identity of the puppet master behind it all. In Chapter 71, the man fixated intently on Murongchu's actions. Should anything seem amiss, he would instantly protect his wife. Everything is thanks to His Majesty's brilliance and the efforts of the two national masters. I, as a humble servant, have accomplished nothing but am merely fortunate to have His Majesty's trust. Wu Manyang humbly remarked beside her, if it is because of Wei Jingwu that I no longer wish to know, then for other reasons. My desire to remain ignorant is even stronger. After speaking, I did not glance at Mao San's reaction, but rather closed the door resolutely. Ignoring the persistent ringing of the doorbell, the sensation of plummeting from the clouds to the earth is truly unbearable. Even she herself is uncertain how long she can endure it. The princess dares to confront the prince, indicating that in her heart, she perceives the prince as family. Her tone merely reflects her capriciousness. Hu Qing could only choose to speak sweetly, acknowledging that some matters require the prince to calm down before making choices. Otherwise, if you embellish the truth, the blame will ultimately fall upon you when troubles arise. With Feng Tianxiu by his side, Murongchu found it inappropriate to inquire a few things from Lu Dong, and thus remained silently beside him, observing the unfolding events. Who are you two, ladies? Upon seeing the sudden entrance of the two women, Mo Chinfeng and his brothers were momentarily taken aback, but soon regarded them without surprise and inquired. Gao Wuli, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground. He was equally bewildered. How could everything have changed so drastically in a mere afternoon? Ji Zhenghu displayed no particular reaction to the outcome, yet Nie Ren found it utterly outrageous, prompting him to sprint away without a second thought. Angels may occasionally act foolishly, yet the scientists and researchers around them dared not ridicule her. Very well, should one party concede, I shall call for the duel to cease. The supervising officer stepped back, assuming the role of referee, and indicated that the duel could commence. A procession of 7 or 8 exquisite dishes was brought in, each one the most expensive on the menu, with prices exceeding 10,000 each. Fu Shishir was rendered speechless. Were those three not foolish? How could they casually embrace someone else's child while purchasing food? It would be absurd not to reprimand them. Trust me, follow my lead. Those who create disturbances shall be dealt with accordingly, sent to a temple to chant sutras. Moreover, he could only conjure a handful of fireballs before needing to sit and meditate for a while, after which he could resume using his fireball technique. If that were the case, wouldn't the position of the southern heavenly gate be perilous? It is known that only 2 grandmasters currently remain at the southern Tiananmen. The others have either vanished or are confined within the gate. The winters in Chang'an always arrive exceptionally early, while spring lingers late, as if transitioning directly from winter to summer, neglecting the fragrant beauty of autumn and abruptly plunging into the biting cold of deep winter. Xinjing. who understood all of Lu Tai's secrets, was acutely aware that this fellow had already harbored malicious intentions. As they continued to wait, a sense of trepidation grew. Were the combatants truly students? They could distinctly sense a subtle threat emanating from L's imposing aura. As for Su Sheng, the time taken to achieve his mastery was significantly shorter, and in terms of qualifications, he was far from comparable. The manager of the tavern could hardly believe that the other party would possess such audacity to commit offenses right under the watchful eyes of the police. Duolata Meng could only curse those scoundrels in his heart. Was this not the perfect opportunity for him to charm the ladies, now utterly ruined? Unable to endure any longer, Yang Wanqing unleashed his molten fire and dark water without restraint, furiously directing it towards the killing god Huang Feng in an attempt to eliminate him. His fragmented starlight, although slightly delayed, skillfully evaded the raging energy of the diamond palm, allowing him to advance unobstructed to Meng Bo's presence. Within the Lord's mansion, several inhabitants drawn by the commotion gathered, but those of lesser strength could only observe from a distance. If Wang Yang were unable to withstand such a minor assault, he would have never arrived at this juncture. Very well, Tianqi nodded slightly. Tomorrow, I shall summon these individuals to settle the wages of this past week. Having spent time in a guild, it is only fitting to offer a bit of living expenses as a gesture of goodwill. The night was shrouded in darkness, significantly impairing visibility. This place, after all, was not a metropolis. Even the night would not be overly dark, yet in the pristine mountainside, the shadows enveloped like an impenetrable fog. Tianqi and Sangha felt their way for several hundred meters when suddenly, a pungent and foul odor invaded their nostrils. Zhang Feiyu, the foremost lieutenant under Nan Tian, rarely visited the territories. His presence was undeniably significant, and these individuals dared not be negligent. When one brushed against the garments of the deceased, poison wafted from the folds, infiltrating the hands of the living, mingling with their breath. Moreover, Wang Bo could sense the formidable power of the sand spear. Had its target been himself instead of the prodigious Jie, he would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries, if not death. I glanced at Liang and nodded. Since we are in agreement, we shall proceed together. However, I shall not deploy many men, nor will there be any main force. I do not know Fu Mingzhan well enough to place my full trust in him. The goddess of soft water, consumed by rage, bellowed and charged forward, only to find herself in peril after just a few exchanges with the Mandarin duck sword. Suddenly, 2 more swords appeared in midair, a testament to the deep bond among the 5 sword elders. The moonlight was gentle, yet the sky was already thick with ominous clouds. The north wind howled, the air heavy with an overwhelming aura of impending violence. Chapter 72. My love for you remains unwavering, enduring as the sea dries and the stones crumble. In the passage of time marked by the alternation of day and night, everything changes, save for my unchanging love for you. Very well. Notify me a few days before you collect Wukan, said Wang Zili, who drove away, utterly exhausted. I am Ding Ding's godfather. Ingzi entrusted Wukan to me during her lifetime. Therefore, matters of the family are my concern. Do not hesitate, Ding Ding. Should you need anything, do reach out to your godfather. Must you compel me to speak of the missed opportunity to strike? I retorted. If I divulge it, do you believe you can still leave the shrine unscathed? It is no wonder that so many tales by San Shaodan are pinned with audacious plot lines. The well-known illegitimate son of the emperor also bears the surname Tan, not Mo. It should not be broken. It is likely that a mountain spirit has just departed or lies dormant nearby, Gu Yuan speculated. Yet, who could have anticipated that this junior disciple would immediately enter seclusion for 10 days without emerging? The Yellow Emperor forged a path, merging the essence of humanity into his being, and in but 1,000 years, he ascended to the 8th layer of the path, standing alongside the Flame Emperor and the Demon Emperor, even surpassing the others in combat prowess. Arrow refrained from allowing his phantasm to be shattered, for the backlash from such an event would be sufficient to leave him lying on the ground, awaiting death. The overseer of Black Swan Harbor is Dr. Herzog, who receives an unending stream of funding from high-ranking generals. Coincidentally, I discovered Black Swan Harbor at a time when its support had already crumbled, and he was in need of a new partner. As Massimian Orange remarked, Su Shi suddenly recalled the examination question about Qin Huang being a corpulent figure. He found it utterly incomprehensible to equate the foremost warrior of humanity and its strongest protector with a rotund individual, even if that individual exuded a formidable presence. Upon arriving near the burning sky realm, the overall aura was so intense that it dimmed the brilliance of the surrounding stars. The space trembled, unabashedly emanating a menacing energy that sent chills down one's spine. Man Xingxing remained silent, exuding an air that suggested Xiaoju should bow down. Reluctantly, Xiaoju complied, bending at the waist as if paying homage to Man Xingxing. With the black eagle soaring, Qinskin found himself considerably relieved. He sat cross-legged, resting the Wulong sword upon his lap, eyes closed in deep contemplation, observing the demeanor of Sister Wushuang, who was now quite close to Shan Yan. Ling Qionyang felt a twinge of complex emotions. Should she extend her blessings or succumb to jealousy? Watching Yi Wushuang and Xin Yin playfully banter, her gaze revealed a mixture of envy and a faint sense of loss. Long-range communications had been established, spanning from the south to the north, with 36 border fleets, 12 central fleets, and countless logistical and supply ships. Hundreds of billions of soldiers were fixated on the luminous screen, under the relentless firepower of the anti-Japanese Salvation Army. The losses incurred by the Japanese 213th Regiment were substantial. Various calibers of anti-aircraft artillery unleashed a frenzied barrage, with shells exploding in the sky, leaving behind clouds of smoke. Numerous factors contributed to the situation, yet Lu Chao refrained from critiquing them. What he was presently undertaking was, in essence, a means to resolve the issue at hand. At the forefront of the camp, a flurry of red maple leaves danced in the air, with each flicker of crimson light. A skeletal figure of a cold pine would perish. Jiang Haoping had never witnessed Lin Ruilian's anxious demeanor, which only heightened his own tension. As they sat down to eat, Yi Shuyun eagerly beckoned her son to take a seat, and personally served him a bowl of rice. "Of course, Auntie. You may visit Xiao Xiao any time," she replied. Being young, she often lacked understanding in many matters and greatly needed the guidance and love of her mother. Wan Chanqian smiled and said, "Lingo, maintain your composure. Do not let the earnest efforts of Lord Ancestor Dragon go to waste." Tian Lang remarked with solemnity. The following day, the Cold family announced the impending marriage of the Cold family's eldest son, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout City A and Z country. Lan Guiyuan turned to Lan Jiaying, who approached in an ensemble of opulent fur and towering 12-centimeter heels, creating a stark contrast to Lan Guiyuan, who merely wore a sweater layered beneath a thick baseball jacket. If love is a spark and ordinary people are mere wood, it requires a gradual process to ignite. However, I am akin to charred coal, where even the slightest ember can reignite my flames. Do not speak carelessly. Your words are unfounded accusations. I was merely driven by curiosity. It is not as sordid as you imagine. Jiang Yin, filled with both shame and anger, retorted. During the Celestial Realm expedition, Qin Hao lived up to expectations, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Sacred King Realm, while Tuoba Hai fell slightly short, attaining only the perfected stage of the Sage Realm. Still a step away from the Sacred King Realm. The Ghost King summoned me here for reasons beyond mere tea, did he not? Zissou temporarily set aside matters concerning the family village. This Ghost King would not obstruct me without cause. Shortly thereafter, Lei Ming and Lin Hai received notifications to assemble, accompanied by Lin Chong and Lin Hu. However, Song Duanwu remained oblivious to the fact that the question regarding her mother was also an indelible pain within Mo Qingyan's heart. Who was her father? He was a significant figure among the financial giants of the Southwest. Although his capital and influence may not rival the top-tier tycoons who could easily sway international financial currents, he could still rattle the ground of the Southwest with a mere gesture. The swirling, unblemished hem of her dress exuded a subtle fragrance beneath the spring sunlight. As each fluttering apricot blossom petal danced in pursuit of the winds of the Red Beauty Valley, gently kissing her flowing tresses, the light flickered. Yet her visage remained adorned with an elusive smile, her bright eyes and pearly teeth suggesting that no matter her attire, she possessed an ethereal grace. At any other time, even if this low-level magical beast had lost its voice, the bee-tailed lion would hardly intervene on its behalf. Although they were both magical creatures, they shared no bond, and the bee-tailed lion would naturally disdain rescuing it. The vehicle glided over the cobblestone road, coming to a gradual halt before the towering edifice. Two neatly attired attendants swiftly opened the car doors, holding umbrellas aloft. Who cares about the motives behind the collective emergence of these intermediate sea magical beasts? Perhaps they simply sought a leisurely stroll out of sheer boredom. Who knows? Meng Zhu, feeling restless, laid down, but shortly thereafter, she was gripped by a nightmare, dreaming that Fano had been abducted, causing her to awaken in the dead of night with a scream, just as the central government underwent another internal upheaval. The old general coordinated with Situ Shao to decisively breach Shi Zhibong's frontline forces in Luning and Jingyan, resulting in a qualitative shift in the battle situation. The onlookers refrained from interrupting Drake, merely smiling as they allowed him to vent his myriad emotions. Aok looked at Locke with surprise, for in his understanding, griffins were formidable beasts. Even the mightiest warriors of the evil branch tribe would scarcely stand a chance against a griffin, yet Locke dispatched one with a mere breath. It is worth noting that this strength equated to a third of the Camelot kingdom and was comparable to the entire power of the Alexander kingdom. To spend time searching for a hidden door whose existence remains uncertain is undoubtedly to toy with one's own life. The final 6 days consist of comprehensive training, aimed at continually reaching one's limits and then achieving successive breakthroughs. Lin Nan remained silent, while Mingda eagerly interjected, "Indeed, the noble concubine awaits him, does she not? No need for you to guide us, we shall find our own way." With that, she grasped Lin Nan's hand and strode through the palace gates, encountering no obstacles along the way, swiftly navigating to a courtyard and entering a room unimpeded. Her expression was focused as she dispatched one enemy after another. This marked her first experience leading troops in a direct assault on a city, despite the lack of effective resistance from the nearby trolls. When Leysa approached the situation with utmost seriousness, "After leaving here, we still need to find another place to rest at this late hour." Coffin Zhang sighed. Prince Alexei's belongings were brought in, 10 large chests, half of which were filled with gold coins, while the remainder contained precious gems and other rare valuables. As Tong No Li Aichuan followed Madame Wenqing into the campus, they attracted countless gazes. Ding Feng, with a flourish of his sleeve, unleashed a gust of wind that shattered 36 blue needles into dust. The evidence against Jiang Lin Yu regarding the poisoning of the old matriarch was irrefutable, resulting in a sentence of public execution set for 3 days hence. Chu Qingxi curiously assessed the situation, pondering how the Qinglong kingdom could produce such a delicate and fragile prince. Before long, several senior brothers burst through the door, their expressions revealing concern as they clutched their phones, still lit with screens. The air in this mountainous region felt peculiar, seemingly not due to any individual influence, but rather the essence of the mountain itself. Furthermore, should matters come to light and the court pursue an investigation, Wu Ji could easily shift the blame onto Kai Jing, employing clever strategies to extricate himself. Gazing upon the enchanting Su Yao, whose beauty mirrored that of a blooming peach blossom, one could hardly believe she was a married woman with children. "Now I understand why those individuals scramble for that bit of fortune," Chu Xia lamented. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the room was kicked open with a resounding bang, as Bai Ji Jie and Lu Lan, along with 2 other level 4 sorcerers, rushed in like a tempest, seizing Huang Lingfeng and unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Su Yiwan's unfinished words were abruptly cut short by Su Jinchao's sharp slap, sending her crashing to the ground. She forcefully pushed him out, akin to shooing away a dog, before promptly closing the door behind her. Lu Song high-cradled the child, dodging the chaotic energy swirling in the sky. Yet he was ultimately struck by the remnants of the melee. The soul infant realm may be the pinnacle of existence in the Qingyun continent, but in the face of these enigmatic masters, it was but a trivial matter. Observing the massive golden dragon looming over the Qing palace, the imposing figure fell silent. What of the young masters from the capital? When they soar to greatness, leading thousands into battle, they can only manage logistics for themselves. Do not forget to bring your identification. Yin Ping is aware that her captain has been preoccupied with Xiaoju, as it has already been over 10 days since they last communicated. Gao Fei has been feeling increasingly restless. The so-called concern that leads to turmoil likely embodies this sentiment. On an unintentional encounter, she came across Zhang Rusong, who at that time was living in dire straits. His clothes were faded and his sword sheath was worn. Yet nothing could obscure the piercing gaze of his eyes, sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. The more formidable a person is, the greater the destructive power they wield when tainted by venom, necessitating a longer period for recovery. I first restored several ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. before seeking them out one by one, while those agents assisted me in capturing ordinary individuals, as the Black Spider remarked. However, upon hearing Qi Huang's words, and considering Yun Mulin's circumstances at that time, it indeed seemed plausible that such an event could transpire. Although the Sword Card Master Association proposed a sharing of technology, what legitimacy does this newly established association possess to negotiate with the Archers Association? Initially, at the start of the year, Xiao Yunting had ceased medication, but Lu Li examined Chu Xiangwan's pulse and suggested that bathing in that medicinal liquid would prolong her physical maturation, advising her to delay childbirth. Not only did he refrain from blaming Zhao Xian, but he also graciously sought to befriend him, which was a privilege for Zhao Xian, who ought to be immensely grateful. With no mercy, Boss Jean was the first to harness his spiritual technique, manifesting a colossal fist aglow with golden radiance, surging toward Yun Zima with a fierce momentum. The wedding banquet lasted 3 days, The people of Baihua village were well-fed and content. Yet, those awaiting news from Sang Yuan felt as though time was dragging on interminably. One person and one tiger exchanged glances. She dared not move, as the tiger beneath the tree simply sat up. Moments ago, Dr. Yin had suggested that everyone partake and share their impressions, preferably discerning the differences in ingredients and concoction methods. After a considerable reconnaissance, Sang Yuan and his companions selected a site within the populous Euphratica forest, though it was somewhat distant from the Darim River. It posed no issue since they did not cultivate rice. Now, Xie Jun intends to engage them in a game of hide and seek. As long as he steps outside the curfew zone, the Americans would find it utterly impossible to locate him again. You want to take us out for fun? But tomorrow is Monday, and I have class. I am a diligent student who never skips. Perhaps it was her delight in hearing that Chen Fan could stay for 2 more days that prompted Yi Xing to speak playfully. I still find it hard to believe what you said. Tang Tian's father pondered for a moment before shaking his head. After Chen Fan ended the call with Su Xiuqing, he discovered Yifeng sitting before him with an unusually serious demeanor. Particularly, the disorganized forces entrenched along the Ping'an line are bound to undergo significant change. And the observing warlords may also alter their perspectives. By then, at the very least, there would be no place for the Chiang Kai-shek army in northern Jiangsu. Therefore, Feng Yuxiang is preparing to orchestrate a major battle along the Longhai line to seize Suzhou and strive for the initiative in warfare. Upon hearing Qian Longyun's remarks, Lin Shi felt entirely reassured, as it signified the complete downfall of the other party. No one would be able to rescue him. As he spoke, Jiang Raikong glanced at Lydia in the distance, coughed twice to ensure she remained unresponsive to his voice, and then mysteriously remarked, just by catching a whiff of him, one could deduce the identity of the passerby. Such an extraordinary ability is indeed rare, at least beyond her capacity. The elder in question was King Lu Zhu Yangzhu. Aged 62 this year, a notable longevity for this era. King Lu had maintained his health well. Despite being in his 70s, his hair remained predominantly black, his visage kind. And his eyes, though marked by the passage of time, sparkled with warmth as he regarded Zhu Hozhao and his companion with a smile. One's greatest fear lies in the absence of belief, and Yudong is akin to an unpolished jade, though lacking the allure of a gem's brilliance. His inner resolve is unwavering, and his conviction steadfast. Even in the face of adversity, he confronts challenges head-on. Such youth is indeed a rarity. As time passed, the others became familiar with his temperament and disposition, and Gu Chifeng, who had always refrained from forming cliques, spent his days in the company of only Chuibo, leading others to privately refer to them as an inseparable pair. The supervising military officer showed no fear, his eyes widened in determination. He was directly appointed by the emperor. Any disrespect towards him would be seen as a slight against his majesty, and a secret report submitted would not bode well for the Wang family. If it falls, she said nonchalantly before abruptly stopping, her eyes widening as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Yi Yuan soared into the sky. But as his energy waned, he plummeted back to earth with a resounding thud. Advancing further led them to the central tomb. Jiangjuan stood pensively at the edge of the cliff, contemplating the view before him. Although perplexed, having lost the competition left them speechless. Even if they surrendered the hunting vehicle, where could they possibly procure the additional 300,000 soft sister coins? They had already invested all their savings into purchasing the vehicle, which felt like a matter of life and death. After Mu Yong disembarked from the carriage, he assisted Liu down, who cradled Mu Yishuan closely as they followed behind him. The storeroom's window was wide open, allowing a chilling breeze to sweep through, causing Tao Xiu to involuntarily shudder. Neither shot was fatal. One struck the chest, and the other the side. Yet these areas are among the most sensitive on a human body, implying an excruciating pain. Little did she know that her demeanor stirred something within Li Longji. An unusual sensation blossoming from deep within his heart, igniting a strong impulse to take Li Qingwan into his palace. The thought of potentially being with her brother Yu in the future, perhaps even becoming his bride, filled Min'er with a sweetness akin to honey, delighting her heart. As soon as the words left his lips, the carriage door swung open abruptly, and Huang Tianlang, whose eyes seemed ready to fall upon Fang Kailing, was taken by surprise. Receiving a direct blow from the door, he gasped, stumbling backwards several steps before being steadied by the two behind him, his expression shifting dramatically. At last, having fully unleashed his strength, the azure shadow was violently propelled thousands of meters away, due to his soul being reincarnated into the Firefox clan. Many memories of the Golden Crows remain elusive to him. A flicker of divine light sparked in his eyes as Euphontian's divine gaze swiftly directed itself towards a particular point. Liao Shi gathered all the lords during the night. Although Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu regarded Liao Shi with palpable resentment, Liao Shi remained indifferent, deeming their sentiments inconsequential. For Gong Yizuan, the prosperity of the Gong family outweighed even his love for his partner and son. This marked his inaugural appearance before the crowd, a result of the profound affection shown by the moon-seizing ancestor, who had devotedly mentored him, culminating in this moment of revelation, regardless of other matters. The current reality was that Li Tsuanxiao had opened the city gates, presenting the optimal opportunity for battle as they surged towards Shicheng, brimming with murderous intent. Within him, there was no trace of jealousy towards Yi Jinmu's formidable powers. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. As one wolf fled, the remaining hundreds of wolves swiftly followed suit. While the soldiers retreated in an orderly fashion, the great beetle remained indifferent, not even lifting its head to acknowledge their departure. Isn't that obvious? Xiongqi mused, pondering whether the 2 hydrogen bombs beneath him were merely for show. If he could not even muster the energy akin to the main cannon of a battleship, then what was the point of enduring the incessant nuclear radiation in that cramped cockpit? Before he could finish his thought, he had already dashed far away, leaving no opportunity for Morong Haoshuan to argue or refuse. Thus, a monumental crisis dissipated into nothingness, thanks to Zhang Yi's ingenious solution. Under Lin Xiaoxiao's seemingly innocent yet persistent gaze, the crowd gradually turned away, no longer fixated on her as they had been initially. "Brother Su, what is this?" Gao Mohan remarked, glancing at the night sky, still shrouded in darkness. Did Su Zige truly disregard everything to venture out? However, he understood that the current temperature was far from adequate for alchemical endeavors. Success necessitated further progress, perhaps even in my absence. The mercury lamp would not harbor disdain for Shenhong, merely feeling conflicted between her words and feelings. Meanwhile, Xiongqi, having escaped danger, looked back at the energy sphere he had left behind, now stagnant, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhou stepped forward, transcending from the mundane to the ethereal, shedding his disguise to reveal a resplendent and flawless form. It and Appos, as merely a banquet, I and Appos, V attended many in the capital, he declared, though his heart still simmered with frustration. There and amp, Appos, as hardly anything to eat, let and amp, Appos, as make do, Ling Yutong said as she presented a porcelain bowl on the table. Simply put, the diet of the giant eagles starkly contrasted with that of the sea beasts. However, both of their mounts were now at their limits, utterly fatigued, and the mountainous terrain from Kaizhou to Liangzhou would only exacerbate their exhaustion. Moreover, the Tooth Demon Talisman exhibits a commendable synergy with Jiangyun's swordsmanship. When combined with the inherently bloodletting technique known as water-drawing slash, its potency is undeniably amplified, rendering it quite practical. Tong smiled faintly, surveying the lengthy palace corridor, proclaiming, "There is no need for haste. The princes standing before us will fall one by one. At this moment, it must be around the latter hours of the night, perhaps 2 or 3 in the morning, and dawn is not far off, yet he yearns to continue the fight." The individual in question is Xie Ling, who entered the ancient sword sect alongside Qin Huai and Shen Feiyu. Gifted with dual spiritual roots of wind and fire, he became a direct disciple of the esteemed Lingyan Jinjuan on Lingyan Peak. As the radiance expanded, the dark robe of the holy envoy disintegrated into fragments, cloaked in a deep azure battle attire. Following Ma Bao was Wang Pingfan, the adopted son of Wu Sangue, and then came Li Benshan. Li Rusong, leading the charge, commanded 3,000 cavalry from Liaodong with a thunderous momentum, swiftly routing the vanguard of the rebel forces and claiming over 1,000 heads. Although this may not equate to absolute control over one's destiny, it does offer a semblance of limitation. However, nearly a minute passed without Na Tai managing to even graze the edges of this soul cultivator, and the earlier bravado gradually dissipated. This delay caught the attention of the Grand Imperial Uncle, whose face, wrinkled and merchant-like, revealed a sycophantic grin. "Brother Feng Yuan, this is my younger sister. You must have misunderstood." Mu Qingyu's voice was devoid of any emotion, her expression as frigid as ice. Contemplating this, Li Heng began to comprehend the motivations of this individual, a base tactic of dragging others down to mask one and amp Appos' own inadequacies. Perhaps, in terms of sheer energy, the blood essence of the golden dragon would vastly surpass that of Pan Yuhong. However, the latent potential contained within the latter's essence is something the golden dragon could never hope to match. They are your comrades. Besides, isn't your elder brother among them? Can you truly bear to leave him behind? Hua Kanying rubbed her aching elbow, mustering all her strength to sit up. Wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of her mouth, she pressed her hand against her chest and muttered. After advancing another several meters on the ground, the two arrived at the forefront of a colossal, pristine white serpent. Yet, Yi Fantian was taken aback, for although the serpent appeared vividly lifelike, it was, in fact, constructed from a peculiar, solid stone. Looking up, he noticed the dark clouds in the sky had coalesced into a massive expanse, obscuring the distant moonlight. And the entire Qingyou mountain suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 76. Hiding aside to observe the match, Xiao Changxing encountered Di Shai, recalling the orders from Di Jingxian. He had no choice but to declare that Di Shai would be taken under his wing. However, Zui Lingbo, mindful of Di Jingxian's words, feared that Xiao Changsheng would impart nurturing abilities to Di Shai, thus taking him into his own tutelage. Although he was considerably older than Yeji's father, one must remember the saying, age is but a number. Reflecting on the events that transpired earlier, I realized that the fragments within me had already merged with the White Emperor. At that moment, his mobile phone rang, and he answered a call, mentioning that his mentor, Director Zhou, had arrived, prompting him to step out briefly. A detached voice resonated in his ear, and an unusual expression suddenly appeared in Chao Xinyuo and Amp, Oppo's, eyes. He had a vague sense that these words were specifically intended for him. Yet, it was perplexing why Satan would choose to address him in such a manner, as they did not seem particularly acquainted. Thus, whenever the revolutionary army breached a stronghold, the men in the occupied territories faced only two choices: to kill or be killed. An increasing number of men became warriors of the revolutionary army, while the strongholds devoid of men lost a substantial portion of their productive capacity. As the sun dipped casually in the west, Di Shai finally opened his eyes, nodded slightly at the sky, and with a swift motion, leaped down the platform, soaring towards the canyon below. The residents of the city were left in shock by the news of the Shao family's overnight annihilation, engaging in fervent discussions. Their expressions changing upon mentioning Yang Quebec Fong Chi sighed lightly, drawing out the knife that had pierced the middle-aged man pinned to the wall, crimson droplets cascading down. The middle-aged man slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground in despair. In contrast, Yang Changlin and others remained unscathed, their reverence for Zhang Lingjun palpable as they regarded him as if he were a deity. I express my gratitude to Master Zhang on behalf of the Shao family. Li Chunlin bowed solemnly before stepping aside to grant Zhang Lingjun passage. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire court, as if a tempest were on the horizon. Wait. Xiao Linfeng promptly halted the impatient vagabonds, offering them combat protective gear. It is noteworthy that even among those elite forces, many geniuses had undergone only 2 or 3 instances of refining their vital energy. The number of individuals across the realm who could be deceived by Zhao Meng and Amp, Oppos, was likely less than 1%, with Zhao Wanxiao naturally among them. This expression of trepidation made even Ning Yuan feel that his mother had somewhat dampened the mood. What could have been a warm scene had been transformed into a banquet of treachery. In that moment, the haze that had shrouded Ning Yuan and Amp, Oppos, as heart for days seemed to lift, revealing that, all along, he did not harbor much resentment towards Emperor Jing Yuan. This also reflected a respect towards Chang Jingjing and Dai Hongfei. Although these two were almost entirely obedient to him, they remained, in terms of official rank, his superiors. Feng Qingshan believed his secret was well concealed, yet he had been aware of it long before. If he were truly curious, he would not have waited until today. Just as Feng Qingshan was about to inquire what assistance Lord Luo required from him, intending to repay a favor, he was abruptly interrupted by Dong Lingzi Luo. Of course, this momentum was merely an expression of power from an invincible realm expert. Among numerous practitioners, there were indeed some exceptionally powerful cultivators who would not condense their own momentum. They typically pursued higher realms, seeking to transcend the limitations of invincibility through their own strength, thus ascending to the martial path. For this reason, Empress Ye temporarily evaded calamity. The emperor had intended to find an opportunity afterward to settle accounts. Yet before he could take action, he found himself ensnared by a covert strike. Having had a restless night, Feng Qingshan let out a bitter laugh, as the pleasant mood brought by Feng Jin vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, after leaving the Siso Palace, Sister Yu made her way to the Chongqing Palace. Upon the Empress Dowager and Amp, Oppos' departure, all her favored possessions were removed from the Chongqing Palace, leaving behind only cumbersome furniture and items she cared little for, arranged haphazardly. Before Sister Yu's move, the Chongqing Palace underwent significant renovations, tailored to her preferences. Deshan, accompanied by Mama Shui and Shui Pong, headed straight for the top-floor presidential suite. Along the way, he surreptitiously observed the trio, Shui Kai, a youth with a fiery temperament. Were his emotions on his sleeve, making him a typical fool not to be feared? Abandon you? The ninth prince truly wished to dissect Feng Qingshan and Amp, Apos, S-mind to uncover her thoughts. Jin Fei pondered, despite the unparalleled medical skills of the Danmei OG. Why were they seldom seen treating others? Lung Ruoya stuck out her tongue and remarked, the and Amp, Apos, 8 steeds of Shinjo and Amp, Apos, have no connection with my brother. What could their intentions be? This question echoed in the minds of the other 3 sisters as well. The 24th on the chaos list, do you, the human race and Amp, Apos, S. Martial Emperor, wields the unparalleled sword of slaughter. The brief information was not what every prodigy yearned to see. They craved more details, but unfortunately, they were hindered by Cheng Bai. Qian Jiahui closed his eyes, shedding 2 streams of bitter tears, lamenting the countless transgressions he had committed throughout his business ventures, particularly against his family. Such retribution was indeed well-deserved. Impossible. I clearly slept with Ouyang, Jin Doctor. You have taken this just too far, Wang Zhiliang exclaimed, his anger flaring. He remained convinced that he had been with Ouyang Yuhuan, insisting it was no mere illusion. What did you just call me? Fool? Dare to utter it again. Lu Shunda was a man of unreasonable temperament. The thought of soon killing Zhun Fei and returning to his former extravagant life filled him with delight, causing him to be less courteous towards Luo Etian. It is not so simple. The legendary level is more terrifying than you imagine, the Qilin king stated, revealing that, like other ancient kings, she harbored great secrets, with her soul seed originating from the Golden Domain. Chapter 77. Uncertain if it was the fullness from breakfast or some other reason, a discomfort lingered in the heart, rendering even her favorite hazelnut pastry unpalatable. Pouring herself a cup of tea from the kettle on the table, she gulped it down, as if to mask the guilt within. Could it be that Jin Feng can guarantee that the Bidding King will undoubtedly lose? This is a certainty that not even Jin Feng or Dongfang Bubi, let alone the Stone King, could assure. Your Highness, are we truly leaving? Mingzhu packed all her essentials to take along. Will the Lord agree? This jade spoon is the best for scooping rouge. Yin Jing considered herself an elder, believing that the younger generation should show respect. However, now, having been disregarded by 2 juniors in succession, her age hand reached out. Imoku was taken aback. Spies, something he had only seen in war dramas, were rarely mentioned even in modern society. He never expected that the island nation would actually send spies to steal something this time. Outside the Mingxin Hall, Xiaoyu pushed him out of the corridor, saying, enough, enough, do not follow him. The Lord will not go. If he does, what will he say? Will the one in the palace serve tea to the elder or seek to please him? She felt a mist rising in her eyes, and she tilted her head back, unwilling to let those droplets turn into tears. Meanwhile, the 2 men beside the tall figure immediately opened fire towards the monkey, unleashing a barrage of bullets in an instant. A colossal seal erupted from her palms, striking towards Qin Feng, intent on obliterating him. Siyu sipped her porridge, occasionally picking at the greens, and gazed at the composed Zhang, the wealthy magnate before her, feeling that she was fortunate to encounter such a remarkable person. The crescent moon strikes accurately hit the body of Yu, piercing through flesh and creating gaping wounds, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Xiaotong pondered the phrase carefully, finding it quite fitting, and nodded lightly. All those heading to the Kingdom of No Night today must assist in the investigation. The matter has escalated far too much, said the middle-aged man. As for why cats do not say meow but rather roar, it might seem strange on Earth, but here it is perfectly normal. Brother, I hurt so much. Please don't bully me. She tugged at her neckline, revealing 2 ample bosoms, immediately capturing the attention of the general at the 3rd level of P1. Although Hijini was hailed as the foremost being in the realm, how much truth is there to that claim? Wasn't and Amp, Apos, that scoundrel always disinclined to speak of others? Why was he suddenly so vocal during the live broadcast? The War King was previously the strongest in the realm of Zhonghai and commanded the Zhonghai War Department, serving as a formidable bulwark for the region. Yi Lianqing stepped onto the stage, still icy in demeanor, but surprisingly shook hands with the host on stage. Zhang Yu was puzzled. She had thought this drama enthusiast would be eager to watch the first 2 episodes of The Flames of War that aired last night. My house should suit you well. Let us take a look after work, Zhou Shuliang said in a calm tone that brooked no argument. In truth, he never believed this day would come. How could fate be deciphered by mere mortals? Yet she forgot that the laws of nature govern all things, and by understanding certain principles, One can glimpse the threads of destiny. Lu Shirshi took 2 steps back, realizing that this fellow, Jerome, appeared innocuous, yet his mind was shrouded in darkness. Who is the young lady? Why do you linger at my humble abode? Unbeknownst to her, a sound emerged near Kai Kai and Amp, Appo's ear, and the bamboo door creaked open, seemingly accompanied by voices. As the distance closed, Zhao Yu finally discerned the river of the underworld that the foreign deity had mentioned. When the emperor was enraged, no one dared to breathe loudly. Only Lu Shirshi secretly rejoiced. The capital is never short of wealthy individuals. Merchants hold a lowly status, and wealth does not guarantee access to the treasures of the court. Now, an opportunity has arisen, with the entire venue devoid of vacant seats. Even though it was not his first arrival, Ares could not help but feel a profound shock each time he beheld the ever-expanding river of the underworld. The official road to the west was obstructed by a winding forest, shrouded in silence, untouched by any sign of life. Zhang Qian possessed many admirable qualities, yet her penchant for boasting and comparison had become an inseparable facet of her existence, ever present in her demeanor. In high-level play, a support character also had the responsibility of memorizing the cooldown timings of the enemy heroes and Appo's summoner spells. LZ was a truly pure and inexperienced rookie team. Despite the legendary Riven and Appo's long-standing fame in the Chinese region, he remained a novice in esports, for the distinction between professional and amateur was vast and transformative. The most capable advisors of Yuzhou, along with the learned men of the prefectures, unanimously believed that last year, the warlord Gongsun Zan of Jizhou had mobilized his forces with unprecedented momentum to deliver a crushing blow to the main army of Yuan Shao and Hejian, aiming to eliminate the threats behind him and prepare to confront Yuzhou and Appo's governor, Yin Bei, with whom he harbored deep-seated enmity this year. The azure waters of the pool rose with the rich essence of sunflower water, surrounded by rare and exotic flora, infused with vibrant spiritual energy. A gentle whiff evoked a sensation akin to the refreshing caress of spring. Observing Su and I on the brink of collapse, the saint son of the medicine sect resembled a gambler who had lost everything, wagering all he had left, with no means to alter his approach to the assault. China and Yu Xiaomeijiu both graciously declined the invitations from the warriors of the afterlife, as they were not adept at mingling with such a multitude. Or perhaps Yu Xiaomeijiu simply wished to avoid any interaction with others. Lin Huang, witnessing this, refrained from pursuing, believing the opponent might unveil some unique technique worth observing and learning from. Su and I narrowed his eyes, as 2 fist imprints simultaneously vanished, only to reappear at peculiar angles before and behind Lingyu. It would be foolish to charge forward to certain death without just cause. And Zhou Yin would never behave in such a manner. He imparted this wisdom to his team. In Chapter 78, he dared not dream of ascending to the position of a 4th-ranked junior supervisor. Merely escaping a death sentence would suffice for him to bow deeply before Princess Jinan. Furthermore, what nonsense about being a servant to a master? How could they claim to be mere subordinates when we are elders of the Heavenly Calamity sect? Our cultivation transcending the ordinary in the Western province? The emperor was acutely aware of his greatest taboos. He had repeatedly allowed Su Rongyi to slip from his grasp, and now he could no longer manipulate her, while his suspicion of her grew ever stronger, leaving him unable to remedy Su Qingyun. Observing the situation, she was tempted to speculate that these nascent soul cultivators had come to aid their imprisoned disciples, yet she felt such conjecture might be overly presumptuous. He had been assigned by Li Feng to stall the Green Giant, and although he ultimately faced a dismal defeat, he was indeed entitled to voice such dissenting opinions. Upon mentioning the Bermuda incident, Li Feng and the others furrowed their brows, for the Jiuzhou wolves had suffered greatly, with ordinary members perishing. Yu Ling and Appo's ensnared in a spatial vortex, and Li Feng and Appo's level passively diminished, leading to a 4-year period of despondency. Among the 2 individuals pierced by the spear, the devilish muscle man has no grievances, for he is a confidant of Gu Hong. However, despite his ability to engage in a prolonged struggle against Yuanli without faltering, he ultimately succumbed to a casual strike from Li Feng, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled pride. He must have aimed to evade the assassin, yet tragically failed. The elder of the mountain patrol concluded that there were always 4 intertwined footprints in this vicinity. With her gaze lowered, Su Bing subtly scanned her surroundings with her peripheral vision. Strangely, she could not discern the source of the lurking presence. The esteemed Lang Yixinzuan, having lived for many years, was indeed astute. Having secured such a splendid dwelling, he remained discreetly within. I see your spirits have lifted. Qin Shouyuan gently brushed a strand of hair from Lu Yaoao's face, her delicate features illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her even more exquisite. Are you injured? The major, following the gesture of Chu Xin, directed his attention to the police officer at work, noting the bloodstains on the collar of his camouflage uniform, and inquired, Brother, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Mo Lien pouted, casting a pitiful look while clutching Mo Yun and Amp, Apos, S hand, appearing most woeful. Everyone, do share. Zhao Chushi exhaled deeply, leaning against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling as he murmured to himself. What do you mean? Chuckled Murongfu. Observing Fang Lin with a playful glint in his eyes, surely, my friend Fang has heard of the two immensely sensational auction events held in our city several months ago? After speaking, he lightly stroked his beard. Though Tang Ziqiang and the others withheld their opinions, the reactions from today's gathering clearly indicated a favorable outcome. Although their budget was approximately 100 million nationwide per day, it appeared that the total budget for 7 days might exceed 2 billion. The words spoken by the king today are truly stirring, exclaimed El Ziliang, his voice resonating in the Zhao Wangfu's deliberation hall. It seems that both the scholars attending the king and Amp, Apos, lecture and the central officials will undoubtedly experience considerable impact and reflection. Moreover, from Chen Jixing and Amp, Apos, remarks, it appeared that the rivalry between the old and the new was beginning to spark. Early in the morning, Zhao Chushi, weary from fatigue, went to the hospital as E and Amp, Apos, father underwent surgery. E accompanied her mother, standing before the operating room door. They were not locals and had no relatives or friends to support them. While the paranoid one contemplated how to intercept the aircraft, the ultimate battle armor on the acne-ridden chest had already cracked, unleashing a fierce charged ion cannon aimed directly at the fighter jet. Thank you. Zhou Siyun expressed heartfelt gratitude. For Bu Tonglin's thoughtfulness left him at a loss for words. Zhou Siyuan's acknowledgement of Zhu Huabiao's statement was not a mere formality. He genuinely felt that the assassin intending to kill him at the entrance of the Fuelinman was likely residing in either the Hilton or the Mori Hotel. Who are you? Bai Hua sensed trouble, realizing that she had been followed without her awareness, a lapse in her vigilance indicating that this individual was no ordinary foe. Lin Feng sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from his being, continuously swirling within him. Although Ma Honyuan was a significant figure, the protagonist of the evening was Huang Yaozu. Thus he merely uttered a few words before falling silent. Upon this, Qin Wei displayed a reluctant expression and retrieved a treasure box from his sleeve, unveiling a white elixir that swirled with mist. Tor wished to elaborate on the origins of the eternal fire to Qin Wei, but noticed that Qin Wei had already made his way to a nearby altar. Wang Hong was taken aback, realizing that the knowledge he had painstakingly acquired would be employed for deception. Perhaps this was a case of putting theory into practice. Before the universe and Amp, Apos, inception, 6 singularities existed, and following the Big Bang, the remnants of these singularities were transformed into 6 infinity stones. The primordial sage gazed intently at the Lingbao, Tianzuan manifesting in the western Pure Land, his eyes ablaze with intensity. A couple of years prior, advertisements were ubiquitous. Any shop opening was a grand affair. Chapter 79, Suppressing the Demons, inevitably pulling on a thread that unravels the whole. Su Fan declared, when I act. If I do not initiate, I will certainly conclude all causes and effects once I do. Su Fan spoke with a sharp voice. Su Dama cheerfully acknowledged. As long as he was willing to engage, he hoped not to be met with a cold demeanor after weeks of silence. In the eyes of all the teachers, every line and gesture of Chu Fan was nearly breathtakingly handsome. This was truly a fierce battle, akin to a collision between torrents and magma, erupting in waves of scorching energy. Upon returning to the office, the two did not find the bowl of lunch meant for Guayueyun, and thus could not debate whether the meal had cooled. The high priest casually produced a turtle shell, and upon a flick in the air, 3 ancient coins fell from its tail. As the high priest and Amp, Apos, delicate fingers brushed over the coins, a knowing expression emerged. With sleeves as vast as the heavens, encompassing the universe and gathering countless stars, the dark-clad figure unleashed a burst of golden light from the sleeves with a dramatic flourish. The players in the locker room erupted in jubilant cheers, and Papin lowered his hand. He had intended to reprimand them for their distraction with another match that might affect their current game, but fortunately, Lion had aided them by faltering. However, the 4 elders unanimously agreed that vigilance was essential, particularly issuing stern warnings to the 24 kings. Yet, he did not harbor any fear. On the contrary, He was eager to explore, for he sensed that Zhao Yuanlang harbored untold secrets. Meanwhile, Lan Xin and Xin hurried towards the back mountain, where spiritual energy was more abundant, yet due to restrictions, disciples of lower cultivation could not enter. Those who accessed this area were of superior aptitude. Lu Rushi cast a mildly displeased glance at Zheng Chong, her cherry lips slightly pouting, her enchanting gaze filled with playful reproach. After a moment of intimate eye contact, their lips met in a fervent kiss. Zheng Chong bid farewell to Wen Tiran and parted ways with Qin Qixin, then hastily made his way to the Chuanzhou Guild Hall in the capital. The two spheres of life appear to have been immersed in boiling water, roasted over flames. Trembling like ping-pong balls, seemingly on the verge of bursting, with the sound of their pleas for mercy ringing in his ears. Although Yun, Yi, and Amp, Appo's formidable mental strike inflicted severe damage upon Liu, he too felt the weight of the blow. However, his mental fortitude surpassed that of Liu. And having practiced the art of meditation, his capacity for endurance was greater, thus his injuries were not as grave. Meanwhile, Baki and the enigmatic king of transvestites, Ika Wanfu, seized the opportunity amidst Blackbeard and Amp, Appo's chaos to make their escape from Impel Down, fortunate to evade a dire fate. Upon witnessing the full expanse of the map, even Chongzhen, who had once seen the Kunyu Wangua map, was left astounded, for this new depiction was larger and more intricate than the previous one. Li Rong vaguely recalled having seen Feng Hao, the very individual who dared to confront Jin Ziyang directly. However, due to the angle of his view, he had not noticed the elderly man in the wheelchair. The long-standing vigilance of the leader of the Qinkuan sect had instilled a sense of trepidation in other factions, preventing any incursions. Otherwise, the current situation would surely differ. Wang Han also observed these demonic beings, their purple skin, sharp teeth, and dark purple-black hair, resembling humans yet exuding an aura of darkness. What is happening to me? At the moment Wendy was supported by Alusha, clarity surged through her mind. Though her body felt weak, as if she had just experienced a disconnection from her physical form. At this juncture, Gu Chen's consciousness was hazy, with but a fragment of thought pondering within his mind. Since entering the abyss of forbidden spells, he had gained some understanding of the void of non-return. Having just transitioned from his Dantian to this boundless darkness, he realized he had once again entered the void of non-return. Li Tian's words invigorated Siguang and Mingyu, who urgently inquired, "Brother Tian, have you discovered something?" Siguang, Cixi, and Go Lang turned to listen intently. Thus, He Chi Fan resigned himself to misfortune. Having foolishly followed Li Fei home to meet Chen Hong, and feeling compelled to seek assistance from Gu Xuani, believing it would be a disservice to her if she did not act against him. One by one, they drew their weapons, their eyes wide with fury, while Zhao Jidong brandished his own weapon, resolutely guarding the entrance. Just as Jiang Qingsa and Appo's words fell, Ma San was startled by a sudden sound echoing across the wilderness. Moments later, the American pit bull his subordinate was leading collapsed, lifeless, amidst a pool of blood. Gu Chen sauntered into the city of Sihai on his steed, accompanied by his dog, surveying their surroundings in a comical manner. The man's words infuriated Ren Xiao, causing his teeth to clench in frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, the Premier League had been swayed by my influence, thus refraining from further commentary and cooperating with my endeavors. In the course of my continual exploration and contemplation, I reached a conclusion. Having learned the outcome, Li Tian ceased his attempts, for he had conducted numerous tests, only to face either annihilation or a lack of perception. There existed no delineation between the two. Upon the utterance of these words, the elders of the Lingyu sect were rendered speechless. For this was a rule established at the inception of the sect and Appo's recruitment of cultivators. However, a faction believed that the expulsion of Shuxing by SM only further exemplified the discrimination faced by the people of Huagua. Shuxing and Amp, Appo's reluctance to debut under SM stemmed from the exposure of the exploitative nature of the company by her two elder brothers, coupled with the chilling realization of their treatment within EXO. The teachings of the sect do not hinder disciples from forming romantic partnerships. Nevertheless, Daobao Daoist felt that such matters concerning the revered Jinling Holy Mother were indeed inappropriate, if not outright detrimental. In the earlier scenario, he had no choice but to allow the disciples to engage in a mere symbolic display of force. Otherwise, the reputation of the Moku sect would be irreparably tarnished. Upon awakening, the first action was to visit the restroom and gaze into the mirror, bearing witness to my frail and feeble physique, gradually growing stronger. After sparing their lives, did they still dare to claim injustice? Jiang Rui could not help but chuckle. If they sought justice, then he would disclose the hotel's address and invite them to come forth without hesitation. In the bustling marketplace, their altercation had already attracted numerous curious glances. Meanwhile, Shun Yi led a team of adeptly disguised individuals, trailing behind in the shadows, prepared to rescue the trapped hostages when Bai Chu initiated the assault. The student finally relaxed his vigilance and leaned closer, whispering, "I must tell you, this classroom is haunted. Truly, I was highly regarded. The young ladies here, if not 72 concubines, certainly had their own royal courts. What did he perceive me to be? On that fateful day, Junlin severed Zhong Jinyuan and Amp, Oppos, S meridians, and was subsequently imprisoned in the dungeon. Moreover, continuing in this manner was futile. It would only serve to drain their spiritual energy unnecessarily. Ultimately, not only could they be slain by Sima Tongming, but Sima Tianji might also launch a surprise attack. Given the current circumstances, one would wonder why he refrained from allying with Sima Tongming. What scheme was he concocting? The third prince believed himself to be well concealed. Hence he felt distinctly awkward when his gaze met Bai Chu's. The offerings for high-tier human-grade skills were a mere 400 points, while low-tier Earth-grade skills demanded 5,000. And high-tier Earth-grade skills required 20,000. The heavenly-grade techniques were exorbitant, needing over 20 points for acquisition. Moga glanced at the stone bed, where a silkworm cocoon lay. Listening like a gem, he picked it up and toyed with it in his hands. Chao Wujiang, moments ago, intended to inquire with Pei Fangmiao, only to discover he had fallen asleep. Jiang Bing sat up, leaning against the edge of the bed. They embraced, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. "Rest well," Xiao Bohan tenderly urged. This fellow entered fully armored. Song Zhenzong was clad in iron-scaled armor, his head adorned with the standard ceremonial helmet of the guards. His footsteps resonated with the clanking sound, as he clasped his fist with a vigorous air. After colliding, the hefty individual seemed to possess elastic properties, soaring once more before crashing down again. With Baining yet to be subdued, what talk was there of advancing to the capital? The peak frowned, casting a stern glare at Li Xiang as a reprimand. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? If this continues, their spiritual energy will dissipate, consuming their vitality, leading to their demise due to this formation." Song Xuanji's gaze fixated on the North Mountain Elder in the sky, his voice resonating with urgency. However, the storage bag's capacity remained a mystery even to Wu Zijian himself. The chaotic demon shark lamented internally, on the verge of shedding precious tears. Thinking of fleeing? Yun Feiyong scoffed, his mind racing as a shimmering defensive array materialized outside the city lord's mansion. Having anticipated this moment, he would not permit those within to escape at will. At this juncture, tears streamed uncontrollably from Pei Gaoyang's eyes, akin to a faucet left wide open. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, upon reuniting with Fang Yu, Zhou Hongyi was met with a scene of devastation that left no time for pleasantries. They immediately dispatched soldiers to assist the civilians in their evacuation. Ding Ling was capable of shattering traps, breaking free from shackles to enter a new realm within a day. Yet others were not so fortunate. The moment Fang Hai beheld the serpent, his heart raced, but upon realizing it was non-venomous, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The odds of victory in a wild skirmish outside the city against the Wing tribe were dismal, a mere invitation to death. He had studied the matter and found that dressing like an unseasoned scion of wealth maximized the chances of attracting the opposite sex. However, if it were Pei Zhi, that would be a different discussion entirely. Then, Yining approached, hands clasped behind her back, hesitating momentarily before presenting 2 bouquets of fresh flowers she had concealed. He felt something was amiss earlier but could not pinpoint it, though he had no inclination to spy on others' private affairs. Lin Fei floated in the air, his right hand deftly manipulating a basketball, his arm drawing back in an arching motion. The 5 watched in astonishment as Chun Yun, enveloped in divine power, carved out an escape route and departed with grace. "What a jest! I speak the truth," Zhao Xian remarked, indifferent to Lin Biao, solely engrossed in his meal. Neglecting Lin Biao's rigid expression. "What do you mean? You should be dead by now," Chun Yun stated coldly, a surge of terrifying power crushing the man's neck, extinguishing the light in his eyes. Su Wanqing could easily detect Yi Zicheng's unusual gaze, stirring discomfort within her heart. Over 1,000 crossbows adjusted to a 45-degree angle, optimizing the range and lethality of their bolts. Tang Fei's lips curled into a smirk, preparing to repay in kind. A crimson tableau of madness and slaughter unfolded. The battlefield surged with chaos. Wei Guoqiang and Yin Lihing stood in astonishment, their minds clouded and disoriented. Yet, compared to their plight, his situation was relatively better, though still unable to fully withstand the onslaught. Mo Fan stepped forward for a closer inspection, lifting a firearm for a feel. It was considerably superior to the second-hand goods from Wang Bi's shop. After 2 seconds, upon confirming his head was still securely attached to his neck, he finally relaxed. 2 SUVs flanked from either side, screeching to a halt as 8 men in black emerged, each wielding a machete, exuding an intimidating presence. Indeed, the battlefield between Qin Hao and Jin Junlong is rather unique, capable of harnessing an abundance of soul power, resulting in a more spectacular display of combat. Chapter 81 stirred Mu Bai's appetite for action. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, he would have swiftly dealt with Nin. The players behind him were also somewhat disheartened, for they had long been guardians of Huaxia, and this rare opportunity to venture out yielded no battle. The apparent lack of intent to engage only deepened their disappointment. With the emergence of the Year Beast, fragments of ancient relics would flood the market, and Zhang Yang prepared to collect some in anticipation of the evolution of the era. The elders of the Shushan Sword sect understood that stepping onto the battlefield often meant facing defeat, or worse, annihilation, possibly leaving no remains to recover. After eliminating their adversaries, the Taiming sect customarily allowed venomous creatures to consume the corpses. Such combat transcended imagination, far beyond the capabilities of their tier. Lan Yinrong once again retreated into the sea of consciousness, unwilling to witness Meng Xinyo's anxious demeanor, as it evoked an unspoken anguish. Ling Tian picked up the fallen jade and mused that it would be perfect for crafting a spirit-gathering array plate. I am seeking to recruit individuals with technical expertise, Mu Bai stated directly, succinctly articulating his intent. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the scar-faced men recalled that he had previously only mentioned the most merciful methods of demise, neglecting to mention the most brutal ones. It now appeared that Ling Tian had not forgotten. Rather, he had calculated everything, awaiting this very moment. Without needing to prompt Qiu Weiyue for interrogation, the mere mention of the Ghost Emperor's name compelled those present to reveal the true culprit. Luo Billion, skilled in crafting, remained tight-lipped, having ceased to invest thought in the matter after the crab trap malfunctioned. Huayin spoke softly, her gaze fixed on Yunyu, attempting to glean insights from her expression. What are you doing? Juanxi glared at Hong Shang, prying open her hand and rubbing her sore wrist. Since that incident, the rulers of Wei have often reached a consensus regarding warfare. If they cannot prevail, they seek the alliance leader, and if the leader is also incapable, they concede defeat. Thank you, General. They expressed their gratitude after the formalities, and only then did Ling Xiao rise from the ground. The light within the room had dimmed, and Feng Shui lay on the soft couch like a statue, wholly unaware of her surroundings. Master, tomorrow the renowned scholar from Zhang will enter the city, and I wish to go and welcome him alongside my dear friends, the disciple expressed. Unfortunately, Sun Bowling's character necessitated that he seek permission for every matter, leaving Bianzi Bai in a rather awkward position. This was precisely why the initial staff member had stated that it was already too late. Congratulations, Lord Han, Yinran said, stepping back to create distance between herself and Han Mbing, subtly evading his instinctive gesture to support her. Among them, Tan Stalin and He Lu, being the eldest, often took on the role of caring older sisters. Yet, despite this, the city of Fengyang remained besieged by an overwhelming tide of 1 million peasant soldiers, with not a single gap through which to escape. The bed photos belong exclusively to Su Jiao, and more significantly, the men she associates with are not merely one, but several, each older and less attractive than the last. Shin Qing displayed no semblance of courtesy, his words cutting and unrestrained, in a world rife with conflict. Despite the elevated martial prowess of its denizens, few possess a truly profound state of mind, leading to the peculiar reality that many of the world's experts are rather eccentric. Frankly speaking, although they have dealt with numerous royal family members and corrupt officials in the past, they had never encountered a scenario where a crown prince, a leader of the nation, would conspire to commit regicide. Such audacity was unprecedented in their experience. After touring the room, the trio settled in what was once Shou-Er's streaming studio, now the abode of Yang's parents, engaging in conversation. At that moment, Yangmi heard her downstairs calling, announcing a phone call for her. She hastily rose to answer the call. They soon realized that after consuming the reagent provided by Zhang Sun, their physical resilience had surpassed their wildest expectations. Perhaps he had some pressing matter to attend to. After the startling revelation, Jing and I departed, as she needed to investigate a particular issue. While they breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of schadenfreude crept in. This time, The red blood cells were not so fortunate. They had witnessed Zhou Xian's prowess in previous matches, undeniably a master among masters, which explained why the Flying Shark Assault team could replace last year's squad in this competition. Fear not. I possess a unique massage technique to invigorate your circulatory system. I assure you, you shall be revitalized by tomorrow. Yundi chuckled mischievously. Give me a reason. Do you wish to disrupt their engagement ceremony or extend your blessings? The mere thought ignited an inexplicable rage within him. As Liao spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Lang Ruobing, as if conversing directly with her. And Gu glanced at the coffee before her, feeling somewhat exasperated. Who had ever negotiated an 800 yuan contract over an expensive cat feces coffee? This was precisely why she hesitated to rely on Quan Mo for employment. Li Huai lifted her gently, wrapping her damp form in a blanket before laying her on the bed. His previous training in the palace on emergency techniques for drowning victims proved invaluable at that moment. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a waft of steam as Su Jiayin emerged, freshly bathed and clad in a long-sleeved, plain nightgown. Upon reaching a tense moment, Long Ruobing couldn't help but grasp Li Bai's arm, unaware even of her own actions. At that instant, Gong Yongyu's expression darkened to the utmost degree. His furious gaze bore into Yu Luming, as if his eyes alone could inflict countless wounds upon the other to alleviate his tumultuous emotions. What deeds has he committed to evoke such longing among the fairies? Bai Lang inquired with curiosity. The siege warfare resembled filling a pit, sacrificing the lives of soldiers in a relentless grind until the city gates were finally breached, marking the pit's completion. Imo Song appeared as a beacon of joy, spreading smiles to Luo Ting, Yi Haojuan, and He Yinshi, further extending the contagion to the entire group, ultimately encompassing the whole class. As they gazed at the Fijian star seated on the bench, Lin Nalian and Jean Duosien exchanged a glance and ultimately decided to walk away in silence. Not only they, but even Kasumi no Okashiyu felt a flush of embarrassment. Is there truly such a side to S. Gokuin? Wei Feng nodded gravely, asserting that even if the canon did not speak, he would certainly administer a lesson to that shameless old master. To be frank, Han Hao is still uncertain of the purpose of this Tai Sui, now that it was in his possession, with no immediate utility apparent. In his view, Han Hao was indeed an excellent physician, not only skilled in his craft, but also commendable in his ethics. It is rare in this age to find a doctor genuinely devoted to the well-being of his patients. You have already lost. There is nothing more to say. Just lie down obediently. I am about to treat you. Han Hao pointed to the adjacent bed, speaking without hesitation. Its entire skeletal structure crumbled, as if crushed by an invisible force, its grotesque maw gaping wide, while its crystalline fangs gradually fell away. Even opting for a role to evade combat was a last resort. After all, who would wish to be labeled a coward? What is the name of the master of Wan Guanzhuang? Have you thoroughly inquired about his background? The fourth prince, seemingly unperturbed by Xiao Lingxiao's possible mockery, straightforwardly inquired, as if it were imperative for him to uncover whatever Xiao Lingxiao had learned. Subsequently, a situation akin to Wang Chang's previous encounter at Mingzhu television station unfolded, where three individuals lifted streetlight poles, each towering 7 to 8 meters high. Suddenly, Sister felt the world spinning. A singular thought consumed her. It is all my fault for not taking better care of you. Just then, the door creaked open, and she assumed that the only person who would knock at this hour would be Schwanger. However, when she turned to see someone entering with a basin, she was momentarily taken aback. Qing Feng adjusted the key he had stealthily acquired from the jailer and opened the cell door, stepping inside. Qin Fengzi attempted to speak, but found himself at a loss for the appropriate tone and manner to broach the subject with his grandfather. When that worried visage came into view, a flicker of concern crossed Su Qingwan's eyes. She had never imagined that Yi Jingxian could be so foolish. How could he leap into such treacherous waters? The end-of-term assessment was not only an evaluation of the students' progress over the past year by the academy, but also held significant importance for class promotions, representing an exchange of vitality among different classes. The variety of spiritual beasts was vast, with new species emerging almost daily while others faced extinction. Thus, the total number of spiritual beasts in this world remained an enigma. Yet, within the records of the Chilean mountains alone, there were as many as 137 species, among which the Qi Yanzheng was one. Yun, step aside. As Xiahou Huan heard this, he thrust his sword toward Yin Xiao, only to have it blocked. Upon hearing Gong Yu mention the unfamiliar name Zhang Qin, the crowd turned their attention to him with curious glances. When she arrived, she brought very few belongings. And now as she departs, there is little to tidy up. It seems her earlier anxieties were unfounded. The silver she carried not only remained intact but had also multiplied through some profitable ventures. After observing the spirited actions of Dongfang Xiaoqing, Lu Jun inquired of Xiaoxian, a knowing smile adorning his face. King Nanding expressed his concerns, pondering who in the entire southern kingdom could rival the ambitious chancellor now that he had gained power. If the state seal fell into the chancellor's hands, would the throne still belong to the Xiao clan? After Li Wu's departure, Jiang Wei sat in a rattan chair, lost in thought for a moment before deciding to visit the house he had purchased on the outskirts of Chang'an, summoning Li Di to accompany him. With a refreshing demeanor, he felt particularly buoyant as he leisurely fanned himself with a cloth fan. He contemplated the idea of producing toothpaste for sale, but quickly dismissed it, realizing that salt was prohibitively expensive in this era and could not be mass-produced. At that moment, Ruan Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the fan. Noticing this, Li Mashuan, looking at Song Qianqian's crescent-like smile, could only helplessly roll his eyes. Standing before such a stunning beauty, he dared not engage in prolonged debate and preferred to steer clear of the topic. "Aren't you worried?" he inquired, surprised by his nonchalance. "I just got beaten up," Li Jueshi admitted, shamefaced as he touched the bruise on his face. He rambled on the phone, speaking in a jumble of words, yet in that moment, he spoke with earnestness, and she listened intently, fully engaged. When Yuanqi saw Yanemo, she discreetly tucked away the round golden pill in her hand, showing no intention of returning it to Yunxiao. "So, you're not looking for me. You're just waiting for me to pay up," she thought. Xia, having received the money, simply remarked to come over earlier before departing. The identity of apothecary Halia was quite advantageous. Her profession was akin to that of a modern-day physician, but due to the varying levels of societal development, it was evident that apothecaries wielded greater social influence than doctors. Although Halia was reluctant to voice this, I discerned it with keen perception. The dry yellow earth was still swirling with dust, and the surrounding grass lay in disarray, trampled and torn apart. Until the very moment of his life's swift passage, Wang Zhan was filled with reluctance and confusion. Ultimately, this calamity lay at the feet of the high priest. For had he not coveted the treasures at Yaoxin, he would have known his own limitations and would never have consented to Yaoxin's unreasonable demands. "I possess nothing of what you seek," Wang Zhan retorted, his pride wounded as he waved his sleeve in anger. Chapter 83. How peculiar it is to encounter someone like Jiang Pingse. He hops around every day, much like a little rabbit. The biting wind swirled through the streets. Yet amidst the festive decorations all around, there was an air of newness that belied the chill. Gradually, the blood essence grass, scorched by the fierce flames, began to shed, deform, and soften, transforming into a liquid essence, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma into the air. Your exterior is sufficiently resilient, presenting no issues. However, should it withstand the shrapnel of a grenade at close range, this individual would concede defeat, and justly so. The stockpiling of provisions is indeed a virtue. Lu Fan is also inquiring with merchants about the procurement of rice, as he harbors a distaste for the local fare, preferring the softness of white rice. In the future, he intends to obtain rice seeds to cultivate in Chang'an, nurturing them selectively, so that after several years, he may yield a delectable harvest. Zhou Yi wishes to laugh. Yet his condition is not significantly improved. His legs can no longer support his standing, and he collapses onto the ground. As visions he desperately tries to control begin to materialize before him. Furthermore, her magical prowess upon entering the foundational realm is formidable, far surpassing that of a novice. She firmly believes it impossible for one newly ascended to dispatch a third-tier purple-ringed python with such ease. At the western apex of the hall, a beast-shaped tile seems to have been skewed by a gust of wind, resembling a head of someone who has fallen asleep askew, provoking an involuntary smile. Tang Ling tears open her garment to inspect her persistently itching abdomen, her eyes widening in shock. Upon their arrival at the city gate, they discover a considerable line of young individuals, with a table at the front where a middle-aged man is engaged in some form of registration. After years of searching, they finally attain results, yet, more heartbreakingly, they soon find themselves facing execution together, silently seated in the vast, empty hall. Song Tianji continues to reflect on matters spanning 1,000,000 years. Although he inhabits the body of Ing, he has grown alongside Ing over this vast expanse of time, sharing in his joys and sorrows, effectively making them brothers sharing one body. Indeed, due to last year's coup in Handan, the Zhao state has lost numerous dignitaries, leaving many positions vacant, inadvertently attracting talented scholars from various states to flock to Handan. Yao Yao farewell. After a brief conversation with Yao Yao, Lin Fei gently tousles her hair before taking his leave. This is a novel strain of worm-like ransomware. To unlock the virus's grip, one must transfer 3,000 special coins to the specified account, Wu Tian elucidates. Adonis casts a sweeping glance at the other three major factions, who, in silent accord, tilt their heads away, feigning ignorance, none wishing to court death. Responding to Yi Huan's cue, one player steps decisively onto a chunk of flesh floating in the blood pool. The piece quivers violently, yet fortunately, the player quickly regains balance, stabilizing themselves. Fire God Yu Rong. Water God Gong Gong. Even the demon of the abyss cannot help but draw a sharp breath in astonishment. Gabriel slams his heavy cross onto the ground. In that instant, a multitude of golden chains burst forth from the cross, binding all 13 giant warriors. In an instant, the cultivators rejoice, sensing the absence of peril. They naturally rush forward to seize the opportunity for celestial fortune. However, as one of their comrades was taken upon landing, only 3 remained to face the challenge. The frequency of gunfire among African Americans has escalated, yet each shot is deftly anticipated and evaded by Qin Chuan. Under the cloak of night, Zhang Qing, weary from the day's toils, slumbers deeply, while Gu Yinza, illuminated by the moonlight, gazes tenderly at her gentle form. He quietly rises, rummaging through the wardrobe for a diary that lingers in his memory. Lu Qinxing offers a faint smile, expressing gratitude to the palace master without taking a seat. Instead, descending the steps to approach Qiu Daoxing. Siyuan calls, her voice brimming with joy as she recounts the events of the day. The saints, embroiled in fierce conflict, while their elder brother remains indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. Ultimately, including those who ventured far to seek transportation, only 10 teams secured this coveted ticket. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for advocating for me and restoring my honor. The young man bows in gratitude to Ling Feng. Wu Huai furrows his brow, lost in contemplation as scenes from various narratives flicker through his mind, yet he remains untouched by any profound sorrow. Bai Mingxi, noticing his perspiring visage and recalling his earlier words, feels a warmth within her heart and instinctively offers him a handkerchief from her sleeve. The internal strife in Japan extends beyond maritime disputes. The Special High Police Department, known as TACO, harbors animosity towards the army, resulting in a conflict not only with the Navy, but also with the Army and the police. Sua En and the Unyielding Soul are intrinsically linked, their bond surpassing that of brothers. Witnessing his impending demise evokes indescribable sorrow. After concluding the call, Jiang Yun initiates the contract signing, finding the electronic process remarkably efficient. Boss, it's time for a meal, a guard whispers to Captain O, prompting him to address the CEO. From a long-term perspective, pig farming indeed offers countless benefits. Yet given the current circumstances, where we have yet to satiate our hunger, is it prudent to aspire for abundance? Zhang Ke feels conflicted, pained to witness fine grains being sacrificed for swine. In Chapter 84, Luo Tian's aura transforms into a great serpent, yet he refrains from immediate aggression, instead observing Selvig. Mei Qianxiao, too weary to evade, finds herself unable to escape, despite the man's seemingly understated attack. It possesses a formidable power akin to that which typically requires 6 or 7 years of cultivation. Mei Qianxiao can only strive to survive, leaving her fate of broken bones to chance. With a flick of her wrist, Ji Ruohua produces a cacophony, prompting Su Ying to glance again at the golden treasure strewn across the ground. According to the shaman, they are not indigenous to this land, but rather individuals conscripted 20 years prior by divine emissaries to serve as fodder in warfare. Gradually, through self-brainwashing, Ning Yuyu morphs into someone unrecognizable, her attire and demeanor becoming exceedingly peculiar. With no one to care for her, she retreats into isolation, relying solely on the savings left by her deceased mother. The truth is self-evident. Their journey to America was merely to gather seeds, and throughout their travels, they have committed no transgressions. The figures clad in black armor lack self-awareness. They strike at the ailing coalition soldiers with arms that pierce like blades into the flesh of a living being. The mother and son, witnessing Xie Qingchuan's profound humiliation, understood his helplessness and recognized that Gong Qichue was not to be trifled with. The 3 of them stood together, weeping as a farewell. For every time he emerged to mutter, he transformed all sorrowful sentiments into a farcical jest. This elder Lonely Moon possessed an out-of-body cultivation level. Although not among the elite in the Flying Immortal sect, her rank was relatively low among the 108 inner elders. Was she from the 5 Extremes sect? Hoi Ya's expression darkened, for the members of the 5 Extremes sect were notorious, and no one wished to associate with them. The multi-eyed monster was uncertain of the true strength of this martial Tiangong, Zhubeiji, and thus was filled with trepidation. The resonant dragon's roar was powerful enough to make the previously furious Chaos Ancestor dragon tremble slightly, a flicker of fear evident in its dragon eyes. Brother Dylan, on behalf of all the Vanguard troops, I implore you, for the sake of the nation's citizens, to cease resistance and end the civil war. To ensure fairness, Yichen established 3 arenas in the martial arts field to select candidates for the upcoming sect competition. The Divine Palace is lifeless, while humanity thrives. How can I know how others place their treasures? Yui smiled gently, finding Jiang Qin's naivety endearingly charming. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. And in an instant, a tumultuous wind of fighting spirit could be felt across the northern region of Shisha City. From now on, anyone who inquires will be met with immense pride as they declare their affiliation with the First Military Academy. It was only their first meeting. Yet she chose to end her own life to protect him from threats? What could possibly motivate such a sacrifice? Was it merely because he belonged to the so-called royal lineage of the Demon Clan? In the distance, a young woman sat with her back to him. Her gaze fixed out the window. That graceful silhouette was Jingjing, and he seemed to always catch sight of her first. The black-armored giant insect was taken aback, not only by the myriad of avatars that Chung Feng had just conjured, but more so by the sudden depletion of energy within itself. Just moments ago, it had felt a strange energy enveloping it, only to find that 3 or 4 layers of its own energy had inexplicably vanished. Jiangchen did not pursue. Had he truly intended to kill, that last strike would have claimed the opponent's life. Li Zixiao observed both their reactions from the corner of his eye, yet he remained unmoved, coldly stating, I have already warned you. Broker Yang Lei stepped out of the announcement hall in Tianyuan City, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lackluster business of late, when suddenly a familiar figure caught his eye. After the Gao father and son arrived, she had arranged for them to stay in a courtyard in the town, since the old man was skilled in jade carving. He had gathered a pile of ore for him to sculpt. This time, a distinct gritting of teeth colored his voice, and his expression was frighteningly tense. The irritating sound has now captured their attention. As the saying goes, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. It is the elusive little mouse that warrants their utmost vigilance, while the visible enemies require less caution and can, at opportune moments, be utilized to one's advantage. With a lead in points, Lu Feng felt considerably less anxious than before. After all, his opponent this time was Long Tai too. And during the earlier moments when he was pressured in mid-lane, Lu Feng's heart was fraught with trepidation. Fortunately, he had chosen the monetary wish this match, maintaining an economic advantage throughout. Lu Feng felt a sense of relief at this thought. The victor of the greatest catch would receive rewards from the chieftain and the admiration of all clan members, while the defeated would not only lose their spoils but also see a reduction in the food allocated by the clan. Unexpectedly, our team harbored such formidable strength. Minshur and Qi Lai stood back to back, bravely confronting the 5 adversaries adorned with white marks, growing ever more courageous in battle. Mom, there's truly no need for you to be anxious, Gunanin calmly reassured her mother after a moment of contemplation. Meanwhile, both Guan Yu and Yuan Shao from their side had acquired jumps. Yuan Shao had obtained a jump stone and grass shoes, while Guan Yu had procured a crystal shoe. At this juncture, a jump signified a crucial advantage. Whoever could execute a jump first would enhance their chances of winning the team battle. Chapter 85. This choice of his was not inherently flawed. However, inexplicably, as the pianist on stage fluidly played that exquisite melody, Jun Rongfan felt a sudden pang of regret. Had he persisted in his musical endeavors, perhaps he would have outshone the pianist currently performing. Upon hearing this, Ling Qing eagerly stepped forward, with Lu Nian closely trailing behind. Harry, hearing a lively shout from above, instinctively looked up to see a red figure flash past, ultimately landing on a nearby low rooftop. At that moment, Fong Bai truly sensed a cold humor, recalling the myriad network interfaces of the 6th dimension. Enough, Sherlock, we need to take a break, he stated. I apologize, Fong. We can only seek refuge here, and I hope it does not inconvenience you. Watson was nearly at her limit, slumping into a chair, her poise and decorum forgotten. Kuda fell silent, pondering the concept of loyalty for the first time. He had never considered this matter before, realizing that even the most beautiful flower was not worth sacrificing an entire forest. Who exactly is this person? Danny, who had fought with Sherlock, found himself utterly perplexed. In the throes of pain and darkness, he repeatedly called out for the one he relied on from the depths of his heart, hoping for salvation time and again. Fortunately, this waiting period did not linger for long. Wait, If Xie Xian is a traitor, he should do everything in his power to protect Lu Sunyi. Why then did he capture him himself? Gu Yu appeared to grasp something, yet remained utterly confused. Gu Zichen picked up her blanket, pressed a kiss upon her forehead, and then went out to prepare breakfast, wondering if the girl might forget the events of the previous night upon waking. The bracelet was of immense value to her, so precious that her concern for it eclipsed her own well-being. Yuhua's fingers hovered just a finger's breadth away from Yuli's body. Yet this minuscule distance loomed like an insurmountable chasm, distant and unforgiving. As a creature of the abyss, despite possessing a modicum of intelligence, chaos was inherently woven into their nature, rendering the force of magic in a frenzied state, unable to strike its target. The surrounding trees bore the brunt of this turmoil, as chains lashed wildly, uprooting and severing great trunks, swiftly clearing an expanse of ground. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the conversation between Lu Xuanyi and Qin Wei, causing both to exchange glances filled with an unspoken tension. Antina's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the man advancing towards her, exuding an aura of menace with each deliberate step that resonated like a heavy drumbeat against her heart, leaving her trembling. It was akin to a traveler laboriously climbing a mountain, striving with every ounce of effort, only to discover that upon reaching the summit, the view was not one of breathtaking beauty, but rather a sheer cliff face on the other side. "I suppose I shall just demolish this house and see what becomes of it," he said impatiently. My gaze fell upon the boy's swollen arm, his shoulders sagging helplessly, unable to move, with a grotesque bulge that throbbed painfully at the slightest touch. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, painting a picture of agony. Baturu, having missed a strike, cast a curious glance at the middle-aged man who had rescued Huang Xiqing, a fourth-tier ability user. If he could consistently meet the word count, it would indeed be a significant gain compared to the meager output of the previous day. Since the code was promulgated by me, who will oversee its enforcement after I depart from the demon realm? Silver Moon suddenly inquired with a meaningful glance. Are you truly speaking the truth? I remained skeptical of his assertions, yet found myself powerless to challenge him, lacking any evidence to prove his deceit. My father, of all people, could have chosen anyone to accompany me, yet he selected Du Guhao, a sworn adversary. I could not fathom his reasoning. Xiaoling surveyed the area and instantly discerned that the back garden was merely a simple illusionary array. This array could only conjure beautiful vistas for admiration, lacking any other functionality. Hu Yuan was well acquainted with a diverse array of friends, among whom were those knowledgeable in the ways of formations. Lu Ping also sensed the murderous intent that Lu Xian harbored towards Liang Jing, igniting a fierce anger within him against the would-be assailant. Tang Yuanying seemed to notice his gaze, deliberately lowering her head in faint shyness, presenting her most alluring angle for Zhou Xingyun's admiration. Has the matter regarding the beauty pills fallen through? Shiwei swallowed hard and inquired, confident that Qin Yin would not engage in actions detrimental to his own company. With a wry smile, Luo had never intended to enlist the help of Maki and his companions, hence it was impossible for him to agree. After all, Meteor Street was their homeland. Siding with him to eliminate the elders would effectively mean turning against their own roots. Han Xiao was taken aback and quickly activated the Eye of Void, making swift leaps to evade the self-destructive attacks of the venomous insects. Countless disciples, drawn by the commotion, felt a chilling aura that penetrated to their very bones, a murderous intent unprecedented in its intensity. Majestic jade palaces rose from the ground, and at the center, a magnificent golden hall ascended into the air. He had initially expected Han Xiao to be incensed, allowing him to feign indignation at the ostentation of the esteemed leader, thereby making Han Xiao feel uncomfortable. Witnessing this scene, his own aura suddenly erupted. Imoli had not anticipated that Luo Fan would be so brazenly assertive. The true flagship of Atlantis was, in fact, Atlantis City, a fact well known among the Atlanteans, and Yi Huan was certainly aware of this matter. Consequently, such powerful beings were typically engaged in secluded cultivation, seeking the path to enlightenment. Unless a truly significant event occurred, their emergence was highly unlikely. Take care of yourself and rest well. Su Yi nodded, having never considered sending Yin Xiao to mingle on his behalf. Such a murky environment was not suitable for her presence. Hao Ming hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit awkward after several invitations from Director Zhu. He thought for a while and finally agreed. I shall do my utmost. These transformations indeed brought forth genuine progress, although the extent of such advancements remained uncertain. You mustn't laugh. I refuse to believe we will fail a third time. With that, Lu Bingxian's temper flared anew, pouting at the already doubled-over Xiaoyu. And with a stomp of her foot and a wave of her hand, she prepared for a third attempt. The shadow behind them relentlessly pursued. Just as it seemed ready to catch up with the bluebird, the creature flew desperately, exerting every ounce of effort, yet the shadow and Apos' formidable power proved insurmountable. And it appeared poised to seize the bluebird. In light of his current understanding, Changmin was quite aware of the transformations he was undergoing. With a thunderous crash, chaos ensued as people stumbled and cried out in surprise. The room seemed to come alive, suddenly leaping into the air, racing toward the northwest direction of Sei City with all its might. Xian Yin had learned of this. Was it not he who had informed her? Indeed, given their close relationship, he bore no grudge against her machinations involving his biological mother, so it was only natural that he would confide in her. Qing felt not only cold in hands and feet, but also a chill deep within, realizing how absurd it was to rush here. Several centuries ago, the founder of the Shu Mountain sect, Changmei Zhenren, bequeathed the position of sect leader to his disciple Qi Su Ming. The Shu Mountain sect, in conjunction with Kunlun and Shaolin, currently held power surpassing that of the Wuliang Qingyan sect, subtly asserting dominance in the realm of cultivation. Are we staying at an inn tonight, or what? Xu Fang glanced at the sky, suggesting it was time to find a hotel or some place to rest. Otherwise, where would they spend the night? One individual, resembling a lifeless corpse, bore an expression devoid of emotion, his body rigid. Yet, without a doubt, he possessed formidable strength, surpassing even that of the deceased. Another deity's name echoed in the air. This astute individual, adept at scheming, had relocated with the crown prince and Apos' consort to the capital, where he cultivated connections with ministers and young nobles of the court. Nevertheless, she sensed that the originally vast and concentrated divine consciousness was expanding at a visible pace. Of course, the leadership of Wushan City held no objections regarding the expansion and renovation of the municipal government, as it represented the government's image. Liao was taken aback. It appeared that Chi-Chi had also perceived this surge of power. Chi-Chi, have you been overexerting yourself in your training these past few days? I felt nothing. How could you? Liao, wishing to alleviate Chi-Chi's concerns, could only express it this way. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Clad in a gray cloth robe, his hair nearly white, with two long swords slung across his back, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. No, but, instructor, are you truly going to take the lead yourself? Tu Lu inquired, unable to suppress the excitement that surfaced on his face. Both Xue Qianwu and Xue Qianyi were startled. After a moment's contemplation, Xue Qianwu understood Qian Ji's concerns. Though reluctant, she acquiesced. Xue Qianyi, hailing from an aristocratic lineage, was worldly and recognized the gravity of the matter, thus refrained from opposition. A wave of emotion washed over Qiange, realizing this was the distinction between her sister and others: complete trust, unwavering concern, and boundless affection. Yang Cui and Yi Batian exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy mirrored in each other's eyes, their faces brightening, even momentarily setting aside the matter of pressuring Fang Tingxue. The outcome was evident, yet she felt unprepared to accept her, not only due to Fang Tingxue and Fang Xueqing, but also because of her own afflictions. Upon hearing Wu Bao's remarks, Si Huang felt no surprise. Wu Bao's earlier reactions after viewing the painting had been unmistakable. And one of the reasons for their visit was Wu Bao's assertion of sensing the aura of the illustrious young master Su Zixio. The energy that had continually targeted me dissipated at this moment, the sudden absence of pressure causing me to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood. According to Xiao Jane, since Princess Yaxian had managed to find them, it was likely she would frequently appear in the future, and they need not seek her out. They could simply await her arrival, which would emphasize that they were not the ones provoking her. Chapter 87. The tremors lingered for an extended period, and the following morning, as Zhao Yi rubbed his head awake, he could still hear numerous soldiers singing that tune. In the past, the bronze divine tree had emitted an invisible aura and magnetic field. However, now it lay dim and rusted. Even an ordinary person could discern that it had perished. Yet, why had they not noticed the discrepancies in layers? Suddenly, Wang Matzi posed a new question nearby. As time busily transitioned into June, the war in Kosovo grew increasingly enigmatic. This conflict did not unfold according to the trajectory of the original timeline. After the Great Flood, he attempted multiple times to harness the bronze divine tree. Yet it yielded no response whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan, from a distance, could not suppress a cold chuckle within his heart. The disparity between third-grade and fourth-grade elixirs was not trivial and could not be compensated by mere quantity. If there were no flaws in the cultivation results he had just demonstrated to his senior sister, she would certainly not have been so astonished. Wu Rong spoke, then rose to his feet, his tall figure slightly surpassing Yin Shiqing. Of course, the ordinary populace, distanced from the Pu family and the incident itself, could only observe the spectacle. The crowd exchanged glances, each uncertain of the next course of action, plunging into a profound silence. The surroundings fell eerily quiet. Meizi Zhu, you often say we share a tacit understanding. Thus, I firmly believe that if this is indeed the case, you will surely perceive it. Zhang Yu looked at Tong'an with a hint of confusion, momentarily failing to grasp the meaning behind her words. Su Hui gazed at Tong'an. Adorned in a flowing black gown, her hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head, a lustrous pearl necklace gracing her smooth neck. Apart from this, she bore no other adornments, yet her beauty evoked envy. However, this time, I sensed she was evading something, just as 7 years ago. She severed ties with all her friends, changed her phone number, her job, her residence. Although she smiled and assured me she was fine, as her mother, I knew her heart was burdened. 7 years ago it was this way, and now it remains unchanged. The debt owed to Yu Hao was a thorn in Tong'an's heart. She felt unworthy of the title mother. Having left her son from the moment he was born, she had never fulfilled her maternal duties, and before Yu Hao, she would forever be engulfed in self-reproach. At this moment, a 9th-tier barbarian deity arrived at cell number 1, and upon opening the barrier, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. It was evident that within cell number 1, there were 6 divine lords. Yet only 2 were within the range of his divine perception. How could this not perplex him? The Jade Collection site was perpetually managed by representatives dispatched by the Creation Sect, who gathered numerous locals to extract jade from the flowing waters. Lin Yinan stared at Tong'an in a daze, somewhat bewildered by her barrage of questions. General Manager? The issues here remain unresolved. How did we leap to the General Manager? Unfortunately, Hui Min, being young and beautiful with a prosperous family background, was never short of suitors. Not only did she possess an age advantage, but her character also held its own, making her comparatively more qualified for playful pursuits than Kushao. Believing she had concealed last night's events well, she was unaware that Kushao had already deduced nearly everything from the faintest clues. A mere tentative inquiry caused Hui Min to panic and scramble to cover up, yet her flushed neck and fidgeting hands had already betrayed her. After all, Zui Xiangju was not her own, and Sun Xingdao was not a figure of immense wealth. Running a restaurant was merely for profit. Even though the attendees were all notable second-generation wealthy individuals in Lincheng, they still paled in comparison to Song Jin. Early that morning, after finishing his meal, Wu Di stepped out of the house with Lu San, having been refused by Nguyen to comb his hair. It's nothing significant, merely a bit strange. Why the need for an update? Zhang Yi remarked. The scar-faced man expressed his astonishment, as did others who had ventured into that perilous city, their faces revealing curiosity and confusion. Isn't this image one you designed? Ouyang Ji cast not a glance at him, swiftly shedding his garments and tossing them onto Shinxi's face. Unperturbed, Shinxi calmly removed the clothes from his visage and regarded Ouyang Ji with a sly smile. Upon hearing that Su Ying craved something sour, Chen Shiyun's eyes gleamed. A change in taste surely indicated pregnancy. He awaited the moment when Ma Yi would focus entirely on Jiada County, thus providing ample opportunity for Ma Yi and Appo's backyard to ignite. Yu Tian stared at the chicken carcass for several seconds before accepting the bag, hurling a retort of fool before darting away. Chapter 88. Before everyone's eyes. A fleeting flash appeared. A dark figure suddenly dashed forth, its body suspended in midair, seemingly racing over the security guards, who were sent flying several meters away, not retreating, but rather propelled backward. Upon entering the game, after a brief introductory tutorial, Deng Chao found himself enveloped in an inexplicable excitement. Having concluded his broadcast, he awaited on the first floor with his communicator, when Tang Yin, donning sunglasses and a mask, materialized at the entrance. I found it difficult to rein in my emotions. Although I recognized that shouting at Sophie was hardly appropriate, I could not suppress my loud exclamations directed at her. As Jin Yu emerged from the seal, she beheld a youth seated cross-legged on a large stone by the azure waters, eyes closed in feigned slumber. A fleeting look of astonishment flickered across her cool visage before vanishing. The pursuing Zhou Bufan trailed behind the group, no longer wielding his mountain-cleaving knife, but instead resting it on his shoulder, following in measured steps. However, understanding did not equate to agreement for Tang San. It was not solely his fear that was at stake. What audacity for a grown man to whine so. He could not recall precisely when he first encountered the sword in Fairy series, yet the emotions it evoked remained etched in his heart, indelible and inerasable. Perhaps it could be said that each sect employed a nurturing model for their outer disciples, utilizing a survival of the fittest approach to sift out exceptionally talented individuals. The ultimate Gu King. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. I feel much better now, Yang said earnestly, gazing at Lin Feng, as he could only slightly lift his head due to his immobility. A cascade of lustrous black hair fell gracefully, her flawless curves devoid of imperfection. A beauty refined to the utmost, with not a single flaw visible. Eyes like stars, her slightly parted crimson lips exuding endless allure. The nearby Jing Yi and others dared not utter a word, fearful of incurring Tong Fei's ire, who, in turn, paid them no mind, fixating instead on Lin Feng. The blade laughed heartily, acknowledging that Long Aohai's identity was anything but ordinary. He was not only the progeny of the blade bug mother currently invading the ancient heaven world, but also a paragon of the King-S lineage, a sovereign in the realm of earth immortals. After leaving the brothel, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved against visiting the Diao family. With the news of his sister now confirmed, there was no need to take risks given his insufficient strength. Reporting to the sect would suffice. After consuming the blood of a demon, Master Li seated himself firmly in a chair, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation, channeling his depleted magical energy towards the magic orb. Even a deity capable of effortlessly shattering mountains remained restless, anxiously spreading his spiritual awareness into every nook and cranny. Fearful that the rampaging beast tide would unexpectedly invade his sect, or that rival sects would come seeking vengeance, she fell asleep in a huff, anger simmering beneath her blankets, unaware of how much time had passed before slumber finally claimed her. If circumstances permitted, Jiang Xiu would prefer to remain unseen, fully aware that his presence would inevitably thwart his own ambitions. Who are you? Do not hinder me. Several thousand armed personnel are approaching the village, and I must make haste. If I tarry, I shall bear the shame of my failure, the man exclaimed urgently, panting heavily, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Having become a subordinate universe of the Xian and Immortal sect, it was evident that the cultivators here must be integrated and aligned under the Xian and doctrine. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Lin Chaqing had ventured out and subdued the demon king of the White Mist Snow Mountain, a feat that astonished many. Zhang Chuan's remarks revealed the true nature of the Zhang family scion, prompting all martial artists present to nod in tacit agreement, eagerly anticipating how he would proceed. However, the price he quoted seemed to vanish into the abyss, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Ewing felt a chill down his spine, though he smiled. He could not ascertain whether his words bore hidden meaning or dissatisfaction regarding the matter at hand. The words of Situ Shi left all present in the Gi manor in profound shock. They realized that Lin Chaqing's prowess could overshadow all others, suggesting that his strength was comparable to that of the ancestral figures. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had no time to ponder what had transpired. At that moment, witnessing the giant severely wounded, he seized the opportunity to rise from the ground. Delaying further would invite new reinforcements from the Hunter organization, and he could not afford any more hesitation. This was indeed his finest opportunity. Chang Wei opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. He grasped a fleeting aura that vanished into a fissure, casting a glance at the increasingly resplendent mark of the King of Beasts before stepping forward, leaving no trace. With this in mind, Ling Yun resolved to urge the Mad Blade Elder to cease pursuit. He could not recklessly charge into a trap he recognized. Yet, the youth exhibited not a shred of anxiety, simply producing a bag filled with tea leaves as he approached. Pitiful? No, he is a warrior, even in such circumstances. He does not plead for mercy nor comply with my demands. He surely desires to experience the exquisite torment I described. For such audacious individuals, I typically grant their wishes. Chu Mu stated earnestly. Certainly, the comrades at the base are eager to meet you. You have finally emerged on your own. The warrior joyfully remarked as he approached Jiang Fan. Chapter 89. In truth, Jiaxu and Nanqing are not far apart. Currently, it is merely over 100 kilometers by car. Of course, in the past, transportation was not as developed, yet trade and commerce necessitated frequent interactions between the two regions. Within the alchemy chamber of the Wan family, the elder in charge acknowledged the affection shown by the head of the Wan family and the ancestral patriarch towards the individual before him. Hearing this, Wang Xian felt a pang of sorrow, such is the nature of this era, where no matter how dire one's circumstances may be, there exists no prerogative to part ways with another. Everyone nearby was fervently adjusting their hats, oblivious to the true nature of the weapon at hand. Online viewers were particularly empathetic, and at this moment, their hearts ached for Jiang Wen. while they seethed with righteous indignation at Zhao Xueqing's actions. Song Qian and Qin Su were busy packing their belongings, preparing to drive to Jiangxi in search of Zhou Dongyang's senior apprentice, Chang Qinshe. The elder Bai Tai of the Bai family sighed at Qin Yu's blatant rudeness. Though anger simmered within him, he maintained a facade of composure. Having discerned Qin Yu's formidable background upon their first encounter, Li Shilong burst into laughter, his mirth sending shivers down Ling Miaoyu's spine. Enraged and embarrassed, she retorted, "I was in a state of utter confusion, while you revel in my misfortune. What is your name?" "I addressed you thus due to your striking beauty." "Never expecting to hit the mark," he replied. Everyone observed as the ground beneath Lin Muyang began to fracture, crimson light gushing forth like a spring from the crevices. Men were particularly affected, as their inherent power was usurped. Only by joining the insect race could they reclaim any semblance of authority. Then, they encountered Zhou Hongyi. Yet this debauched youth was oblivious to the fact that he had mistakenly grasped the wrong stem. The multiple fire points were subsequently directed by the king bug, employing either jumping insects or self-destructing dragonflies to dismantle them within the following minutes. How is this possible? How could anyone on Earth achieve such a feat? Even the illustrious Thanos could not annihilate all battleships simultaneously. General Wang Ren exclaimed incredulously, "Zhao Zilong, I despise you. You have ruined Qian Er's life. For your sake, I sacrificed everything, only to end up losing it all." Diao Chan cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face as she yelled at Zhao Yun. The persistent knocking at the door unsettled Mu Qing, who immediately recognized it was him. Without offering a pleasant demeanor, he went directly to open the door. Zhang Xiaozhu suddenly took a few steps back, concentrating his strength in his legs, preparing to break down the door. Yichang had not yet managed to intervene when Zhang Xiaozhu's foot forcefully struck the door, causing a thunderous sound to resonate throughout the room. However, the door remained intact. There was a noticeable pause on the phone, as if the voice had discerned that it was not Zhang Ming. Yet it was undoubtedly orchestrated by him, leaving only obedience as the response. Each experimental subject's hands emitted rays of varying colors, forming a colossal light shield that enveloped the negative entity within. The islands near Coral Island are predominantly occupied by various factions of rebels. Aside from that, the remaining islands are all unsuitable for habitation. Rising to fame upon debut, CMBAE has released a second album this year, achieving remarkable success, which undeniably showcases the band's strength and immense potential for the future. Their musical accolades are beyond question. With a wave of his hand, Park, who summoned numerous archers wielding powerful white bamboo crossbows from the ranks of the soldiers, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Following them were soldiers armed with machetes and wooden shields, rushing forward in a chaotic surge. "Young master, the discussions between Zhu Jianrong and Zhong Lianda have concluded, and they have departed. We have recorded the entirety of the conversation," reported a subordinate in a hushed tone, inquiring whether the audio materials should be sent over immediately. Not only the bloodlines from the world of Naruto, but also the scion blood of Son Goku from the Dragon Ball universe, the refined essence of divine beasts, the modified T-virus from Resident Evil, and the enhanced viruses from Punisher, among others, could all serve to strengthen oneself and improve one's qualifications. Guqi Cheng retrieved her phone, locating the photograph intended for Elder Zhang, and turned the screen towards Xinyu. "Did you often cook in the past?" I inquired curiously, handing over the freshly prepared plate beside me. In the darkness, unable to see clearly, the two approached with curiosity. As they crouched down to examine the white figure before them, a skull emerged from the ground, locking eyes with them. Chapter 90. Is that so? Nelson and Amp, Oppo's figure vanished, only to reappear in its original position, maintaining the posture of sitting on the ground. Unfortunately, Zhang Daqiang remained unaware that the green cucumber kids he spoke of were currently engaged in a composed discussion regarding the situation at hand. Nelson squinted, surveying the spray bottle in Tom's hand, as a rich aroma of spices wafted towards him. Dan Shinfei took her into his abode, where he meticulously cared for her for over a month until her injuries had mostly healed. We are not from the same world, so there is no need for us to become entangled. Truly, it bore no meaningful value. Duanyan fully showcased his eloquence, articulating his thoughts with remarkable fluency and clarity. Miyabi re-emerged, brandishing the flags of the respective teams. Once all the flags were gathered, the screen behind abruptly dimmed, and when it illuminated again, the clashes had commenced. The following day, everything seemed to return to normal, and Sherwag were prepared to tidy up and head to the shop. Ambushed by Cheng Mingfei and the factory director in a remote area of the wild, the upper half of the zone had become a forbidden ground for DK. Anyone who entered would meet their demise. How annoying, I now understand that even if we don't follow, we will encounter other misfortunes, I resignedly thought. With a pat on Gu Shuichuan's hand, an unexpected sense of weariness escaped from Suzuki Yoko, far beyond her years. As long as one could rely on the High Priestess Jialan as a backing, even Yu Qinghuan would be unable to contend with her. Although Master Miaoyan implied that the Pure Land sect's allegiance to the court was a benevolent act, it remained uncertain whether the sect would indeed align with the court's genuine benevolence. The grievances in the martial world were too numerous, and the righteous sects that harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil were plentiful. Find a way to take us there, or you will be left with naught but shreds of your former self. Yu Qianche approached the tiger, a flicker of ethereal light gleaming in her cold gaze. After speaking, she bestowed upon him a gentle smile, radiating an aura of maternal warmth. Consequently, she declined, initially intending to prepare her own meal. But since Wen Jing willingly took on the tasks of cleaning and grocery shopping, she gladly acquiesced, as it merely entailed an additional portion for one. Perhaps, it is merely a desire for us to join this place, Sakura Kyoko remarked, her past life of wandering having endowed her with a keen instinct for survival in society. It does not hurt. As long as you bite, I shall relish it. Yushin deliberately emphasized the word bite, a mischievous grin flitting across his lips. As he arranged the white quilt, Wu Fan's movements momentarily halted. The oscillation between life and death, indeed, remains a constant. I glimpsed hope. He murmured as if in a trance, then ignited with fervor. Old fellow, you do not suppose there is. The presence of an old friend did not unnerve Bai Sujin, and Yu Han was too indifferent to continue their previous, inexplicable form of communication, without presenting irrefutable evidence. It would be futile to convince these three power-obsessed individuals, I coldly inquired. You should simply smile more often. Chunan chuckled, adding that he would henceforth address her as Sister Qiuying. Suddenly, the point-drawing platform was enveloped in a resplendent rainbow cloud, beneath which Wanyan Yong sat cross-legged, slowly ascending. Ultimately hovering in midair, his hands positioned as if seated upon a dragon throne in a golden palace. What evidence do you possess to prove that you are the envoys of the diviner Zhang Manqing? In contrast to the fury of Huang Zhong and Guan Yu, Su Yang remained considerably calmer as he continued to inquire. Despite his limited military knowledge, Zhang Di understood well what it signified to conquer Chang'an without a single soldier lost. A city unscathed by destruction must harbor immense wealth. Yu Han reaped countless benefits yet denied others even a taste, and it was indeed easy to incite indignation. Gao Hua took a delicate sip from the stone cup filled with fragrant tea, then discarded the remainder before addressing the two who entered. After confirming preliminary compensation discussions between the Fox clan and Lu Wushuang, awaiting a response from the Weasel clan, Dane revealed the purpose of summoning Gao Hua. Upon hearing that the matchmaker had only just remembered the matter of silver, she produced a piece of broken silver from her pouch, exclaiming, "Elder sister, your words resonate. This silver must indeed be given." Meanwhile, when Dr. Lu mentioned heading to town, the ox cart had already been driven by Dong Feng's younger brother, Dong Jun. The essence of this Fusang divine tree Dharma form is fundamentally the innate fire of departure, representing the heart's inner fire of Taixin. Having merely comprehended the divine intent and form of the Fusang divine tree, this place is a simple dwelling, sparsely furnished, aside from a wooden table and a chair. Only an elderly man clad in a yellow robe sits there, eyes closed in meditation. Damn it, are you mocking me? Go to hell. Hung Gu. Upon witnessing Qin Tian's demeanor, was filled with disdain, furiously shouting, and with a mighty roar, he swung a fist directly towards the boy's forehead. Jiang Wei let out a cold smile, his foot heavily stomping down as his thunderous fist surged forward with great force. It was all too late, Qin Tian. Kneel before me now, and perhaps after I've had my way with this wretched woman, I shall grant you a moment of pleasure before sending you on your way. Ding Yuan sneered, his voice icy and commanding. The two beasts cast puzzled glances at Longli, who was fixated on Jiang Wei with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a monstrous creature. Li Fan, after hearing the black-robed man's explanation, remained skeptical and posed another question. Renowned sects invariably rely on the intimidation of formidable experts, and Bai Zihua serves as the emblem of the Changlu sect. Cavani, on the flank, held the ball and then cut inward towards the center, yet he could not find a clear path to shoot. Within the sea of consciousness, there existed a region darker than the rest. Any light that ventured there was unable to penetrate. Considering that this artillery vehicle had a greater stealth capability than the Bulldog tank, making it less conspicuous, Chris contemplated before ultimately deciding to continue his journey northward aboard the dilapidated tricycle. They inscribed a promise on a note. vowing to exert their utmost in the upcoming match a week later and to strive relentlessly towards their goal of the national competition. In Chapter 91, under Chulu and Appo's guidance, the amateur team repeatedly sacrificed Junshi, meeting a tragic fate. However, due to the outwardly amicable relations between the two nations, coupled with the looming threat of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Shitsu kingdom had no choice but to swallow their grievances. As the head of the fallen sorcerer fell, Zoran hastily dispersed the magical grasp, feeling his head thrum painfully. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, the fallen sorcerer nearby came to his aid. He refrained from calling out to her immediately, instead calculating that he would knock on her door once Ji Weiwei had everything in order. After all, that place was both eerie and secluded, a location where even adults would struggle to find, let alone those children. The giant eagle, after the two dismounted, soared to one of the nests and settled within. Inside the Chinian hall, the lights blazed brightly, with 7 or 8 of Wuwan's confidants standing below. Among the Mini and Tualuo, choosing task 1, Qi Xingyu encountered no obstacles and successfully entered, evidently demonstrating that the collection of advanced ingredients obtained in the initial level task was indeed a prerequisite for this current endeavor. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuming finally grasped why Qi Xingxing had such an affinity for driving that vehicle. This is bad. This person's attack is formidable. Upon witnessing this, the man in yellow robes was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Long's offensive power would be so overwhelming. Even the shield he conjured with all his might could not withstand it. You wish to approach me? You still have a ways to go. The water mage scoffed disdainfully at Xuelong, speaking with arrogance. Are you referring to Captain Carilon or Captain Jessica? The pirate queried, somewhat dim-witted. You may exit first. By following the method of energy circulation within your body, you will be able to thoroughly refine the energy of the Blood King crystal core. At this moment, Nangong Chu had already collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, appearing somewhat feeble. In the northern part of the divine miracle continent, within the territory of the Faxi Empire, 2 white figures soared high above the skies of the empire. The following morning, the Duke of Loyalty and Appo's residence sent Granny Wang to arrange for 2 days later, specifically on the 21st of October, when the Duke's carriage would come to escort the Bai family of 3 to meet the Duchess of Loyalty. Bai Fuling felt a sense of relief, fearing that Yang Hang might change his mind and hold him accountable, without waiting for him to speak. She waved her hand to dismiss the group of beasts. I did not foresee that, while I dispatched the steward to eliminate the perpetrator. The one I had been in contact with, Su San, had abruptly cut off communication. I pondered. If the fate of the sect space and its disciples were to be decided by sect leader Yin, I wonder which he would choose, the former or the latter. Guma Huai did not mince words either. Haha, it is rare for me to be in such high spirits today. So let me share with you the matter of the chaotic physique. Upon hearing Ling Ji's inquiry, Song Shixin could not help but burst into laughter. Had it not been for such circumstances, an assassin in his current predicament would undoubtedly have been swiftly eliminated by the Wind Dragon. Brother Chun, a teardrop, as large as a bean, rolled down her face, and her voice became lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to speak. Lu Chen appeared genuinely innocent and honest. Yet in truth, his mind was not dull. Rather, due to his simple thoughts, he often comprehended matters more clearly than others. Upon hearing Yi Zishuan's words, Shen Yunyu slowly lowered her head. She did not expect Yi Zishuan to remember the words she had once spoken and, unbeknownst to her, had acted upon them. Plandelli has gone mad? Kasano's first reaction was such. He had not anticipated the consequences of his own violation, and at this moment, he still failed to grasp the severity of the situation. Had Yufeng stolen the stem cells? Why, how could he do this? How could he? Dumining murmured, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. An unprecedented surge of anger and hatred erupted from within her. Bai Moyan raised her head and let out a long, melancholic sigh. It seems that the decline of the Xiong residence is truly inevitable. Qin Karen glanced at her, stood up, pointed toward the door, and Gu Shuang nodded, promptly departing. The whole shrimp was enveloped in a layer of batter before being fried, sprinkled with pepper and salt, making it particularly enticing to eat. She stood while Yu Shoubai sat, presenting her with an air of superiority. Today, the routine elders meeting of the Xia clan was convened here, gathering all the significant figures of the Xia clan in the Hanbai garden during the ancestral elders' secluded meditation. Speak. What scheme does he intend to concoct this time? She grasped a strand of hair, idly toying with it at her fingertips. AI Chiao finally managed to successfully pass through the first-floor hall of the Red Building, traversing through a moon gate. Xiao Chun felt a chilling wind descend upon him from behind, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of slaying the formidable expert from the Seal clan, who was currently engaged in battle at the 7th level of oceanic power. The Seal clan expert, who had resigned himself to his fate, was astonished that the gleaming blade of the alloy war knife had not claimed his life, as it hovered perilously close to his throat. Song Cheng had been enduring a considerable amount of stress. I could hear his breath growing increasingly labored, and even sensed the physiological changes manifesting in his thigh. Ling Yun felt a stirring in her heart. She approached her and, with gentle determination, lifted her horizontally and carried her into the room. Given the circumstances of poisoning, she pondered whether she could expel it using her inner strength. Chichiza stepped forward to commence a massage for Mu Ting. Her technique was commendable, providing Mu Ting with considerable relief, allowing him to gradually unwind. In an instant, as Chichiza pressed against Mu Tung's lumbar spine, she exerted a forceful pull on the vertebra, causing him to lose his breath entirely. I had initially believed I could remain unperturbed, yet my heart felt as if it had suddenly been engulfed by a tsunami. The surging waves relentlessly crashed and rolled over, leading to the collapse of many structures, disintegrating into chaos. Chapter 92. Indeed, this was entirely due to the subconscious awareness of Shengpas, who sensed Hua Yin was in peril. Instinctively, he seized control of Lan Jing'er's soul, calculating a parabolic trajectory in a moment of unconsciousness, propelling himself towards the flame soul sword. Team Zhang! Exclaimed Li Jianan and the others in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Mingyu materialize before them, as if he were a beacon of hope, oblivious to the abruptness of his appearance. At my remark, the viewers watching the live broadcast erupted into laughter. Shigua sent a series of furious and weeping emoticons. Undoubtedly, Suan felt profound sorrow and rage over the demise of Momo and the others, perhaps even more so than Wang Yao. However, unlike Wang Yao, Suan would not allow hatred to cloud his vision, for his past experiences incessantly reminded him that impulsiveness is always inadvisable. You mentioned Zhao Yuan of the Shi people. Qing Higong. He is actually a member of the Dark Guild. How can we possibly collaborate with him? What if this becomes known? Lu Feng nearly cried out in alarm. My grandfather has always treated me best, hasn't he, grandfather? Gu Qiuyue said, turning to smile at Gu Chuanxiu. The glass vial shattered, instantly erupting into a bizarrely vibrant green flower upon contact with the ground, releasing a pungent odor into the air. What should we do? We can't seem to manage these four. Elder Zheng and the others are on the verge of collapsing, Elder Mu exclaimed. As thoughts of a potential extermination strategy crossed his mind, Li Tianming decided to first undermine the morale of the Fengyan army, aiming to eliminate half of them with long-range arrows, while his own arrow was precisely aimed at Wu Jinan. Blands, I am weary. Please prepare me a room for rest. I care not about anything else, but it must be immaculate. And, noticing his preoccupation with Jetta while ignoring her, approached and tugged at him. Although the blood power within him has yet to fully absorb the devoured magical energy, it is evidently much stronger than before. Having experienced consumption once, Alan and Appo's blood power erupted, striving to drain the residual magical energy in the shortest time possible. Yun Shenlin found Shuiqing somewhat foolish, but he could not contradict her. As she turned, he followed her gaze towards the crossroads, dismissing that possibility. If it were near the lemon tree, he would surely remember. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, pierced through to a certain direction. The midday sun in the imperial palace seemed to be reflected by the opulent decorations, casting an overwhelmingly dazzling light everywhere, including in the Phoenix Nest Palace. In Mui's chamber, the pale yellow curtains illuminated the room excessively, creating a somewhat restless atmosphere. Indeed, dear President, please do not lose your temper. We must not cause trouble among ourselves. Ouyang Hao hurried to Qinyu's side, asserting that he and the elder brother were his trusted aides. Finally, he dragged the unyielding Lai Pai along for courage. I could only laugh and cry. This old fellow, while adept at alchemy, was utterly lacking in offensive capability. Several burly men, along with Jones and Xiaoyu, raised their cups merrily around a stone table in the courtyard. Although these starry rings were no longer innate spiritual treasures, they possessed the potential to ascend to such a status, regarded as innate embryos. By continuously integrating precious materials from heaven and earth, they could be elevated without hindrance to innate spiritual treasures, each having the opportunity to ascend. However, upon seeing what Dean Hogg of the Silver Moon Magic Academy brought, the Pope expressed his displeasure. It turned out to be them, those Huns, damn them. With Chen Shen and Wu Guang around, it would be a problem if they did not cause a riot. He Tianqing nodded in agreement, a realization dawning in his heart. Zhao Da's expression darkened. Although he was not a renowned general, he was no fool either. The opposing side did not conceal their intentions, clearly aiming to besiege Yu City and then ambush reinforcements. Chen Fa had been broadcasting for over half a year, and the amount of money he had sent to Douyu must exceed 40 million. Thus, he resolved to address the three major sects before confronting the Tiangong sect. A fierce beast landed before the cave entrance, its eyes fixed on the crowd with a mix of terror and relief. While others remained still, Guan Yu sprang into action. His steed, the Crimson Beauty gifted by Emperor Stin and Su Chong, though not on par with the red hair, was a rare and splendid steed from Da Yuan. Once spurred, its hooves flew like the wind, swiftly reaching the chariot's front. Blood seeped from the tiger's mouth of his hands, dripping onto the deck, the sound echoing unnervingly in the hushed atmosphere. It is important to note that pure cleansing water can effectively remove stains but cannot repair. For instance, a leather jacket may develop cracks due to age. After being dry cleaned with pure cleansing water, it may appear as vibrant as when it was newly made. Yet those cracks remain glaringly visible. Calmly, he offered a rather friendly greeting to Hop, although the greeting was perhaps excessively friendly. I nodded, half comprehending, convinced by his reasoning that a temperament stained by blood possesses its own allure. This journey would be a long one, traversing the vast expanse of a desolate continent, lasting a fortnight or more. Ordinary flying vessels would falter and could not withstand the harsh weather of the North Sea with its frigid extremes. However, having provoked this noble figure, should word of the incident spread, it would likely spell the end of any future opportunities to enter the abodes of the prominent. As one's reputation would be tainted, anger puffed her cheeks as she wound the long rope of bells around several times, resembling a flower stem cradling a pink bud, delicately resting upon her alabaster arm. The madam, taken aback by such brazen refusal, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had unwittingly walked into a trap. The earlier commotion from the brothel might very well have been incited by this gentleman in a fit of rage. Having barely exited the palace, I furrowed my brow, sensing several gazes fixated upon my back, closely trailing my steps. Sukti Xin finally grasped the entirety of Suwa Sixiuki's plan. Overwhelmed by severe psychological trauma, his inherently wild nature erupted into uncontrollable laughter, a mirth so profound it turned into a bizarre, dissonant wail that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Seeing her silence, Su Mubai remarked, "If you remain silent, I might just fall asleep." With that, he pretended to lie down. Yet now, this seemingly insurmountable duo was hardly regarded by Dingyu. Their hearts swirled with myriad emotions, devoid of resentment towards Lung Yuhan for not articulating his thoughts clearly. By this juncture, both recognized that Lung Yuhan's reticence must have been for a reason. After all, they were bound by a fateful bloodline, connected through kinship. Having endured countless trials to reunite and recognize each other, only to find themselves on the brink of rupture, a notion that inevitably stirred discomfort. As if fixated on Chaozu, monstrous creatures leapt from the water, lunging towards the ascending shores, their sharp teeth snapping ominously. Even if they were to thwart them this time, the next encounter would surely lead to a deadly clash. Naruto sighed in exasperation. Kuin San and Kuin Wu exchanged glances, secretly relieved they had exchanged with Kuin Si beforehand. Otherwise, such a formidable threat would have served as the best guide, and with Kuin Si and Apos, as caution and meticulousness, they would not have needed to provide any clues. Subsequently, it seemed Bao Yuan issued a strict edict within the palace. Thereafter, no one dared to mention the Furong Song Society. While Li Yinyang gradually returned to normal after being treated by Ling Xian. 2 minutes after taking the medicine, Ma Yun's eyelids fluttered before abruptly opening, removing the oxygen apparatus from her mouth, her veins bulging. In the sky, dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder crackled, and large bolts of lightning began to strike towards the location of Tangern. Recently, Sumu Ran had indeed managed to cleanse her reputation considerably. While others were uniting their strengths, she merely found herself as the Cinderella marrying into a wealthy family, a far cry from the status of a princess. Zhang Lang looked at Lu Kuer's stubborn, tear-streaked face, feeling a pang of sympathy. A shiver ran through me. Human flesh? I nearly choked on the thought, my stomach churning violently. Couldn't I just be a normal person at heart? Zhang Lang found himself questioning this as he returned home. After a thorough tidying up of Master Zhang Xiuxiu's room, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He Qiandong, as a familiar guest and host, had led everyone in enjoying a delightful outing in Simsha Sui. He struck the palm of his hand with great force, leaving those present astounded by the sheer power of the cultivator. The young master, Yu Xingyao, was the legitimate son of a high-ranking official in the Kyoto government, notorious for his arrogance and misdeeds, leveraging his family's name to instill fear among the common folk, who avoided him like the plague, thus emboldening his reckless behavior. In my youth, I often quarreled with my family member, even contemplating separation during our fiercest disputes. Being young and headstrong, I thought parting ways was trivial, believing another would easily come along. Suddenly, memories of meeting Ming Curson in the Western realm flooded back. Although we were strangers in a foreign land, our interactions were harmonious, devoid of worries. The thought that Ji Ruobing might be detonated by the doctor sent a shiver through Li Zixiao. He had promised Ji Ruobing to help her extract the bomb from her body. Yet he had failed to fulfill that promise and had instead made her play the role of an enforcer, which, to his misfortune, had resulted in the Axe Gang in S City falling under Li Zixiao's control. The wounds left by Qi Ming had not fully healed, and neither had his strength returned completely. However, since Qi Ming was unwilling to grant him a chance to recuperate, he resolved to eliminate Qi Ming first and then find a place to heal. Despite his injuries, he doubted Qi Ming could wield his full power now. Do not apologize. You have nothing to be sorry for. That day was entirely my fault for drinking too much, said Xia Yuyan, her haggard face glistening with crystalline tears. Such immense power. Qi Ming gently clenched his right hand, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating through his fingers, and he felt a significant surge in strength as the Holy Thunder body, which had not seen a breakthrough in ages, began to show signs of advancement. As Wang Yuanqi observed his sister's expression closely, he seemed to seek understanding from her visage. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall into darkness, akin to an unnamed fire consuming itself, leaving only ashes behind. Qin Yue's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, her anger nearly causing her to bite through her lip as she muttered a curse. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingqing furrowed her brows. The vehicle assigned to Lu Qingyi by the organization, along with the driver, could accommodate only 5 people at most. If she accompanied them, it would inevitably leave one person behind. Almost biting her lip in frustration, Qin Yu was released by Qi Beifa, who ordered for her to be taken to her bedroom and locked in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The cat that had been brought in suddenly convulsed and collapsed, foaming at the mouth, sending Lu Zhong into a cold sweat. The turbulent river swiftly swept her far away, while the stars in the night sky retreated at an alarming pace, dazzling and mesmerizing. Yet, Lu Yuding felt an unsettling premonition that she could no longer drift along with the currents. Listening to the rhythmic tapping of His Majesty's fingers against the table, Su Xing's heart raced, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over him. Previously, as they strolled near the wedding hall, they had already noticed the secret guards from that day had all congregated within the hall. When Qi Beifa called out, the elderly Qi promptly severed the connection, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Qi Beifa was not surprised by this resolute demeanor. It was a form of mental relief, as constant engagement in battle could leave the trio overly tense, making them susceptible to inner demons. After speaking, taking advantage of Xie moment of calm, Wei Qi swiftly departed. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and he wished for an ice cream to be produced. Ostensibly, both parties claimed to advocate for the protection of water resources, but the underlying struggle for regional hegemony between their two villages was a matter beyond the comprehension of ordinary players. Damn it, if I ever catch him, I will make him pay for his insolence. Du Chun understood that the threats posed by the other side were not mere bluster. It was entirely possible that his family could fall victim to that inescapable death curse. The surroundings dispersed, and in the next moment, he found himself in the primary realm of the elemental trial space. To illustrate, using the mystical art of feng shui is akin to reading a person's face. Ancient sages believed that such readings were unreliable, for throughout history, how many seemingly virtuous individuals were, in fact, malevolent, and how many with sinister appearances were genuinely good. The banks of the Wei River are a renowned tourist attraction in Chang'an, bustling with visitors and performers showcasing their talents, with acts of sword swallowing and fire breathing in abundance. Sitting in the ox cart brought a sense of joy, and Chun Wanrong observed with great delight. The corners of Blue Demon Lei's mouth curled into an unusual and sinister smile. Clad in level 35 silver armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, and wielding a finely crafted curved dagger, he appeared even more enchanting under the sparse stars of the night. Master, may I inquire if Qi Wasek truly intends to collaborate fully with the court? Zhao Jingquan asked languidly. Damn it, where's Suda? Where has he gone? The ice blade observed Wang Chang trembling uncontrollably. Anger surged within him. The moonlight was splendid tonight, the air fragrant with flowers, and birds chirped in the distance as if singing. Spring plowing had nearly concluded. Over 1,000 acres of farmland were lush and green, with tender seedlings thriving. "Oh, quite playful, aren't we?" Kane remarked with a playful glint in his eye, bending down to pick something up, just as his fingertips were about to touch the sword's hilt. The long sword whizzed away with a sharp whoosh. However, this was no longer a concern for Li Qiao. After a handshake of acknowledgement, the competition was about to commence. It seemed that the touch had alerted Gudea to Woki's presence. His manic gaze turned towards Woki as he spoke slowly. It may sound somewhat incredible. The individual who achieved the first great feat was perhaps exceptional at the time, resolute in spirit, yet countless successors, undoubtedly endowed with talent and diligence surpassing his own, have failed to attain the same success. Chen Lihua, on the other hand, believes that the chef, well, to summarize in Zhou Huan's words, Chen Lihua has not relinquished her princess demeanor, believing that a grandmaster and a princess must not offend one another. The Blood Emperor. One of the few rulers in the Netherrealm, while the Blood Demon clan may not be particularly formidable there, at least has access to some taboo topics. Jun Eo touches his nose, pondering whether someone feels they have intruded upon tranquility or if they are merely overly concerned, making it seem as though they are impatiently seeking to offer comfort or convey something. The eternal ice is indeed not to be trifled with. The fierce offensive is overwhelming. The initial confrontation appears to favor a 7-3 chance of victory. Jun Eo, undistracted, controls the malevolent energy, dissipating the advantages brought by the corpses. The sinister aura of Iron Mountain and Iron Water has been diminished by 80 to 90%. As Qitianya, Chun Jie gradually forces the Iron Water into the confines of the Iron Mountain. The purple rain cannot hold back. Very well, let us heed Qilan's arrangements. Additionally, the tea project set to commence next spring must proceed without hesitation. Guang Weitong's character has already become unbearable for her. And now the system informs her that her task is to protect the designated target, Weitong, extending a helping hand until the target departs with a smile. At the time glazed palace, torrents of thunder descend, accompanied by raging winds and rain, indiscriminately causing the populace to suffer under the chill of the downpour. Moreover, Jose himself possesses innate talent, being a manifestation of the world tree, capable of evolving worlds, and as a soul that can transform into the Tao of Heaven. His endowments are indeed remarkable. Due to the ice pavilion being earlier seized by the wilderness deity, they find themselves facing a dual assault, desperately clinging to their space for survival. However, Gu Xiaoying, this slow-witted individual, remains oblivious, stubbornly opening the WeChat scan feature. There are a total of 7 levels. The higher the level, the more it signifies the individual's extraordinary comprehension. This silver needle, I request you to keep it safe, uncle, to test for poison. Xiao Yihuan presents a silver needle to Yunzhang. Surrounding the business building are various entertaining shopping centers, such as Mailuching, Pacific Department Store, and Dongfang Commercial Building. Chapter 95. Tang Huan steps back a half step, yet this girl's nature is imbued with a tenacious spirit. Though she has retreated, her hands remain steadfastly before Lu Chun. Zhang Yang smiles. Linger, this is the South China Sea, look over there. He gestures towards a certain direction. Why is Cao Cao not embraced by many? Why do people often place their hearts with Liu Bei of Shu? What discoveries have been made? The moment Qin Mingling opens her eyes, Su Hong eagerly inquires. Chun Hao lifts the burden and continues deeper into the forest. Upon entering the voice channel, he first listens to how Su Yin conducts such a meeting, as certain significant matters indeed merit further examination. Undoubtedly, Xiong Ba Tian has struck again. This individual, who has endured in silence for so long, once unleashed, his flames will erupt like a volcano. Once the city of Xiongfeng falls, the shipyard belonging to the Red Flag Army will also meet its demise. Consequently, the overseas fleet of the Red Flag Army will forever be unable to set sail, unless they wait for the onset of national warfare. Qin Mingling and Fong Miling exchanged knowing smiles, for it remained uncertain who would emerge superior between the heavenly creation technique and the sky-piercing technique. Moreover, the latter enjoyed an unparalleled reputation across the Wuling continent. All three had experienced the agony of dispersing their powers, and they understood that none wished to endure such pain again. Lu Chunsheng, brooding, chose silence, while Li Xinru was lost in thought. Occasionally glancing at Lu Chunsheng and then out the window, her expression shifting from a smile to a frown, revealing her inner turmoil. Mu Wanqing discreetly cast a glare at Huo Wan, puzzled by his intentions, yet resolved to maintain her composure. Unfortunately, after centuries, The illustrious Edward I had never publicly acknowledged his wife in any forum, nor did subsequent records provide even a whisper of her existence. It appeared that the lethal blade of fate bore no resemblance to the knife of Jin Yi, diverging in every conceivable way. There were approximately 10 of them. I dared not count them closely, as a few among them glared menacingly in my direction. Indeed, you read that correctly, to this day. Their status has devolved from a tripartite balance of power to that of a mere malevolent faction. I glanced at my plate, observing 2 fried eggs adorned with 2 sausages. A notable departure from the ordinary. Li Tuo concurred with the assassins, for although they maintained their mental clarity, unlike his own coercive methods, he would indulge in a drink when the moment necessitated it. The old priest watched as Han Yang and the others departed, muttering to himself, in such a lawful age. What tumult can you possibly create, heir to the Emperor's star? The following morning, de Guilas led a horse, accompanied by his attendant, Restia, as they exited the barracks. Lin Jingshu, noticing Su Sienna rushing toward her, shot her a disgruntled glare. She had intended to convey her decision to participate in the Tianlai competition, but was taken aback by the latter's playful antics. Naturally, she was aware of the events in the secret chamber from yesterday. However, now that the person had been abducted, it was too late to pursue them. With no breakthroughs concerning the accounts, she had enjoyed a rare 2 days of tranquility, and thoughts of the execution grounds gradually faded from her mind. Understanding that her grasp of vehicles was limited to driving them away, she deftly assisted herself without revealing her intentions, truly a person of meticulous nature. Tianzhu had no desire to entertain his arguments. At the first utterance, he signaled his confidants to take him away. Several of his subordinates emerged from behind him, swiftly subduing the struggling Inghe, who collapsed to the ground. After a respectful gesture towards Tianzhu, they dragged the incapacitated Inghe away. Minutes later, Su Sienna logged back into the game, invigorated, declaring, "This time, we shall conquer without cheats." Of course, she no longer dared to boast, "All who move shall perish." He deceived himself into believing that Cui Fei was merely on a call with his classmates and that everything was fine. Huaji reclined on the intricately carved wooden bed, the once snug belt now replaced by a delicate string, ready to slip away with the slightest tug. Were it not for the inability to wield magical artifacts, summoning the essence of a myriad of flames would likely spell doom for the entire planet. After swallowing 2 drops of vitality essence, my energy centers began to ignite one after another, producing a continuous series of resonant pulses. Hearing the words of the man beside him, Haidlund spoke coldly, his tone laden with icy disdain. By this time, it was already past noon, and just as Li Rahai was about to suggest they grab a bite to eat, he suddenly heard the announcement indicating that a cartoon performance would commence on the lakeside stage in 15 minutes. While Grahade seethed with fury, Haidlund's inner turmoil was no less severe. He had come to a stark realization after listening to Grahade's words. If he truly wished to end my life, he could have done so with a mere flick of his finger long ago, leaving me without a grave. Everyone, including Ling Tian, turned to him, for Ling Xiao was among the strongest in their ranks, leaving them curious about how many ancient lamps he could ignite. Words alone are insufficient, the father insisted. Producing the contract, Huarjiamu's eyes glinted with frost. With a shift in thought, she resolved that if any contract truly existed, she would promptly sever ties with the Hua family. After a brief respite, Minhao delved into his studies with meticulous attention, for he relied on this knowledge to attain wealth and thus dedicated himself wholeheartedly. Consequently, the region of Jiangdong shifted from a triad of powers to 2 opposing forces clashing against one another. Ning Rubing undeniably proved to be an excellent employer. Although her home was already quite tidy, she preferred not to send Su Lan on a fruitless errand and instead instructed her to tidy up the courtyard. Su Shaoqing maintained his smile, though internally he was greatly astonished. He was well aware of Wu Xiang's arrogance, yet he had openly acknowledged the discomfort caused by the opponent's defense. This sensation was initially soothing, yet the memories of a past life pressed down on Su Jinin, rendering her breathless in the tranquil atmosphere. Just as Long Huaping removed her cloak and hung it on the rack, a gleaming silver dagger was suddenly pressed against her throat. Lo Dan and Lo Fong entered, sweeping their gaze across the assembly before their eyes landed on Liao Tang, both faces betraying a hint of murderous intent. Wrapping the outer garment that Ji Wei had draped over her around herself, Su Jinin made her way to her room. The night wind blew fiercely and coolly, causing Su Jinin to shiver slightly. Ultimately, both descended to the ground. The painter Wu Daisy stumbled, nearly toppling over, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression one of frailty. Just as Doflamingo exerted effortless control over the entire Don Quixote family, the benevolent deity could be seen as the finest instrument for gathering power. Only when personal matters required attention could one request leave from their superiors, but the allowance was limited to just 2 or 3 days in a month. Failure to utilize it would yield no compensation. Ji Wang grinned at Chu Jinran, whose complexion transformed to a rosy, sweet hue after the meal. Before taking his coat and striding toward the door. Before the workday commenced, Chu Jin donned her white coat and gloves, diligently preparing the necessary materials for the day ahead. She retrieved the quality control solution, as it was imperative to conduct daily quality checks and calibrations on several machines to ensure they remained within acceptable parameters. The ghastly visage of the creature began to exhibit fissures, and its once honeycombed body no longer bore any protruding appendages, clearly indicating it had sustained significant damage. In this moment of contradiction, Li Xuanzi felt an acute desire to seek a confidant for counsel, thus he gravitated towards Su Wu's side. This spectacle left all observers within the manor wide-eyed, as the divine sword obscured the heavens, rendering even the most formidable of combat masters momentarily speechless. The other party's intentions were entirely benevolent. Yi Yuzhu, with her inherently kind nature, found it difficult to refuse, leaving her at a loss for words. However, just as Guguzi uttered a single word, Gong suddenly abruptly unleashed her third skill, solitary crane severing the twilight. Such thoughts traversed the minds of more than one rogue alchemist present. As all 6 individuals gathered seemed to arrive at the same realization, it was hardly a mystery. Since not just any sect could deploy 3 top-tier sword immortals, particularly in this region, only the Sword God Palace possessed justifiable grounds to assault Jiokong. This opportunity to solidify his realm after a successive 2-tier breakthrough was not to be squandered. Yin Zhaotian sought to reinforce his foundation through meditation in a secluded location. Despite encountering formidable entities from the underworld along the way, none could impede the hidden master, Wang Dadong. Hiki, brothers, cease your baseless speculations. I believe we should join forces with Liangshan. Having already stirred up trouble in Qingzhou, the court will certainly not allow us to escape unscathed, for our own sakes. We ought to ally with Liangshan, Song Jiang declared, addressing the assembly. A deep sigh escaped to Jiao, resonating through the cold, still outskirts of the city, creating an atmosphere both prolonged and distant. She tightened her saddle with a sense of resignation. Regardless of how solitary the path ahead appeared or the trepidation that lingered in her heart, she resolved to forge onward. Interrupted by Lu Zhe, Rex smirked. Though he remained silent, his gaze towards Benedict clearly tinged with hostility. How much longer do you intend to stay here? Kano inquired nonchalantly of Yun Cece. His eyes still fixed outside, where autumn flowers danced amidst the gradually yellowing leaves, painting a scene of tranquil gold. Yet, how long could this serenity possibly endure? Huya snorted disdainfully. Evidently, the position of the wolf-shell beast was akin to his own, likely a deputy clan leader of sorts. Hence he chose to feign indifference as he quietly entered the hall. Ajio suddenly recalled the man who always wore white, embodying an aura of serenity. And her heart no longer bore sadness or grief. Rather, it felt muted, yet an ineffable sensation lingered. For events that transpired could never be dismissed as though they had never occurred. Wang Dadong, how dare you speak to the supervisor in such a manner? Lin Xiao could tolerate Wang Dadong, but Xie Tianji would not. Has Chu Dian and Appo's mental state always been problematic? Despite having met him numerous times, she failed to notice any abnormalities. What did the venerable Prince Wang say? As far as she recalls, that old man had a favorable impression of Shen Yuan. Tianji shook his head and recounted the incident of seeing Lanshan in the bamboo grove on the back mountain, although Cao Yang found it somewhat peculiar. It sufficed that the person inside was still present. Everything else could be set aside for the moment. Before long, Kai Shue delivered the blueprint. The two exchanged few words as Kai Shue departed after handing over the drawings. Marilyn immediately began her examination, and upon discerning the design of the 9th floor, her eyes widened in disbelief. However, there was no alternative. Lacking in technology, one must rely on hardware. After all, his armored vehicle was remarkably robust. With a stable chassis that could withstand any driving maneuvers, provided Lin Feng wasn't and Appos, foolish enough to drive it into a ditch. This realization left Yu Danxing feeling a mix of hatred, regret, and fear, suddenly longing for Chu Yunyi. If only he were present, that scoundrel would have been dealt with long ago, sparing her from such passivity and indignity. Contemplating this, Li Changshan retrieved his handgun, loaded the magazine, gathered some weaponry, and descended the stairs. The two maintained their resolve until Duanmu Yuhua spoke 4 words, prompting Luo Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. Recently, Lu Yunjin and Apos' demeanor towards her had improved significantly. While not overly familiar, there was at least a hint of warmth in their conversations. Chapter 97, Mr. Lai. Please feel free to express your demands. I can accommodate reasonable requests, as long as they do not inconvenience my guests. Biting her lip. This phrase barely escaped from Shui Chanchan and Apos' lips. Justice? Rongshi enunciated each word as if deliberating over them, leaning languidly against the large pillow of her chair. Her moon-white robe draping her like cool moonlight, her exquisite beauty illuminated in the shifting light, rendering the surrounding scenery devoid of color. The gunfire startled countless couples, many hastily abandoning their garments and leaping out of bed, hastily wrapping themselves in towels to see what was amiss. Indeed, it was him. Yet, I believe he was merely unwitting. Zhu Di sighed, reclining sideways on the couch, extending his long hands over the brazier to warm them. The Zhao family had no intention of engaging in such matters. Their relationship with the Fujin would not remain amicable for long. Once one party bore a child, the bond would fracture, so why squander effort now? Had anyone else uttered those words, Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Xiangguan would likely have acted immediately. Su Jinqiao personally came to fetch her from the airport, having gone directly to the terminal after working overtime at the company. However, he refrained from making an appearance, fearing the attention of reporters, so he waited in the car while dispatching Qin Dong to the arrivals area. When she awoke again, a nurse handed her a surgical notification requiring her signature. Coupled with the previous remarks from Yiling On, Li Yin and Qiming had already sensed the undercurrents at that moment. Qiming regarded me with an expression that seemed to question when the two of us had secretly developed affections, causing my face to flush hotter than tea. Longing to explain, yet finding myself at a loss for words. Let us act swiftly. Do not keep the sect leader waiting for too long. I would rather not incur his wrath, Mu Yin urged. It is rather peculiar that every encounter between the two is steeped in such awkwardness, as if the heavens conspired to play a jest upon them. Although Tai Muxin maintained a facade of smiles, his heart and gaze had already soared far beyond their immediate surroundings. While escaping under their encirclement seemed utterly impossible, how could one ascertain the absence of miracles without attempting? Humph! What of it? The master of this domain does not regard them with any seriousness. Chao Chaqing bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down the spines of those present in the grand hall. At that moment, the worship of the demon clan docked beside Mo Fan and his companions. Bai Che and Qiying descended slowly from the vessel, while the demon soldiers aboard erupted in boisterous cheers, exuding an air of excitement. The 100 households hastily urged their soldiers to descend and open the city gates, allowing Lan Zi and his party to enter. At this juncture, the young master and 2 elders sat atop the prince's chair, clearly awaiting the arrival of their guests. A sneak attack? Mo Fan chuckled heartily, his fingers dancing as he unleashed a barrage of bullets, each whizzing perilously close to Li Yu's ear. You dare to threaten me? The half-divine knight's eyes blazed with a terrifying light, akin to 2 suns, the intensity causing the skin of onlookers to prick with discomfort. Some began to retreat, dragging their companions along to avoid obstructing the advance of this fearsome beast. Upon disembarking, he was utterly astonished by the opulence of the Emperor's nightclub. The exterior alone could be described as resplendent, while the interior likely surpassed such grandeur. TSK, what a waste of words. I shall simply observe the competitions, he sighed, disappointment washing over him as he turned his attention back to the events unfolding. This man gazed in astonishment at his reflection, ultimately moved to tears, embracing the skeletal avian companion beside him as he wept like a child. The prep cauldrons of oil had yet to fulfill their intended purpose before being upended by the carefree army, cascading behind the city walls. As more warriors ascended the walls, the range of the Qin crossbows had fully shifted to the rear, effectively severing the supply lines of the Empire of the Setting Sun. The handrails flanking the steps were riddled with pits and hollows, a testament to the weathered stone from which they were fashioned. Simultaneously, Martin made his move, as did Miyamoto Musashi, concealed in the void. Even the other primary attackers commenced their assault on Old Nine. Yet, Old Nine merely curled the corners of his mouth in a smirk before vanishing from sight with astonishing speed. In a similar vein, Yuio crashed heavily to the ground, spitting crimson. Meanwhile, Engsha summoned his true essence, regaining his senses, and what met his gaze was the sight of Yuio languishing in a mire of despair. Though this place lay far from the Great Zhou, the nature of a sage is beyond comprehension. While they may not traverse the vast expanse of the great wasteland in a single thought, their gaze can pierce through the entirety of the world. Yet, in regions where formidable masters reside, various restrictions exist, and even sages cannot see through them. She knew that the demon in the distance housed a man who could defy the combined might of the 5 great families to rescue her from this place. In that moment, the yearning that had accumulated during the year and more since she parted from Lu Cahong transformed into a profound love. Chapter 98 Days passed quietly. And on this particular day, a messenger from the bone furnace sent for him. When it comes to matters of the organization, sometimes even my words carry little weight. Just apply yourself, don't let me down. I intend to take this opportunity to cultivate you properly and introduce you to your Uncle Sue. Do you understand? Huber gazed deeply at his eldest son as he spoke. Once the old commander departed, Yishio dismissed any thoughts of undermining him. After settling down, he noticed a list laid out on the stone table. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Taya was solemnly praying, her voice low as she recited incantations. Since the onset of the calamity, only a few breaths had passed, yet chaos had already erupted in the skies above. If successful, once this reached the realm of the main deity, it would surely create a significant uproar, and the name of this hunter would be etched in the memories of all. However, they had evidently overestimated Wang Bingjing, who resided in Chang'an. The emperor of the Tang dynasty was not someone one could meet at will. I did nothing. You have misunderstood, Teves exclaimed, his neck flushed and voice frantic. When it comes to the laws, that transcends the domain of the sacred. If the 3-headed Lion King's technique were directed at him, he could muster every ounce of strength yet still be unable to withstand it. With a target in mind, he began searching based on the description of the sacred flame provided by the underworld demons, eventually identifying the true form of this flame, the Azure Abyssal Inferno. Its name sounded imposing and righteous, yet it was, in fact, an exceptionally malevolent primordial fire. Hero Yi, we have awaited your return for many days. After your departure, individuals from the upper realms, eastern continent, came seeking you. Unable to locate your whereabouts, they wreaked havoc in the forest of 10,000 beasts, resulting in the deaths of many of our kin. The voice of the demon trembled, choked with emotion. What is your name? Garrosh interrogated loudly, his demeanor shifting from dissatisfaction to surprise, and then to elation, though his hands did not falter in their actions. Glistening gold coins piled high, drawing the once humble dwarf into the depths of decadence. As soon as Wang Xiaosong finished speaking, Lin Yifeng leaped at an angle, soaring several meters high, effortlessly striking various poses. Blue Sky, you dare to walk alongside the Lord of the Domain, regardless of status? Am I to remain silent? Venerable Haoshu stepped forward, unfazed, casting an irritated glance at Blue Sky. Yet, back then, he and everyone else had their eyes fixed on the Vermilion Birdstone. Although he later had the brilliant idea to locate the Nirvana realm, he had overlooked that place. He had painstakingly restored Luin's past memories, which in turn made him more composed and powerful. With just one more guiding step, he might finally achieve his goal. Fortunately, he did not disappoint Yihan. Although spirit stones were precious, the 200 points of sect contribution were still acceptable to him. You are a mere backseat driver. Could you possibly offer something of substance? Yihan was seething with rage, yet the colossal creature stubbornly charged forward. Niu Zhongtian and Apos' face turned crimson, his arm straining as he gripped the shoulder of the immovable Shanqi, the veins in his arms visibly bulging, clearly exerting all his strength. After disembarking from the plane, the group did not disperse. Instead, at Zhang Yiming's behest, they proceeded to a villa on the outskirts of Liaodong City. Is this how one disrupts a gathering? Have the Chinese lost their minds? A youth with golden hair openly mocked. Lu Tian could not contain his inner turmoil. His upper body almost lifting off the ground in a frantic display, his eyes wide with desperation, resembling a seal striving to reach the shore, albeit lacking in adorability. For a moment, both were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting a nostalgic reverie, likely lost in memories of the past. And Rong informed the team of the designated order for free throws, and everyone acknowledged it without issue. However, Su Zhixin's expression was rather peculiar, revealing a palpable tension. Such questions lingered in their minds, redirecting the attention of those initially frightened by the specter towards contemplating Wei Wuji's intentions. Upon reaching this juncture, the stinky beast, despite the encouragement of childlike words, dared not lead the way any longer. After all, between vast realms, there exists an insurmountable chasm, regardless of one's identity. Failing to show respect towards a stronger opponent of a higher realm could easily lead to one's demise, a fact as natural as the heavens. It seemed as though something was about to erupt, and she sensed that once these dynamics shifted, many things would inevitably change. Yet, Li Jinglan did not grant them the luxury of a moment's calm. After swiftly analyzing the unexpected chaos and the retreating formation of the Beizong army, he made a bolder decision to pursue. What is there to comprehend? Is there truly anything to grasp here? Observing the expression of a certain man, Feng Tian felt utterly perplexed. This place is where various matters transpire, and where individuals from each main city reside upon their arrival. While the martial arts tournament also takes place here. My dear, where are you now? Due to the throngs dispersing, Zhang Iran could not spot Enchuling. As expected, within 10 minutes, the police arrived. In the 2 minutes preceding their arrival, the shadowy assassins quietly departed, avoiding any confrontation with the officers. Though their fangs were far sharper than those of the police, sharp teeth are but a feature of a mouse, and fear is, after all, innate to the rodent. After ending the call, Yang Qi exhaled slowly, picking up a photograph captured on the battlefield, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed at the monstrous figures depicted, his fingers gently tapping the table, lost in thought. Chapter 99. Han Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed his surroundings, revealing a natural cave illuminated by the ethereal glow of various spirit stones, at the center of which lay a complex formation. My love, I do not genuinely fancy it. I am merely observing. Yilan wished for her husband not to spend so extravagantly. After listening to the captain's words, I couldn't help but smile. I truly could not comprehend the meaning behind his feigned ignorance despite his clear understanding. Jiang Wei narrowed her eyes slightly, her pupils reflecting an increasingly large white figure, while her spiritual energy surged vigorously throughout her limbs. Sitting beside her, she had to acknowledge that Alice was indeed strikingly beautiful, with bright, large eyes and a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of the endearing coquetry often found among her compatriots. Maintaining a constant smile, her gaze was unwaveringly focused on Miao Chenma. Young Master Dai let out a long sigh of relief, and when he jumped up to utter some reprimand, he was suddenly obstructed by Zhan Mulien, who stood before Helian Chun, his gaze directed at Dai Nan, now laced with palpable disdain and mockery. Indeed, the mixture contained 2/3 phosphorus powder, but the remaining third consisted of flammable medicinal herbs, which burned with a potency rivaling that of phosphorus powder. Wang Meili responded, asserting that there was no need to explain the specific herbal components to Etian. In the lounge hung a gown adorned with blue floral patterns atop a delicate foundation, layered with fine tulle, presenting an exquisite aesthetic. The imperial city bustled with vibrant activity, its resplendent walls gleaming, while the main palace was surrounded by 18 grand palaces that harmoniously echoed each other, creating a scene reminiscent of the moon surrounded by stars. What was expelled, or rather, drawn out, was that old proprietor, and perhaps the ancient corpse lay within, unseen and unknown to him. The situation at that time was dire. The plump man harbored worries, pondering whether they would indeed survive this ordeal. He occasionally glanced at A Ying, only to find her seemingly unfazed, brimming with verdant vitality. This somewhat alleviated the psychological burden and provided solace to him. The rationale expounded by Wang Zhou was understood by all. A nurse and a doctor could easily don disguises with masks, rendering them unidentifiable to the group. When the person amusingly teasing him called, he stubbornly maintained that he wasn't cheating and invited scrutiny. However, the perceptive tease could detect an unusual panic in Nuami's words. Upon hearing this, the crowd became alarmed. People were not unfamiliar with monsters in this world, where deities frequently appeared amid celestial beings, and thus, so too did these creatures. Zhang Sun was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly kicked towards Song Kai, who was known for his audacity. Was he already at the divine transformation stage when you first encountered him? Yu Huang inquired, his brow furrowing. The expressions of several prominent figures, including Yuan Shu, Li Ju, and Guisi, turned ashen, shaken by the city and Apos' overwhelming presence. After the young man finished speaking, he limped towards the stove to resume cooking. While Li Fan and Chu Jiyun retrieved 2 meditation cushions from their storage bags, settling down cross-legged to restore their true energy. Little did he expect that fortune would smile upon him to such an extent. Merely stepping outside led to unexpected windfalls. The large screen captured the magical bird in the stands, while the Portuguese man watched the field with a face set like iron, utterly motionless. Time passes swiftly like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have elapsed. Now, Yufeng exudes a demeanor far more composed than before. A transformation profoundly shaped by the passage of these 5 decades. The Saint of Phoenix Feather uttered a sharp reprimand, her gaze emanating an aura of icy fury. Having encountered illusions before, Yifeng swiftly regained his composure as he surveyed the swiftly changing world before him. You injured my brother. Minga glanced at Qin Tian with indifference, noting his student-like appearance and slender build. Although tall, he seemed to Minga to be utterly fragile. The clash of golden blade light and the dark magic sword erupted, and the next moment, a sound of shattering metal resonated as the tall immortal's treasured sword broke in response. Yet, the onslaught of the magic sword did not relent, surging forward with unmatched force. Disappointment flickered in Di Jun's eyes as he saw that Ji Ming had no countermeasure, leading him to turn his attention to Fu Shi beside him, only to find Fu Shi deep in thought, indicating he too lacked a strategy. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon another figure, the demon master Kunping. As for the 9 artifacts suspended in midair, it was evident they included the legendary Xianyuan sword among the ancient 9 divine weapons. The Star Eater Hellhound opened its maw to devour, its skeletal frame glowing with a brilliant starlight. Even the life force within its cranial cavity flickered, as if embroiled in a tremendous struggle. After Li Qing finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on his parents, yearning to witness expressions of surprise, joy, and excitement on their faces. After all, his son and Appo's success in his career was a significant achievement in rural life, a matter worthy of pride. He observed a fine crack appearing on his defensive barrier, a sign that it was poised to expand further. Behind him, a martial artist draped in a black robe emanated an aura of terrifying intensity, as if poised to strike against Xiaoyi at any moment. The relentless questioning from Chaldea Temple left Priestess Diana pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her speech faltering until she ultimately fell silent. Embraced from behind by her young master, Daiming felt an overwhelming shyness yet was filled with joy, bashfully expressing her delight. However, the leap from the 5th level of martial sovereign to the 6th had cost Yihan over 20 million spirit crystals without achieving a breakthrough, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. Yet, when seated upon the throne, he still preferred to shroud his face in the shadows cast by the flickering candlelight, obscuring his features from view. They encountered the elite wolfman vanguard of the Misha kingdom near a dense forest, less than 50 miles from the coastline. 2 streams of fire elemental energy clashed fiercely, and behind the flames, something seemed to be silently observing the fiery confrontation. Before arriving, he had planned to stealthily eliminate some unavoidable strongholds and then create a ruckus in Rock Ninja Village before departing with ease. The authority within the school is intricately linked to daily life, studies, and even external tasks. The higher the authority, the more elevated the privileges and resources one receives. The children in the orphanage are not merely the homeless from outside, but also the orphaned offspring of fallen commoner ninjas. For them, Hitaki Sakomo has always believed that this is a debt owed by Konoha. Xiao Yi had a remarkably comfortable sleep, awakening at dusk, with Dian Wei still vigilantly watching over him. Upon noticing Hang's awakening, he hurriedly presented him with fresh water. However, due to Gulu's antics, even the previously self-assured Helena found herself at a loss, uncertain whether she should be concerned for Gulu or for the beast transformed into Zafuna. The ancestor nodded. Indeed, she was contemplating this matter. Previously, it had seemed unnecessary, but now it appeared the time had come. The question of whether Guokai could learn was no longer under consideration. As the most intelligent member of the Guo family, anything Guokai endeavored to learn, he would undoubtedly master. Thus, with continuous expressions of gratitude, Chu Kuang and Su Lianyi descended from the vehicle, with Chu Kuang carrying Tang Lingyu as the 3 entered the crematorium together. Of course, no one knew that Xia Qin's profound expertise in these matters stemmed from his status as a traveler in an unknown world, filled with confusion and urgency. Guancheng followed because Feng Qingxue required him to carry the items he had brought for Feng Qingyun. This led to the inns within Qinglin City being nearly at full capacity, prompting the construction of several new lodgings, which still managed to meet demand, although they struggled to keep pace with the influx of skilled individuals from the mainland. Meanwhile, Yuri swiftly sprang into action, with dragon shadows swirling around him as his dragon claws flashed before him in a dazzling display. Gradually, Li Er's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. It is well known that Emperor Li Er, while martial, is also benevolent and magnanimous, devoted to the well-being of his people and the affairs of the state, never daring to show even a hint of negligence, which is why the populace wholeheartedly supports this monarch. This time, Suqing Valley intended to send a peak martial Saint Elder as an envoy to seek an audience with Boss Yi at Tianyang sect, but upon learning of this, Zhang Jiping volunteered to go in their stead. Upon returning to the tower, the youthful elder Tong Yin meticulously rearranged the mechanisms throughout the tower, completing the task in a matter of days. He then proceeded to a specially designated secret chamber, where the door stood ajar. Despite their advantageous position, all of this was futile in the face of absolute strength. Lan Shi, everything is prepared as you instructed. Do you truly believe it will work? Lan Ling Shiwei said nervously, gazing at the several live-streaming rooms before her. The royal guards on the city wall had quietly retreated at some point, while Sinji, in a frenzy, unleashed a barrage of shots at the figures below the walls. Ever since they encountered Lan Shi at the entrance to the Amaterasu secret realm, Xing Shui's temper had escalated day by day. Of course, it is not only firearms that can serve as weapons. A dagger can kill silently. At this moment, the weapon pressed against Qin Yan's back transformed into a dagger. Due to the warmth indoors, despite the air conditioning, the two were seated closely together, and after such commotion, both began to perspire. As if on cue, everyone turned their heads towards the entrance of the hall, where Han Xiaoxuan, clad in an elegant black suit, gracefully made his entrance. After the ringing of the bell subsided, he glanced at his wristwatch and realized it was already well past midnight. This was merely a conjecture of mine. Although I held a 50% certainty, it remained a possibility rather than a definitive occurrence. Just as the two pairs of eyes exchanged sparks, a staff member ushered in the rehearsed Hong Kong star, Li Fanqin. The blade pierced through the shroud of darkness, slicing downward, and blood erupted forth, turning to ash before it could even touch the ground. I did not. You can just leave me be. I merely slipped, protested Murong Shushao. That carriage behind us? Shinchuanga glanced back, noting the eerie stillness of the vehicle. It was unusually quiet. She should have been brimming with joy. Yet for reasons unknown, a sense of despondency clouded her heart. The blood-stained cheeks bore an air of profound sorrow, and the once vibrant eyes that shone with a deep luster were now a mere shade of gray. Her departure this time was meant to be discreet, particularly from Qiu Yiting, who was 4 months pregnant and would undoubtedly oppose her long journey to a distant land. However, she could no longer bear to remain in one city. The busy staff, each with a machine in hand, focused intently on the fluctuating data. While the cacophony of ringing phones filled the air, Yang Jun offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that even without the land transfer fees, the construction of those 4 buildings would exceed 1 million, hence Li Fanqin and Amp, Oppos, fervent excitement. One does not simply exploit others in such a manner. Fortunately, the dwarfs, led by Isaiah, brought their mounts, which were uniformly mountain goats, creatures capable of traversing any terrain with ease, be it flatlands, hills, valleys, or forests. Tang Daoshin displayed no signs of discontent on his face, having abandoned his earlier sarcasm and laziness, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Shen Bujian could utilize the previously conceived dream within a dream function, creating a space within the dream where time flowed at a considerably slower pace than the outside world, allowing various adversaries to materialize for combat skill training. Upon witnessing his weapons severed, Li Tian and Amp, Oppos' fury escalated. He roared in outrage, channeling all his true essence and spiritual power to strike fiercely at General Rong. Once reinforcements arrived, it would alleviate pressure on other teams while emboldening the paladins within the castle to engage in battle. Otherwise, if her father were to hear those words from others, she would find herself in an even more passive position. Given the circumstances had unfolded as they had, she knew she must seize the initiative. However, during this process, under the influence of Wang Zheng's divine intent, Master Senka suddenly grew apprehensive that this potion might still give rise to a demon, leading him to place great importance on Stephen's character. Uncertain of the reasons, an ominous premonition lingered within her heart, compounded by the recent sensations she had experienced. Her sole desire now was to uncover the truth. The battle had bewildered all nations of the world, each having theorized about potential countermeasures. Yet the reality proved to be exceedingly challenging. What constitutes a Buddha? What defines a demon? A single thought can transform one into either. The distinction between demon and Buddha is but a fragile line. Could it be posited that demons are indeed Buddhas, and Buddhas are merely demons? I had someone investigate. And it appears you indeed have no connection to Jiangyu. Could it be that you act for Aunt Yun? Yu Xingchuan inquired, her gaze fixed upon her. Initially, Qi Jun and Amp, Oppos, Nan, and Lu Shihan were convinced that Qin Kursen and Amp, Oppos' demise was undoubtedly linked to Feng Shuelan. However, what perplexed Lu Shihan most was that Feng Shuelan, who had a close relationship with Jiang Riyun, also maintained a scandalous affair with Yi Hengyuan, to whom, then, Was she ultimately beholden in procuring the secretive substances? At that moment, the captives had been thoroughly cleansed, each one dejected, their faces ashen, subject to the whims of others. Tang Yi was momentarily stunned. As if awakened abruptly from a dream, how long had it been since he last beheld her? When Qin Ziki uttered her first words, the hall of Qing and Amp, Oppos, and was filled with gasps, as many handsome men exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with wonder. The cave and Amp, Oppos, surroundings bore the scars of battle-fallen trees, collapsed caverns, and utter devastation. The ancestral dragon and Oppos, fierce gaze glimmered momentarily with moisture, but it vanished swiftly. Yet, those present, all of exceptional cultivation, could not fail to notice that the ancestral dragon was evidently stirred by genuine emotion. Do you think our headhunting efforts are in vain? The subtleties of observation hold vast knowledge, Li proclaimed with pride. What purpose does the acquisition of 30 field guns serve? Previously, we relied on the ready cannons. Now, we resort to field guns. Is this even feasible? It feels as though a bird gun has been replaced by a wooden one. How shall we proceed from here? In the ensuing days, Li Zicheng occasionally led his team on leisurely outings, having abandoned any thoughts of besieging the city. BLO, feeling irritated, was nonetheless aware that on the very first day of the siege, over 20,000 had perished. With so few individuals at their disposal, it would be unreasonable to send them to their deaths. Yet, witnessing their inaction, his heart was heavy with distress. That Yuan stone does indeed suppress true energy. However, what courses through Chu Chan and Oppos' veins is that of celestial essence. It is not something ordinary and mundane that could be restrained. In the final days of 1995, Su Tsin, working in the office on the second floor of Baoyao Eyewear, heard a commotion downstairs and, fearing an incident had occurred, hastily descended. Years of habit from filming by the sea led him, almost unconsciously, to wander toward the Baiqing beach. Sun Xiaofeng and Oppos' family was impoverished. Her tuition was financed through loans. And apart from the government assistance she received, her daily expenses were earned through diligent work-study efforts. Although the contents of the transaction were not necessarily confidential, Yin Lu, lacking trust in Jiao, ultimately decided to withhold the information. As Qin Yang opened the cabinet, he startled the elderly lady. Upon sensing the money bag, Qin Yang, frightened, fled, for the lady had risen and brandished a broom from the bed. With Chinda and Oppos' departure, the store was left short-handed. A few days later, Lu Liang arrived from Yongning, expressing his desire to assist. Mo Tong merely introduced the items to be auctioned before promptly commencing the bidding process. Regardless of whether they were innate practitioners, 4-star spiritual armor masters, or 4th-grade talisman masters, those who had cultivated to such a level were undoubtedly individuals of discernment, rendering any boasting from Mo Tong unnecessary. Chapter 102. Unexpectedly, Wu Qingfeng had also attained the realm of reverse energy mastery. However, such icebound techniques bore no effect on Zhou Lin. In a bid to gain time and prevent Ouyang Chun from escaping, he similarly struck Wu Qingfeng down with a single punch. Although, in terms of stature, the old wolf, transformed into a werewolf, still fell short of his opponent's height. Moreover, Zhang Wang keenly discerned from the scan information currently available that the origins of these giants likely harbored significant mysteries. Nonetheless, it appeared that this individual did not recognize him, which puzzled Zhang Hao. Either the other party was deliberately concealing their identity, feigning ignorance of him, or they had been engrossed in secluded cultivation, only awakened from their retreat by the elders of the sect due to the recent invasion by the Jinwu in the divine world. Break. The furious shout of Night Minjin interrupted the actions of the crowd. Following his roar, the black stones on the ground began to roll, ultimately converging upon the stubbornly unyielding tiles, resembling a platter filled with glistening grapes. The previously motionless flag began to flutter, emitting bursts of radiant light. After concluding her conversation with Old He, Weizi was merely assisted by Chun Xueqing and Yi Zi as she descended the stairs. Lu Xingyang, if you wish to court death, so be it. Do not drag us down with you. Ling Shuihan admonished quietly, questioning why, at such a critical moment, he dared to display such an expression. Who did not know of Fong and Oppos' ruthless nature? Did he truly believe they would spare him due to his status as a descendant of a martial arts family? Upon hearing these words, Lu Nia felt nothing but profound gratitude, leaving no room for discontent, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Zhang Hao spoke calmly, taking Murong Shui and Oppos' hand and slowly making their way towards the abyss of Tianyuan Canyon. As he had mentioned earlier, Should the Wolf Fong suffer heavy losses or even face total annihilation, the international repercussions of this operation would be exceedingly grave. Though the night was dark, visibility was still somewhat discernible. She groped her way westward for several dozen paces, only to be interrupted by the sounds of a fierce battle not far off. The clamor of combat was intense, occasionally interspersed with eerie howls, clearly audible in the depths of the dark mountains. Takeout was unsanitary. Su Xian and Amp, Oppos, had long been spoiled by Lin Jingzhu, and the thought of takeaway made her stomach churn. Without hesitation, the two rolled over to the opposite side, resulting in a resounding crash as a camera met its demise. When Mike, Kai, and their companions spotted the figures of the 7 ninja blades within the jungle, it seemed as if it was all too late. The officer steadied himself, raised his gun, and shouted, "This family harbors traitors and will meet a grim fate. If you have any information, report it. This shall be your example." The other soldiers echoed his alarmed cries. "Really? Then I and Amp, Oppos, LL come to your house tonight." With hopes ignited by such delightful news, the eager Bai Chung could hardly wait for the morning. Regardless, the deceased must be honored. She did not wish to embrace the sword in death, leaving behind nothing but a dismembered body. She desired to lay the sword to rest in a simple grave, for that was all she could manage. Duan Aoyang, observing that Mo Huan had not sensed any abnormalities and had failed to articulate an explanation, felt somewhat uncomfortable, suspecting he might be overthinking. Upon hearing Howren and Amp, Oppos' words, Failin and Sister Zhou, the flower shop owner, paused their tasks, attentively listening to Howren speak. Tao picked up the guqin, recalling how her uncle had mentioned that this instrument was prepared long ago by her grandmother for her use. "Come, let us step outside, so as not to disturb your father's rest." Shen Miao led the children out, just as the demon spawn was about to encircle them completely. Making even breathing an arduous task, Qin Jian seemed to comprehend the old man and Amp, Oppos' words. No matter how formidable a shield may be, it will inevitably shatter under relentless assault. Seated in the Qingyi building, one of the few positions of genuine authority, Yen Feng pondered how he had come to know this fellow. Report. Trouble. The enemy is at our gates. A valiant swordsman rushed in with the news. Madame Ma pointed her delicate fingers towards Chun Jian and Amp, Oppos' location, causing him to freeze in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Although the elevator was equipped with a comprehensive safety system, preventing it from plummeting like in the movies, one could not be too cautious. Activating the elevator solely through the car battery was indeed a gamble. Revolving clouds of emotion clouded Ru Lu and Amp, Oppos' expression, her cherubic face paling like jade, illuminated by the flickering light within the hall. In the distance, on the swaying boats upon the lake, Kai Chidong and his companions appeared dazed, devoid of color. Yu Kuan remarked, "This fruit is edible, but the flavor is rather unpalatable. No one enjoys this sort of thing." Furthermore, this time, she appeared before the mountain entirely unclothed, arms outstretched. Whenever Durant released a shot, the sound of the net swishing through the air inevitably followed. His performance was astonishingly good. It was no wonder he had already earned the title of scoring champion across the 3 realms at such a young age. Without precision, such accomplishments would be unattainable. Since their entry into this territory, they had begun to tally the number of opponents, mentally preparing for their elimination. Naturally, now that Fan Yiwen had ascended to a transcendent level, it would be foolish to continue harboring such thoughts. A meteor crashed down amidst the locust hounds, inflicting tremendous damage upon the creatures, resulting in a widespread loss of life and creating a clear space. Yang was not fatigued due to his extraordinary physical condition. Indeed, while he did not possess an exaggeratedly muscular physique, he lacked the reckless charge of a player like Westbrook. Chapter 103. Upon hearing the words, Song Duan suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing at Xinyu. This was the first time she learned of Xinyu and Amp, Oppos' background. She had previously investigated but found nothing, likely due to the Empress Dowager and Amp, Oppos' intervention. He turned around, retrieving a mattress from his spatial storage, laying it down, and then covering it with blankets before kindling a fire. In the presence of such a proud and sharp-tongued adversary as Sierra, handling this matter feels rather peculiar. "Here, will you kill me?" Jiu and Amp, Oppos' face displayed a faint hint of mockery, while Qin and Amp, Oppos' complexion turned ashen, rendering her speechless for quite some time. Fan and refrained from interrupting. Approaching the flower shop and Amp, Oppos' entrance, where he immediately spotted Siyu lounging behind the counter. The sight of crimson flesh was chilling, soon turning blackened. with a pair of blood-red eyes menacingly fixed upon the trio. Yu sure wept. Her figure, once voluptuous, now gaunt due to her suntang Ji and Amp. Appo's recent troubles with sleep and appetite. She recognized her son and Amp. Appo's lack of ambition, but felt utterly powerless as a mother. The scene was indeed dramatic. Princess Xian Yang was flushed with anger while Mu Xin Yu remained utterly composed. After speaking, Fanon demonstrated a one-legged squatting Wing Chun stance, nearly causing Zhang He to roll his eyes in disbelief. Soap, a concept that Zhang Weiyu had heard of in Tiangong Town, had become a coveted item among those who idolized Wang Shui, as it was now deemed disrespectful to the venerable Wang Shen not to wash one and Amp. Appo's hands with soap before perusing Wang and Amp. Appo's poetry. Su Wen Xin and Amp. Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Lu Shu to utter something profound. Sitting closest, she observed the thick calluses on his hands, which revealed an unexpected strength and determination in her demeanor. Instead of fear or dread upon discovering her transformation into an evil sorceress, her eyes sparkled with excitement and longing. The Saint Solomir Monastery, constructed during the Dawn War, stands as one of the earliest monasteries of the glorious church, boasting a vast collection, including genuine parchment scrolls from the era of the ancient magic empire. Did Shi Shuijin truly abandon his own aspirations for the sake of the national Dao Yuan class and Amp Appo's cultivation resources? Such selflessness seems admirable. Yet Lu Shu struggled to comprehend the depths of such a person's heart, though he held respect nonetheless. To truly understand Shi Shuijin's character, one must delve deeper. Jiang Xiao paid little heed to the Angry Thunder Absolute, believing his own 10,000 Methods Thunder Magic technique to be far superior. The Angry Thunder Absolute was merely a technique specializing in Thunder Law, whereas Jiang Xiao had condensed the 12 primordial laws within himself, allowing him to evolve infinitely through the mastery of a single law. However, this chilling sentiment swiftly dissipated, replaced by a warm smile that radiated a gentle allure. At that moment, a light cough from Chunan echoed at the office entrance, filling Chu Tian with joy. This was no mere brother, but a timely savior. Upon hearing Junli, Wan Kuden and Amp Appo's helped but admire his reasoning, though a glance at Yunjing still bore a hint of disdain. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ming Fei Fan stepped out of the Mercedes. Ai Huan rolled her eyes, dismounted her bicycle, secured it, and with her hands tucked into the pockets of her white trousers, followed behind Director Ming. Thus, the Hongmen of today has long since distanced itself from the Jianghu, entering the halls of power and implementing a policy of party unity, governed by party principles. Years later, the entire planet blossomed with vitality, and under the immense celestial aura, the cultivation of martial artists surged to unprecedented heights, heralding an era of extraordinary advancement. On her way to the company, she hastily consumed her breakfast, leaving no time to catch up on the news. Upon arriving at the office, she noticed her colleagues from the same department regarding her with smiles that were both curious and peculiar. The disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, momentarily taken aback, soon displayed a flicker of astonished anger and immediately darted towards another peach that had veered off course. Having longed for it, the overwhelming desire surged forth, proving difficult to suppress. Thus, he whisked her into the bathroom to fulfill his yearning. Yang Hao received their nameplates, bringing his fingers together to gently tap them. Instantly, 9 beams of light flickered upon his nameplate as he absorbed the entire cultivation time of Shang Ming and his companions for that month. Thus, she cast a pleading glance towards Li Juanxiu, who leaned against the doorframe, fully believing that no matter how daunting the issue, he could navigate it with finesse. Regner opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, understanding the rationale behind Solem's words. Yet, every time he recalled the individual named Barol stirring up trouble somewhere, a surge of anger welled up within him. Observing Luo Wuxing's demeanor, Wang Mama felt as if her heart had been drizzled with honey, prompting her to lead Yu out first. Was it truly as Su Yuan suggested, that he had unwittingly transformed into a sprite? Did he indeed possess the desire to consume Su Yuan? Shaking his head, Li Hai resolved to dismiss thoughts of that insufferable old man, contemplating that he would probe the elder and Amp Appo's sentiments when he retrieved his clothes that evening. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Mr. Zhang, why not come over and sit for a while? Allow me to treat you to a drink, Yin Na inquired, tilting her head to gauge Zhang Yun's response. A colossal hammer of condensed spiritual consciousness, controlled by Su Mu and Amp Appo's intent, suddenly struck towards the opponent and Amp Appo's head. The overwhelming force, as it invaded their mind, momentarily disoriented them. shattering their consciousness in an instant. Countless vivid scenes within their minds split apart, disintegrating into ash. The disparity in strength between the two sides was staggering. Yifeng was merely at the initial stage of divine realm, while Gabriel wielded peak strength of a high divine realm, augmented by the formidable artifact, the Staff of Light. Yifeng and Amp, Apos, S chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. What do you think would be the best avenue for financing? Boss Ma pondered aloud. The Wei family did not believe that Ma Yun and Amp, Apos, S visit today was merely a caution regarding the potential crisis on Taba. As for the possibility of competitors following their lead to venture abroad after they expanded into international markets, he harbored little concern. The domestic IS voice service had only recently been established and had yet to adopt voice as a developmental focus. Meanwhile, the New Wolves UT remained a subordinate presence domestically, lacking any ambition for overseas ventures. The Wei family profited, players benefited from discounted purchases of game cards, while the channels suffered losses. Yet, despite this, the sales of physical cards continued to dominate, rendering virtual cards a temporary threat to their status, which placed the distributors in an awkward position. She bore no animosity towards Moddington. Moreover, the latter had been waiting for her specifically. It was impossible to utter a refusal, nor was there any need to decline. One could simply go with the flow of nature. Zhuji scrutinized him for a moment, and upon observing his sincere expression and composed demeanor, which seemed devoid of deceit, she silently retreated into the village. Among all the executives, only Li Xiangxiang maintained a tranquil countenance, for she was the architect of the financial report. Watching Gao Lin ascend to her current status, one might deduce that all her errors stemmed from her unwavering attachment to Li Chenxian. Though the overseas strategy of TT Communications held significance, it was not the paramount focus of the Wei family at this juncture. He had numerous other matters to attend to and could not afford to invest all his time, energy, and resources solely in the land of the rising sun, which was merely a component of Titan technology and AMP, Apos, S overseas strategy. Luo Yin recalled the late instructions from Old Shou, which entailed matters involving several individuals, and his already stern brow furrowed further, exuding an even more formidable air. Regaining her composure, Yuanqing placed aside her belongings, dried her hands on a towel, and leaned back against the wall. The eunuch hurriedly exited, and before long, he returned with Feng Yutian and Amp, Apos, S garments. Upon receiving the attire, Feng Yutian retreated to change, emerging with somewhat diminished fatigue and an air of nobility. Upon arrival, they found everyone already awaiting her due to prior communication. The crackdown had concluded for the day. Yet it was imprudent to act immediately. It was prudent to allow a few days for the brothers to implement their strategies. All these were merely his excuses, a smokescreen. In reality, his true intention was simply to keep her under surveillance, was it not? As he gazed at Yuanqing's retreating figure, Shang Maqian's expression darkened like ink, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve, radiating an aura of coldness. Have you no intention of settling down this early in the morning? Luan Bong snapped, slapping the table in irritation. Beidou and Amp, Apos, S-hand seemed to regain energy, darting forth to unexpectedly grasp Ling Tianchen and Amp, Apos, S-hands. He was somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that Mu Fenghua would chastise him for his recklessness, yet to his surprise, Mu Fenghua readily acquiesced. It was understandable, as he had long followed Mu Fenghua's counsel, feeling that any notion he conceived required her approval to be deemed a decision. She quickly withdrew her hand, casting him a cold glance, her focus shifting to the stage. Beidou and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened instantly, while Xiahua and Luo behind him discerned the subtle change in Zhaoyu. Although her exterior remained largely unchanged, her inner self had transformed. They arrived at a hotel named Honglu, situated 2 miles from the school, where Qiming secured a room downstairs. Once inside, Qiming locked the door, exerting a slight force that sent Yunli tumbling onto the bed. Just as she had not ventured far, Haotian and Amp, Apos, S figure gradually emerged in the distance, gently holding a strand of dark energy ensnared by a soft blue light. Why am I angry? I merely feel utterly inept, Qiming murmured with a smile. Zhang Lan silently straightened, gazing at him. He wandered northward, eventually arriving at Huacheng, where he was ensnared by swindlers, leading him to encounter Qin Beifeng and embark on a different mode of existence. She ground her teeth in frustration, yet felt helpless, her heart brimming with joy and warmth. With him, there would never be a dull moment. He fulfilled all her fantasies in life. Ha ha ha, Bai Lu suddenly erupted into laughter, her demeanor completely shedding its usual decorum, resembling a monstrous creature that devours without remorse. My lady, Su Mama remarked, The princess is currently preoccupied and cannot meet with you. The maid should remain composed and refrain from disturbing the inner courtyard. The timid girl, Kai Luan, spoke softly. You possess such an enchanting beauty. I suspect you will bring me much trouble in the future. I am contemplating whether to keep a mistress, I whispered, but now it is growing upon my forehead. What shall I do if the blood clan desires it? Momo touched her brow. Mo fatty. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed from the hall, causing everyone to look in the direction of the sound. A chilling breeze swept through, and some claimed they saw Lu Shenlong and Amp, Appos, shadow flicker momentarily. Even the beast tamer arrived years later than that steed. The innkeeper mentioned that this steed had been here for 23 years, a gift included during the initial acquisition. Hanzai accompanied her onto the carriage, his concern for her evident in her current state. He longed to embrace her, to comfort and protect her. Tears had never suited her. Sparks burst forth between the two like a sudden display of fireworks in the sky. The earth burial had to contend with both the Emperor of Humanity and the Great Ming and Amp, Appos, esteemed one, a formidable task. Chu Feng could not hope for the earth burial to conclude this battle swiftly, thus averting the collapse of the underworld and the repercussions on the six realms. Mu Tian. Do not pursue any further. One must not act too ruthlessly, the young man in his 20s gestured dismissively. Although the end Amp, Appos, Godslayer and Amp, Appos, was forged from a unique metal, it could not withstand the assaults of a true immortal-level beast. With all the skeletal warriors exhausted, the headless knight and Amp, Appos, ire had shifted towards me, launching an assault with thunderous ferocity, startling me once more. However, should it find itself in a suitable new environment, malevolent spirits formed from ordinary beings could attach themselves to others, gradually eroding their essence to attain rebirth, albeit temporarily, not a true resurrection. I chuckled softly, continuing my assault on a flicker of sunlight. The blood of that flicker was running low. I prepared to strike decisively and eliminate it. Upon entering the borders of the Sun Kingdom, I dispatched 2 individuals skilled in the art of boxing to conduct reconnaissance. After all, boxers are the epitome of stealth. Humph. Merely an intermediate presence in the 4th heaven dares to boast before me? Slaying you is as easy as squashing an ant. The cultivator fumed. Perceiving Xiaoyu and Amp, Appos, lower realm as merely a sharpening stone for his own prowess. Subsequently, many questions were posed, to which Gao Chong responded one by one. A brief recess was called, allowing them time to confer with their families and to thoroughly contemplate the materials provided by Gao Chong. However, only Mu Qingsu was acutely aware of the terrifying sharpness of that blade. A mere touch could yield dire consequences, a truth he understood all too well. In this moment, he relinquished any thoughts of sending Xian Yuan Yiyin to the Medicine King Valley, feeling a twinge of guilt within. The others remained curious about Ning Qian's boyfriend, playfully urging her to share a photograph. If the name Jie were to be thrown into the mix, it would undoubtedly evoke a shiver among them. Lian and Amp, Appos, smile blossomed further, yet as his joy grew, the lines on his face deepened, rendering him more aged in appearance. Such a familiar visage. Yet the expression bore an unsettling strangeness. Kong Qiao's mind erupted in turmoil, the pent-up sorrow within him surging forth, tears cascading down his cheeks. These were tears of humiliation, anger, and pain. Upon hearing Li Yingkai and Amp, Appos, words, how runs and Amp, Appos, thoughts erupted in indignation. It was utterly unfair. The wine was clearly his own doing. And if he found it excessive, why had he not poured less at the outset? This individual was a correspondent from the British Reuters, akin to him, often traversing war zones, and their paths frequently crossed. Su Yunwei felt an intense tightness within, struggling to restrain her breath to diminish the visibility of her figure. Zhang Liang scoffed, dismissing the discordant sounds emanating from his earphones, driving straight toward the location marked for intelligence. Though Chu Hongyang refrained from obstructing the Su family and Amp, Appos, departure as per Tao 1 and Amp, Appos, instructions, he nonetheless stationed individuals outside the Su residence in wait. The laws of Huaguo were stringent, particularly regarding traffic violations. The repercussions for unlicensed driving were severe. Following this, the exam consisted solely of fill-in-the-blank and open-ended questions, devoid of any multiple-choice options, leaving no room for guesswork. Yu Huarong cast a glance at the elderly couple from the Su family, promptly embellishing the tale of Su Qiyuan. Xia Huio initially sat upright, but soon deemed it improper, gradually rising to kneel respectfully. Luo Wan curiously approached, just as the rear window of the car descended, revealing a man with an exquisitely handsome face. At that moment, The two strolled leisurely through the farm while deliberating where Kuanping might have fled. The bard, clad in a green garment, held an ancient and unassuming lute. Yet, he was uncertain of his ability to convey various outcomes or sentiments. Sun Shihong felt a twinge of embarrassment, imagining her mother scolding her for being lazy had she still been alive. Jiang Yuan glanced at the approaching blood demon King Li Wushang, casting a casual glance, and the attributes of his adversary materialized before him. Though his words were few, each struck deeply, rendering Lu Hai speechless in fury. Chang Zai fetched half a ladle of hot water for Funyo, only to step outside and witness his grandfather secretly offering her treats. Previously, he had difficulty believing that Yang Jian had managed to subdue the true martial emperor, as mentioned by Tai Bai Jinxing. However, upon hearing about the skills that were to be rewarded, Shou felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to cease his cultivation immediately. The pig knight became increasingly verbose, alternately cursing those who disrupted the website as shameless and denouncing those who posted large posters at school as despicable, all while expressing threats about what he would do if he caught them. Xingjun gazed at the mound of earth before him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It was evident that Xiao Shouqing's actions could not remain buried beneath the mountain, even if his senior brother were to approve. Xingjun had to consider the perspective of the entire Wanjian sect. Although he was not particularly concerned about public opinion, he did not wish to put his senior brother in a difficult position. He had given all the treasures to the Pishio, and Luo Qian felt quite at ease. As he dusted off his clothes, he heard the voice of a servant outside. "Master, old Zhao has come to see you." Luo Qian's heart leaped with joy as he hurried to greet him. Wu Fan mused that perhaps he, along with Qian Yang, his grandfather, and the Medicine King, were indeed of the same ilk. His grandfather roamed the world practicing chivalry and medicine, while the Medicine King dedicated himself to healing and aiding others. Although none of them were particularly prominent figures, they had each, in their own ways, provided assistance to many. More importantly, these individuals possessed a profound sense of humanity. There are myriad ways to escape a predicament. Do you truly believe I can only recklessly break through the restraints of the River Heart Pill? Ah, Luo Qian, no. He should now be referred to as the former emperor of the immortals. The protagonist's confusion, disorientation, and helplessness in the film were rendered all the more poignant through the music that accompanied it, creating a resonance that deeply touched the audience. The seamless interplay of light and sound elevated the film to an emotionally resonant conclusion. It appears that the sea monster has had its fill. 2 days have passed without any sign of it seeking sustenance. Bored, Luo Qian discovered a worthwhile pastime, cultivation. Ever since he learned of the possibility of transcending tribulation ahead of time, he transformed from a mischievous child to a diligent student, seizing every opportunity to study. Luo Qian visited Mariah, the newly hired bodyguard, whose pallor indicated serious injuries sustained in the inner palace. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to recover. Luo Qian offered him comforting words and provided him with 3,000 high-grade holy stones to aid in his healing. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bu Fan connected to the internet and uploaded the new website program to his space, posting an announcement on the old site to direct everyone to the new one. He warned that the old website would be deleted in 3 days, and all data would no longer be retained. The final resting place of the deceased ultimately lies in the embrace of the earth, their cold bodies confined within coffins, confronting the eternal darkness. Suddenly, a chilling aura arose around him, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically, akin to the biting winds of autumn sweeping through the somewhat spacious room, sending shivers through the expressionless naval ruffians. Simon had been captivated, like a junior listening intently to an elder's teachings, but upon hearing the final words, the towering image he had built in his mind shattered in an instant. Suddenly, a frenzied, swirling black hole materialized before Yelong, and both Omako and Yelong were drawn into its depths. A flash of black light illuminated the sky, and the black hole vanished, taking their figures with it, leaving no trace behind. "I know you are safe. Come down." Wu Xingyun took a deep breath, gazing upwards at the immobile Shenfeng, his eyes filled with wariness. With a loud bang, Zhang's mouth fell open, and he was flung back several meters, along with a few of the Spirit King's subordinates who were also knocked down. Lanqi felt a twinge of fear, coupled with confusion. She dreaded the notion of events spiraling out of her control, the fear that her heart might become lost in him, only to be discarded later, leaving her with nothing but pain and solitude, akin to the anguish of a first heartbreak. In the myriad realms of alchemical elixirs, the majority of those circulating in the market are concocted from widely accepted formulas. Each sect and noble family possesses, to varying extents, secret recipes for elixirs, reserved for their own alchemists, and the potions produced rarely flow freely into the outside world. Without the interference of the Holy Grail, the Islamic vessel ceased its disintegration. Although 10% of its mass had collapsed, the remaining structure and weight were still capable of annihilating the Vatican. The heated debate between the two ignited the atmosphere, prompting a brief pause from the pursuing Shen Yushi. I apologize for making you recuperate in the temple these past few days, Emperor Jingming remarked. Will you go or not? Su Fuwei smiled at this, her gaze tranquil, yet her grip on the duster tightened. Jiang Chuan rubbed his nose and turned to Gong Sun Song, pondering how to deceive him. Earlier, this individual had not hesitated to berate Rongtang, seemingly wishing for an imperial decree to execute him. Upon seeing the young man, Lin Xiao was taken aback. This youth, barely in his 20s, had already attained the realm of a second-order martial emperor. Jiajia, the child did not survive after a month, she whispered. Glancing towards Qin Muyin, whose eyes were a deep crimson, seated silently with bloodstains on his clothing, long dried. He had not left his place. In an instant, countless flying insects were obliterated, and the endless murky waters evaporated, the chaotic flames extinguished, and all of Tian Yaxingzi's assaults crumbled to dust. Initially, the three brothers felt a pang of trepidation, for Lucifer lay dormant within Lalu, a legendary S-class deity capable of reducing them to ashes with a mere flick of his finger. However, it seemed that as long as there was no confrontation, this white-clad man could indeed keep Lucifer at bay. Fujiwara-kun, I will relay your conditions to the commander of the Chuan army. Whether they can be accepted, I cannot ascertain. However, I suggest that one city alone is insufficient. It would be wise to include additional leverage. Jiro Sato cast a meaningful glance at General Suzuki Teiji beside him. I shall promptly send a telegram to initiate conscription. By the heavens, were it not for my lack of funds, I would have expanded the army long ago. Those rascals in the mountain city only issue a plethora of worthless paper notes, which are so hard they could scarcely be used for any purpose, let alone pay military salaries. Deng Jinkong lamented once more. Father, please take charge, as Yao's face has been scratched. I shall take her upstairs to apply some ointment. Gu Sisi exclaimed, cradling Yao Bao and showing her to the elder Mr. Luo. Brother Yi, could this be the gunpowder you have invented that could alter the course of war? Throughout history, governance over these regions has been notably lax, with taxes often going uncollected. The placement of this tear mole, so discreet and near her eye, inexplicably reminded her of the phrase, tears stain the mole. Endless sorrow, the magical energy seeping into the ground was indeed a manifestation of the magical bullet she had just fired. With a mighty roar, the adversary unleashed an organic missile from the hatch in his chest, a weapon of ultimate destruction. Miss Gu, I have come to present this painting to you, Zhang Chu said with a grin, extending the artwork towards Gu Linger. A wave of panic surged within Gu Linger. If someone else were to associate with the venerable matriarch of the Dragon Mansion, they might be too excited to sleep. However, Gu Lingo held a different perspective. Despite her love for wealth, she aspired to earn her own fortune through hard work and struggle, rather than resorting to opportunism. Miffy had discerned the difference between the three of us and the others, prompting her inquiry. Chen Shueshan also observed us with interest. The sound wave surged, causing the spatial barrier to crack with numerous fissures, while a cacophony echoed within the realm. Seeking death, Lu Ning, indifferent to the identity of the antagonist, glared at Mo Zhong, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The Flame Saint, having just executed the ultimate strike of the Holy Ancestor, was utterly defenseless, especially against the overwhelming power wielded by the battle spear. Clearly, Chen Shixiao was one such individual, while the youth before her had devoted himself solely to physical trainings, lacking any martial arts or techniques. A series of palm strikes followed, attacking from various angles, each aimed at the vital points of Yi Xian. Gu Shiran had not heard anyone call her by that name for quite some time. Initially taken aback, she soon turned to see who it was. Really? This is simply marvelous. I adore Huaxia. I yearn for this enchanting eastern realm, Filade expressed with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the man on the ground clutched his head, gritting his teeth in silence. Although he was in agony, he refrained from uttering a sound. Only the muffled thuds of fists and feet striking his body were heard. Chapter 108. In the 39th circle, the most attention-grabbing Hamilton, Massa, and Heifeld simultaneously entered the pit for the second time, while all eyes were fixated on Yi Feng, who was still racing furiously on the track. Fai Long, though I desire it greatly, I must advise against such attempts. Truly, came the slightly mocking voice of Zheng Xiao from the wheelchair. On a chilly evening, Lang Yi noncommittally remarked, she will arrive shortly. You may go and fetch her for me. Then we shall discern what kind of person Wan truly is. With that, she stood and exited the office. Leaving Bai Si alone in the expansive room, stewing in frustration. To be candid, Yu Qiang held a significant regard for Ming Tian. His demise was indeed a lamentable tragedy throughout the ages. He fought valiantly all his life, undefeated in battle, possessing the valor of a great general along with extraordinary strategic and tactical prowess. Furthermore, he excelled in managing border defenses and fortifying national security. The elderly man in a gray robe opened his mouth, yet after a prolonged silence, failed to utter a single word. The emperor, upon seeing Fei Er and Yuan safe and sound, was filled with joy and commanded the imperial kitchen to prepare a lavish banquet for their enjoyment. However, despite his firm convictions, a crucial point remained. Han Tao currently lacked any evidence linking these matters to either Lang Yi or the Hui Yi group. Where had things gone awry? Upon hearing this, Sun Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? What should I do now? Her eager expression suggested an overwhelming desire to dive into the front line of work for the company with utmost dedication. The miraculous tree of creation remained here, and evidently, once it bore its fruit, Feng Qian would surely be unable to obtain it. Yet, to remove the tree was somewhat impractical. You had best apologize to Yu Er. Liang stated coolly before striding out, his silhouette both graceful and suspicious. Han Xiu lifted his head, his gaze suddenly becoming dazed. He could hardly believe he saw her in this place. At the moment the cage vanished, the entire Baiyun continent trembled, causing all living beings to turn their eyes skyward. Li Zixia lowered his head, intending to kiss Qin Shi Qian's cheek, but unexpectedly she lifted her head first and bit down on his shoulder. Contemplating this, Yang Chen waved his hand, and a massive beast materialized before him, summoned from the Xiaoao Tower. This beast had a singular purpose, to scout the path ahead. Just as Chai Ji-ling pondered how many could master this secret technique, he noticed Shenxing Wuji's eyes gleaming with intensity, as if his gaze pierced through the dense fog and flowing light. Stepping forward, he prepared to strike Yang Chen, but Yang Chen cast a sidelong glance, and a wave of killing intent sent a shiver through his soul, compelling him to halt, trembling uncontrollably. Surely, this rustic fellow was taking advantage of his status as a savior to get close to the prince, enticing him and coaxing him to spend money on her. Observing Lin Mo Yin and Chen Li laboriously carrying two large black bags toward the door, Jian Yu was left speechless. Long Lin Fei's smile took on a unique gentleness, as though it penetrated Gu Ling Er's very blood, flowing through every cell in her body like a gentle stream, bringing comfort and ease. This wretched person is the cause of all my troubles. Su Mingyu exclaimed, her furious eyes radiating a piercing light. Meow. How could my spirit cat clan possibly feast upon such vermin as you? A Chai retorted defiantly. Tang Ling took the jade slip and immediately closed her eyes, her hand clasping the slip radiating a crimson glow. The wood element? Observing the ethereal figure before her, resplendent in a refreshing attire, she could not help but feel disheartened as she brushed her fingers against the worn and wrinkled denim of her own jeans. At this juncture, if she still failed to comprehend why her mother had suddenly summoned her to the Guogwa temple, it would be an indication of her profound oblivion. Yu Ming, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Xiaoming seized his wrist, glaring at him with a tempest of fury in his eyes, as if they might ignite into flames. Oh no, my leg. It hurts terribly. Gu Ling'o suddenly cried out, her performance so convincing that tears glistened in her eyes. Even Xingbao, despite donning a safety helmet, wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a gas mask, could only flee in a flurry of panic. He was the future father-in-law of the third prince, and sitting beside him was entirely appropriate. The room he had procured was a single unit, and in this city where every inch of land was precious, even a modest single room commanded a staggering price, 800 a month. He had borrowed 10,000 from Tang Xuanyan for temporary use. He observed the bizarre, triangular mass of flesh pulsating with a camouflage glow, feeling a surge of otherworldly power within him. Wilson closed the door and scanned the room, yet found no trace of the other party. Once, he had been the legitimate son of a prominent family, living recklessly, riding horses through the streets, and teasing dogs and chickens, truly the most extravagant of them all. Chapter 109. Yet Yushu, always calculating, despite the original's years of folly, had seamlessly absorbed all the intricacies of the Yi family upon awakening. They resumed their meditative postures, with Yushu maintaining his tranquility while Yin Changlan focused intently. After a minute, the Queen Mother's asthmatic state began to shift, though her expression remained as sour as ever. Wang Luodan realized she should have emerged sooner, otherwise, her mother would have discovered everything. Truly, one might think her unique. From the outset, she had maintained an air of dignified composure, previously overlooked. She now recognized the boss's discerning eye for talent, having singled out this individual among many. Zhao Zixian glanced at his wrist, but discerned nothing amiss. "If you wish to see, go ahead. It's nothing to fret about," he declared, extending his wrist towards Lu Jie. The empress touched Ding Xiaoqin's face, and instantly her own visage began to morph. It was as if a series of cosmetic surgery images were played in succession, and after 5 seconds of transformation, the empress's face had evolved into that of Ding Xiaoqin. The two engaged in little conversation, as the prospective sister-in-law of Hua Yanyu. Bai Fengyao had been exceedingly busy lately, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Today, she delivered the invitation and mentioned a few matters, leaving behind 2 boxes that Hua Yanyu had requested her to convey. Philip belonged to the ancient Viking ruling faction and had always been at odds with Yekarina, secretly favoring the support of Ma Chai Herald. Yurai stepped forward, grasping her hair with one hand while the other tugged at her ear, forcefully pulling the captive's head backward. Xiangye's hand bore a sensation akin to that of being stung by a bee, followed by a numbness that enveloped half of his body, unmistakably indicating that he had been poisoned. Meanwhile, Lin Han, standing nearby, appeared oblivious to the situation, seemingly neither seeing nor hearing the immovable Ming Wang, instead engrossed in his own introspection. After Wang Mu finished speaking, he began to descend the mountain towards Hongwan Peak, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. It seemed that during his absence of 2 centuries, both his wife and friends had transformed into complete strangers. The legendary Pas Hun, in an attempt to thwart the Buddha's enlightenment, had once conjured illusions of alluring beauties and battlefields of corpses and blood to ensnare him. Yet, no matter how furious and vocal he became, the blood sea inevitably receded. A gentle breeze arose, gradually dissipating the blood sea surrounding Song Kai, ultimately revealing a familiar scene before his eyes. After spending a night in the hospital, I disregarded the doctor's warnings and insisted that Lu Yingshan assist me in completing my discharge paperwork, determined to leave today. Most of the onlookers were mere passers-by. Even after the city fell, they would remain unscathed, while the local inhabitants of Liangsheng bore the brunt of the misfortune. Upon hearing Yu Yangzi's words, Tian Jizi's brow furrowed tighter, appearing increasingly dissatisfied with him. The driver was startled, nearly losing control of the vehicle. The winding mountain road was narrow, and a moment's lapse could lead to disaster. Such reckless driving was unheard of. Yu Yang had initially intended to wait until there were fewer competitors to raise his bid, but witnessing their dawdling and the escalating offers of hundreds of thousands, he felt a rising frustration. The neighbors, drawn by the commotion, eagerly gathered around, eager for the spectacle. Liu scrutinized the menu held by the tavern keeper, finding the dishes rather ordinary and the prices reasonable, leading him to forego ordering and simply request a few platters of appetizers. "I truly wonder where you find the audacity to utter such words," Yifeng remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at the portly figure before him. The god of destruction, Beerus, seemingly mistaking the situation, donned his attire and stormed out, heading straight for Whis. The governor seized the opportunity to reorganize the naval forces of Dangzhou, having heard that they had languished for many years, their combat effectiveness diminished. He took this chance to recruit soldiers, effectively revitalizing the naval forces while achieving dual objectives, as Jing Xiang continued. With a resounding crack, a dull pain shot through my left arm, rendering it immobile. As Yun Xiao was about to lift the curtain of the sedan chair, a large hand forcefully smacked her restless hand away. Xianyuan Rue turned and glared at the victim seated on the ground. His words lacked harshness, but concealed a sharpness beneath their surface. "Since that is the case, let us prepare to depart. We must remain vigilant against these damned foes at all times, sealing them securely to prevent prolonged troubles," Lei Zihao declared. The individual remained silent, steadfastly standing before me. I was unaware of the sudden surge of courage that welled within me. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet, taking deliberate steps toward that person. "Here lies a mechanism." At this moment, Linghu Ishua approached the prominent point and exclaimed, "What?" Frisia was taken aback, evidently unable to fathom that his attack could be thwarted by Bardock. In his eyes, Scions were merely a boastful race, their strength rather mediocre. On Feiling's body were at least 3 knife wounds, one of which was on his left chest, compelling him to retreat to the side of Pu Zhenli in the inner courtyard of the palace. Upon returning to the Qingqian palace, Xian Gu was lost in thought by the window, the aroma of a banquet wafting through the air, causing Qi Heng's pent-up anger from the day to dissipate entirely. Gazing at Xian Ji's exquisite profile, Qi Heng mused that if life could be spent in such a manner, it would indeed be a sublime existence. In other words, Nangong Rome could not abandon the rescue of these slaves, for they represented the last robust Han people within the Sartulin Empire and were the hope for the future revival of their nation, currently gathering many elderly, weak, and ailing youths. Within the coalition camp, Yuan Shao observed Zhang Fei's fruitless return, lamenting the missed opportunity while convening the lords to discuss strategies for breaching the gates. Zhang Yu, being a practitioner hailing from a world distinct from the Earth's core, possessed an undeniably unique temperament. Upon hearing this, Duan Wei, displaying great understanding, agreed to the request of the Wu surname's military supervisor and dispatched 2 personal guards to assist him. Chapter 110. If she were to unravel this mechanism, what would it entail? How much time would it consume? The annealing kiln was of the pit style, with walls consisting of inner and outer layers, leaving a gap in between, akin to the double-walled construction of a thermos, serving to maintain heat. Lu Wanshi, taken aback, pointed to her left, where a vast expanse of pasture stretched before her, with familiar cows leisurely grazing. Some dairy workers toiled diligently, the metallic glint of the familiar milk cans unmistakably clear. Thus, regardless of whether the demon emperor recalled the past or possessed a demonic heart, he remained the one who deeply loved Lan Shinxue, to the point of being unable to extricate himself, vowing to obliterate heaven and earth to be with her. At that moment, the white turtle produced a package and tossed it beside Xiantian, instructing him to open it. He had hoped that this group would bolster his courage, only to find them to be reckless individuals, merely bringing him trouble. Yet, he pondered where this fellow had wandered off to. Xiantian murmured, his gaze becoming somewhat bewildered. After speaking, the undying sovereign waved his hand casually, causing 2 orbs of black light to hover before the Ice Lord and Old Bai. Shaking his head, Haifeng lowered his head to listen to the sound of his hooves, the rhythmic clatter captivating him. However, a discordant noise disrupted this celestial melody. Haifeng, displeased, looked up at the harbinger of calamity as Ji Lingxing, positioned ahead, suddenly let out a howl towards the heavens. Although the old Undying One spoke of breaking my seal, I have prepared a grand gift for him. The moment he breaks free, this gift will undoubtedly bring him satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mi Fang, gripping his spear tightly, leaped forth and impaled the Qi army's deputy general to the ground, crouching low himself. In the reflection of the flames, his blood-stained visage appeared exceedingly fierce. You must have sensed it as well. The terror of the thunder tribulations is beyond our endurance. Should we stubbornly resist, we would undoubtedly perish beneath the final onslaught of lightning. Luo ceased her laughter, tilting her head back, her expression a grotesque mask of mirth, her mouth stretching wide to the roots of her ears. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hua Qianren. Once we become better acquainted, we may cultivate a closer friendship. I have also served in the military, and our families, the Hua and the Lu, share a cordial relationship. Hua Qianren's words were imbued with familiarity. Beside him, the elder ghost clad in white robes continued to mock. He and Liao Ming had always been at odds, and the long-standing enmity between their families had led to frequent skirmishes, resulting in a naturally strained relationship that had devolved from merely unfriendly to one where they could hardly wait to trample each other. As Ah Seng's gaze deepened, she stepped forward to grasp Yin's hand, looking at her earnestly. The Bee Lord rose, yet, like the other cave leaders, he was firmly suppressed by the Emperor's overwhelming pressure. At such a critical juncture, one could not afford to stray from the formation. Su Nanqing broke free, retrieving the last coin and dusting it off with his fingers before placing it in his pocket, following her footsteps into the grand entrance. Although Kangxi had never met him, he could easily surmise that this individual was Director LV from the Ministry of Science and Technology, prompting him to stand tall alongside Dong Jianyuan and greet him. She firmly established herself in the position of matriarch of the Chu family, dismissing the flurry of admirers outside with utter disdain. The fragrance emanating from her seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling me to unconsciously follow in the wake of the celestial Chang'e. Of course, aside from this pig, Xinxing also discovered a brown paper bag at Peiqi's feet, still bearing the inscription meant for her. Turning the bedroom door handle, she found the corridor outside unlit and shrouded in darkness, save for a faint glow at the corridor's end. She tread quietly, barefoot. As the sound of rushing water echoed from within, she lingered at the threshold, hesitant to enter. By that time, the city walls would have already fallen. Truly, one could not rely on you to defend Chang'an. This is how you conduct your duties? Gazing at her cousin's enchanting visage, Lu Yu found herself momentarily entranced, seemingly catching a glimpse of her cousin's pointed ears and the wicked sneer lurking behind her radiant smile. Even though forced by Saint Molo and numerous demonic masters to flee the west, their influence remained robust across the realms. With Shakyamuni attaining sainthood, Buddhism flourished anew, even surpassing its ancient prominence. Feng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Should he fail again, his confidence would be severely undermined, making it exceedingly difficult to successfully manipulate this puppet. Such an opportunity is rare. Should one miss this chance, it may never come again in a lifetime. To restore her cousin to normalcy, what does a mere guild member's position truly signify? What does it matter to add someone one despises to the mix? Even if it means subjecting her cousin to a failed romance, what weight does that carry? Following Luha's lead, everyone continued to run with reckless abandon. No one paused, nor did anyone lag behind. Whenever someone was on the verge of collapsing, those nearby would lend a supportive hand, assisting one another in their frantic dash. Liao, observing the inferior demons, felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, she was quite pleased, continuously praising Yi Hua for his competence and devotion. It seemed that the brutish nature of these demons, who relied solely on violence and lacked intellect, resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. Although the scout appeared hurried, their expression did not betray any panic, suggesting that they had received news from ahead, likely not of a dire nature. It was peculiar for officials to be so brazenly greedy. Perhaps there was some urgent matter that required funds. All of this was orchestrated by the Earth Wind Bear, whose mastery over Earth attribute energy was truly remarkable, employing a technique known as Rain of Mud and Pear Blossom Nails. Subsequently, slaves from various nations, including the vast grasslands, Tubo and Tuyohan, gathered in Yuzhou Beiping to construct the imperial palace. The face, obscured by ice shards, was hard to discern, yet I could vaguely recognize it as Bai Ping. Do you wish to know how I discerned that the sacred artifact could unravel the frosty pine from that image? Fong Dong said calmly, ascending to the second floor. Fong Dong did not linger, but proceeded directly to the third. Upon reaching the entrance to the fourth floor, guards awaited, requiring a token for further ascent. As for the possibility of Kasapa visiting the country, as mentioned by Sifeng, she paid it no mind. To ascertain his true capabilities, one need not wait for his ascension to the realm of the real. This trip to Mirror Lake would suffice to gauge his worth. Gong Yuhai squinted, contemplating. Do not strike my sister. A delicate cry echoed from the classroom door. Perhaps overcome with excitement, she coughed incessantly after her outburst. During their meeting that day, Tang Shiro carefully scrutinized Feng Hua's attire, which indeed boasted luxurious fabric and a unique style. Thus, while she felt joy at the praise from the matriarch, she perceived Feng Hua's compliments as veiled mockery. Why did you allow that scoundrel to leave without reporting him to the police? How did you end up at the hotel tonight? Shi Jiuchen still sought answers. Upon her arrival, Ne Gongli had yet to speak when she noticed 6 individuals drop their tools and approach her menacingly. He tenderly kissed her, much like the last time, caressing her entire being while avoiding certain sensitive areas. Does the Empress have any further matters? A fleeting glint of ruthlessness crossed Shen Ningxue's eyes as she halted, turning to meet Shen Ningxuan's gaze. Having more friends opens more pathways. Cultivating relationships with others might prove invaluable at a crucial moment. However, this man could be overly neurotic at times. For instance, when she felt inspired to paint, he would anxiously confiscate her tools to prevent any mishaps with her abdomen or fatigue. Faced with the onslaught of the Wolf King, Lin Xiao exhibited no signs of retreat. Grasping his spear, he charged forward, the weapon transforming into a brilliant blue hue, radiating a soft glow under the influence of his skills. Meanwhile, Feng Lingjing deftly evaded Lisa's advance and positioned herself beside Yufeilan, the two of them synchronously making their way towards the secluded floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Ling Yun himself was unaware of the reason, yet he felt no fear. Instead, the place exuded a certain familiarity that inexplicably brought him solace. Alas, while this may be true, having provoked them today, they are unlikely to relent so easily, Hong Qi lamented. At that moment, the townsfolk had also awakened. Terrified by the sound of the military horses entering the city, calling out in distress as they scurried beneath the offering tables to pray fervently, hoping for the bandits to depart swiftly. Observing the departing Qi Wang Jian, the Empress Dowager could not conceal her worry. Reminiscing about her encounters with the late king during times of tribulation, his spirited visage lingering in her memory. Mother, I have no words to offer. Let them say what they will, Zhaozhen replied gloomily. Enough of your rambling. The youth watched as Du Shaofei knelt on the ground, gathering coins. His back muscles subtly defined. Suddenly, a surge of impulse propelled him forward, and with a swift kick, he toppled Du Shaofei, stepping onto his back. The title of a palace expert was not merely a position but a symbol of status. Wen Zheng, the head of the Wen family, epitomized such a role. Sun Jiaxi conferred this title upon Wen Zheng, valuing the talents of the Wen family's descendants, yet ultimately found himself unable to command them due to their formidable stature. Liang Feng expressed his gratitude to Xin Fei, and as they emerged into the sunlight, the warmth felt invigorating after the oppressive atmosphere of the document room, where less than an hour had left him feeling stifled. During the Moscow Olympics, the Altai system was utilized extensively, demonstrating its high reliability. Nearly all event coverage was accomplished through this system. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of fervor coursing through him, only to be met by a sudden cool breeze that heralded the essence of autumn. Amidst this autumn scenery, his thoughts drifted to Gu Qianxi, and a wave of melancholy washed over him, unable to suppress his sighs. Upon the arrival of Submarine 031 at their designated ambush zone, they utilized the sound layer to temporarily sever communications with the San Juan submarine, submerging quietly in a tranquil hillside they had previously scouted, awaiting the enemy's approach. At this juncture, Simon had entered a state of emergency combat readiness. Following a day of tentative exchanges, though neither side had fully discerned the other's capabilities, Liu Kuei had realized the adversary was earnest and could not afford to be complacent. Thus, he mobilized all available resources to fortify the city walls, preparing for a staunch defense. Should one possess wealth to rival nations, the emperor would still exercise caution in considering the consequences and feasibility of any actions taken against them. The dual swords brutally clashed, their blades striking mercilessly against the foe, landing squarely upon its face and precisely targeting its left eye. Shirkai swallowed hard, feeling a sense of disdain for the ease with which such a barrier could be erected. Did it truly need to be displayed in such a manner? Just as he was lost in thought, enviously observing the drool of those around him, a number of dark dots appeared on the distant horizon, racing towards his position. Chang Guidong let out a foolish chuckle at the jest directed at him, then pushed aside those blocking his path. He opened the sedan chair's door and reached in to assist the bride within. Rong Zhaju regarded Zhang Lianrong, who was so eager to curry favor with her, with a hint of disdain. Was she truly so desperate to win over her brother?